Hashtag C1553 The Great Array of Seizing the Heaven 4. Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned by the changes that took place in the heaven-seizing formation, and looked at the Yamata no Orochi, who suddenly retreated with somewhat dazed eyes. But the black silk thread is like sticky brown candy. Even though Yamata no Orochi had retreated hundreds of meters, he still couldn't get rid of it. And as the black light continued to penetrate its body, Xiao Han could even see that the Yamata no Orochi became a little erratic even when it moved, as if it was drunk. What's going on? Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, and at the same time looked at Qinjian with some worry. At this time, several heads of Yamata no Orochi shouted angrily at the same time, "Yuing, you are seeking death by riding on the horse." As the words fell, the black tail swept fiercely. Boom! A dragon-shaped stone sculpture was swept away in an instant, and the sky, stealing formation that continued to pull the black light thread was forcibly interrupted in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the nine-color light mask also flashed for a moment, and then collapsed with a pop. This made Xiao Han's eyes suddenly light up, and his face immediately showed a hint of ecstasy. At this time, he had no time to think about what happened to Qinjian just now, as his body disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had already landed in front of Yamata no Orochi. Now that the nine-colored light shield blocking him has disappeared, of course, he will not hold anything back, and a black word "soul" instantly appears on his palm. Even though Yamata no Orochi had already dodged, its movements became somewhat sluggish after absorbing the black light threads in its body. The ape palm wrapped in the god's armor fell heavily on it. Bang! As the explosion sounded, Yamata no Orochi also shouted with a face full of shock and anger, "Soul sealing technique! How can you still know the soul sealing technique? This is impossible. The art of soul sealing has been lost a long time ago." Yamata no Orochi roared in disbelief, but a black word "soul" also appeared on the forehead of its third head, and almost at the same time the head drooped instantly. The soul was sealed. Yamata no Orochi's body froze instantly, and the pupils of the remaining 7 heads also showed a strong look of fear. Fortunately, there is an independent soul in each head, so even if the soul sealing technique is very overbearing, its remaining 7 heads can still control the body. Seeing the figure wearing the god's armor, he raised his hand and slapped him with another palm. Yamata no Orochi did not dare to hesitate at all. The tail flicked violently, and the speed instantly increased to the extreme. Bang! But at this time, due to the influence of the devouring power, its speed was far from what it was a few minutes ago, and had dropped by at least 30%. And the bear's paw with the black word "soul" slapped it hard again. Feeling another dizzy feeling coming from his head, Yamata no Orochi could only suppress the devouring power in his body while continuing to run away with all his strength. Bang! But the speed could not be increased, and it had no way to avoid Xiao Han's palms that kept coming. It could only shout urgently, "Don't do it, Xiao Han. We can cooperate." Cooperate. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth, and the word "soul" appeared in his palm. As he slapped it down, he said in a cold voice, "I am a human and you are a demon. How can we cooperate with each other? Since you met me today, leave this life to me." Fuck! Wait a minute. Yamata no Orochi cursed angrily and shouted hurriedly, "If you kill me today, it will be difficult for you to deal with Shadow. He has obtained the demon god's helmet, and he has absorbed most of Zhan Tian's destiny power. As long as you let me go today, I will have the means to check and balance him. I even know where the Abyss Demon Lords are on each level to help you solve this demonic disaster." Ha! It seems like a good suggestion. Xiao Han chuckled, but the movements of his hands did not relax at all, and a black word "soul" appeared again in his palm. Bang! While slapping Yamata no Orochi with his palm again, he continued, "If you Want me to let you go? It's actually not impossible. But of your remaining 4 heads, I have to seal 3 more. This is impossible. Yamada no Orochi roared, and then shouted with a crazy face. Don't force me or I will die with you. Haha. You have to have that ability. Xiao Han said nonchalantly, raised his hand and clapped it again. With the assistance of the god's armor, the soul-sealing technique can be used. And scrupulously, although the guy in front of him can be killed with 1 knife, it should still have the power of luck plundered from the ghost wolf in its body, so it is best to seal it first. It is easier to deprive it of it only when it has fainted. Bang! 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 With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's face showed a look of impatience, and he raised his hand and slapped it with 3 more palms. At this time, there was only one Yamada no Orochi who could still keep his head clear. 7 of the 8 heads drooped down, which had greatly affected its movements, and its speed was even less than 10% of its previous speed. Seeing Xiao Han's palm clapping again, it quickly shouted, "Don't do anything, yet. It's good for you to stay with me. I can tell you the secrets of this world. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Although he said this, Xiao Han's hands didn't stop moving at all, and he slapped Yamada no Orochi again. After the last head drooped down, he said in a deep voice, "You have a lot of secrets. How can I bear to kill you like this? But the 100 times agility is on you, I have to take it away first." As he said this, a blood-colored round bead immediately appeared in his palm, and then gently placed it on Yamada no Orochi's forehead. The next second, the 9 dragon patterns on the Tianju began to rotate. Immediately, this made Xiao Han's eyes bright, and he couldn't help but whispered, excitedly, "Hey, it actually works. Boom." But he was just happy for less than 2 seconds, and the Yamada no Orochi, who had completely fallen asleep in front of him, suddenly exploded like a bomb. At the same time, the shock wave quickly spread to the surroundings, and Xiao Han suddenly found that as long as the object touched by the shock wave, it became illusory in an instant. Even he himself was the same. Even after spreading for more than 10 kilometers, there was still no sign of stopping. This made Xiao Han's face change suddenly, and he immediately thought of Kyoto, who had been pulled into the game, and his face immediately became completely gloomy. P.S. Today is the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the last day of the year of the ox, and in a few hours it will be the spring festival of the year of the tiger. MOU wishes everyone good luck in the year of the tiger, wealth rolling in, a harmonious family, a happy year, a happy life, and a peaceful life. At the same time, thank all book friends for their support for the 100-fold reward. It is because of your advertising and tracking that this book can be updated continuously. In addition, let me talk about the next update. It is estimated that this book should be completed at the end of February, but because there are many things to do during the Chinese New Year and I have to prepare a new book next, so I can only update twice a day. #C1554 Devouring Power 1. Xiao Han had not expected the Yamada no Orochi to self-destruct. And what he had not expected even more was that with the shock wave generated by the self-destruction, the world seemed to have become somewhat different. Hearing the painful roar coming from not far away, Xiao Han did not have the mind to think about it for the time being, and turned his head to look at the place where the sound came from. Although the heaven-stealing formation had been closed, Qinzhan's pain did not decrease at all. Seeing the figure lying on the ground and twitching constantly, a look of not knowing what to do flashed across his face. But the figure still moved and swam quickly to his side. Xiao Han, help! Help! Help me! At this time, Qinzhan also stretched out his hands tremblingly, and roared intermittently, I can't hold on anymore. Xiao Han, hurry up and help me. What's your situation now? Seeing Qinzhan's state, Xiao Han didn't dare to act rashly, so he had to ask urgently, You have to tell me, how can I help? You. Kill me. Qin Zhan scratched his chest with both hands. Even though the bright red blood had stained his clothes red, he still had no intention of stopping. As if there were millions of insects and ants biting his body, he continued to shout with a face full of pain. Please, hurry up and kill me. Give me a quick death. I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao Han shook his head with a firm look, and said in a deep voice, You and I are not ordinary people, and this life has long ceased to belong to me. If you have the time to let me kill you, you'd better tell me quickly. If I can figure out what happened to you, maybe I can still help you relieve this pain. It's useless. Qin Zhan shook his head with a face full of pain, and continued to roar. Shadow is using me to calculate.
Yamata no Orochi.
So no matter what the result is, I'm dead. Instead of continuing to enduring this pain, it's better for you to give me a quick death. I'm afraid I can't do that. Xiao Han refused again, and continued with a gloomy face. Instead of waste your time asking me to help you get rid of it, you should tell me what happened. The Yamata no Orochi should have been extracting the power of luck in your body just now, so what is the black light thread that came out later? If I can find the crux of the problem, I am a very strong alchemist. Maybe I can refine the corresponding elixir to help you get rid of this pain. It's useless. Qin Zhan shook his head again with a face full of pain and said tremblingly, I'm not poisoned, but there is an extra power in my body. This is an extremely domineering power which is always devouring my vitality. I can even still feel that even the soul in my mind is also being devoured by this power, and the elixir can't solve it. Power. The power that devours vitality and soul. Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han immediately turned his head and looked at the several dragon-shaped stone sculptures around him. The source of Qin Zhan's current pain is the unknown power in his body. But not long ago, this power had been forcibly extracted by Yamata no Orochi, and even directly caused its death. Since it was this unknown power that was causing trouble, wouldn't it be better to extract it all? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han glanced at the 9 dragon-shaped stone sculptures again and wanted to use the heaven-stealing formation. But he had no way to control the formation in front of him. No, I can only try it on you. Muttering softly, a blood-colored ball appeared in Xiao Han's hand again, and, without waiting for Qin Zhan to agree, he pressed it directly on his forehead. And almost at the same time, the 9 dragon patterns on the heaven-stealing pearl also swam. Then these 9 dragon patterns seemed to be alive like swimming dragons, scrambling to get into Qin Zhan's body. After a while, a wisp of black light was forcibly pulled out. A painful roar followed, and Qin Zhan also trembled and shouted loudly, No use, my life has been swallowed. When this force, power is all taken away, then I will die. Please be kind, don't torture me anymore, just give me a quick death? Is it so difficult? Don't be so pessimistic, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and immediately said, Even if your life is all swallowed up, I can still force you to live. After saying that, he stopped explaining, flipped his hand and took out a blue gaming helmet, and then continued said, You should still remember Felix of Navi. He overused the power of the demon god armor, and his vitality was completely drained. But even so, because he had the power of destiny in his body, he still lived. For a long time. Felix. Qin Zhan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he continued with a twitch. But, just now, the power of destiny in my body has been forcibly drained. Hey! Just replenish it after it is drained. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled. raised his hand to put the helmet on his head, and smiled and comforted. "Don't think about being free, wait for me for a while, I'll be back soon." As he said that, he immediately closed his eyes and prepared to enter the game. But after more than 10 seconds, his face suddenly changed, and he whispered, with a gloomy face, "This is troublesome. I really guessed it right. This place has also been pulled into the game world, so how can I show the Tianju without the Tianju that stores more than 1,000 points of luck, even if the unknown power in Qinzhan's body is extracted? There is no way to save his life." This made Xiao Han's face suddenly become ugly, and he looked at the figure, who was still twitching on the ground with an anxious face. At this time, because he knew there was still hope of survival, he no longer roared. Even with a ferocious face, he was still forcing himself to endure. But there was no way to take out the Tianju, and Xiao Han didn't know how to explain it to him. Although his speed was very fast, he couldn't catch up with the speed of the shock wave, and it was impossible to return to Kyoto in a short time. What happened? At this time, Qinzhan also panted and said, "The current situation seems a bit similar to Kyoto. Is it possible to enter the game even if I put on the helmet?" As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pointed to a place not far away and said in a hurry, "There is a level 6 teleportation array over there. I just teleported through it. See if there is a way to teleport directly to Kyoto. Can't Kyoto be teleported into the game?" #C1555 Devouring Power 2. After Qinzhan's reminder, Xiao Han immediately saw a familiar teleportation array a few dozen meters away, and all he needed to do now was to carve the coordinates on the sky-splitting stone. This didn't even take a minute for him. Since he had found a solution, he certainly wouldn't hesitate at all. He rushed to the teleportation array and pried out the sky-splitting stone in the center of the array. At the same time, a small carving knife was firmly held between his 3 fingers. Ding! But before he started carving, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "You get a sky-splitting stone, level 6, triggering a 400-fold reward, and you get 4 sky-splitting stones, level 8. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Click, click, click. At this time, he instantly had a lot more equipment on him, including the 9 Dragon Heart Guard, the deep blue star necklace and ring. Even Qinzhan, who was not far away, also had a lot more equipment on him at this time. This incomprehensible scene made Xiao Han mutter softly, "Could it be that reality and the game have begun to synchronize?" This incredible thought came up in his mind, and he didn't have time to think about it at this time. The thought in his mind immediately moved, and the familiar backpack also appeared in his sight. And in the 3rd row of the backpack there was a bead that he was very familiar with. At this time he was finally sure, and couldn't help but look at the place where the Yamada no Orochi exploded again, and whispered with a puzzled face, "What kind of secret does the Yamada no Orochi have? It's okay to forcibly deprive others of their luck. Why is it that after it exploded, the real world was immediately forcibly pulled into the game?" No one could answer all the puzzles in his heart at this time. Xiao Han could only put these doubts aside and look at Qinzhan, who was almost exhausted. At this time, he seemed to have gone through decades in an instant. Not only did he have more forehead wrinkles, but even his short black hair turned gray. As time passed, the sequelae of the life force being forcibly extracted began to show. Even though he was very worried, he could only watch. Ha! 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 Violent gasps continued to sound from Qinzhan's mouth, and the pain on his face slowly disappeared. As the overbearing power was extracted, he no longer had to endure that kind of pain. At this time, Xiao Han also saw that no more black light was forcibly extracted, so he directly reached out and gently pinched the Tianju on Qinzhan's forehead. Ding! The moment the finger touched the Dudianzu, the system prompt sounded. Immediately, "You get a Dudianzu, 23/40,000. triggering a 243 times reward. You get a Dudianzu 5589/40,000. Hearing this voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately frowned and said, "What's going on? How come the 400 times reward is only 243 times? Could it be that the battle in reality just now also consumes the power of luck?" Thinking of this in his heart, his face immediately became ugly, and he quickly put the Tianshan helmet on his head again. Ding! At this time, another system prompt sounded in his ears. "You successfully absorbed a little devouring power." Ding! A little luck power was devoured, and the 100 times reward was reduced to 242 times. The Dudianzu pinched at the fingertips. At this time, a wisp of black light actually drilled into the body. Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he threw it out with a flick of his hand. But at this time, the system prompt did not stop. Ding! 2 points of luck power were devoured, 100 times physical strength was reduced to 242 times, and 100 times critical strike was reduced to 242 times. Ding! 4 points of luck power were devoured, and 100 times mana was reduced to. In just 3 seconds, the devouring power in the body has increased to 8 points, and it is still soaring at an exponential rate. This made a flash of fear on his face. At the same time, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen after the remaining 900 points of luck power in the body were all devoured. It may only take a moment for his vitality to be devoured. At this time, Xiao Han finally understood why Yamada no Orochi showed such a horrified expression after absorbing this power. This terrifying assimilation speed is unbearable for anyone, and it is almost unsolvable. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed angrily. He didn't expect that just touching it would have such a terrible consequence. But at this time he was just unhappy. Ding! 8 points of luck power are devoured, and the 100-fold reward is reduced to. Although the luck power in his body was still being devoured at this time, he did not show the slightest panic on his face. The next second, another red Tianju appeared in his palm. Ding! A little devouring power is lost. As the 9 dragon patterns on the Tianju drilled into the body, the exponentially growing devouring power immediately stagnated, and was even forcibly withdrawn bit by bit. At this time, Xiao Han was also a little relieved. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had made more than 2 Tianju beads, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Until then, he looked at Qinzhan, who was already breathing out more and breathing less. Thinking that Yanhua had only this one chosen son besides himself, Xiao Han quickly flipped his palm and threw another heaven-grabbing bead with the power of luck over. Even though Qinzhan was exhausted, he still tried his best to grab it in his hand. Seeing that he had begun to absorb the power of luck inside, Xiao Han was a little relieved and immediately turned his attention to himself. As time passed slowly second by second, the few points of devouring power in his body were finally absorbed. This time, he put it into his backpack without any hesitation. At the same time, he used 2 daggers to clamp the heaven-grabbing bead that he had just thrown out without touching his body, and put it into his backpack. Together. Then he whispered with a thoughtful look on his face. The devouring power. This power could not be related to the devouring lord. The Yamada no Orochi has existed since ancient times, and it is not easy to calculate it. If the devouring lord also intervened, it can also explain why the devouring power did not assimilate Qinzhan's luck power in the first place. But how did the shadow guy get connected with the devouring lord? Thinking about these things in confusion, Xiao Han couldn't help but think of the information about the devouring lord again. It is currently the only abyss demon lord who has never been killed. Even the 4 sacred beasts can only barely compete with it, and it seems that it is not very interested in attacking the ground, and has been shrinking in the 9th layer of the abyss. If not, the humans on the ground would have died long ago. #C1556 The Vanishing Sun 1. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he couldn't figure it out for a while, so Xiao Han could only take out the carving knife again and carve on the cracked stone. Sha, sha, sha. In just a few dozen seconds, the spatial coordinates of Kyoto were carved. At this time, Qinzhan's condition was much better, but he had lost his vitality, but there was no way to replenish it. His black hair also turned gray. Seeing him struggling to stand up, but unable to do it with his own strength, Xiao Han quickly stepped forward to help him up, and asked, "How is it, do you feel okay?" "Huh. A little better than before," Qinzhan whispered, and immediately said with a wry smile, "But I should be, like Felix, completely turned into a useless person. I thought that as long as the power of luck was restored, my condition would be completely restored. But now the power of luck has increased to 200 points, and my body still hasn't improved at all." As he spoke, Qinzhan said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I was a little greedy just now, so I absorbed a little more power of luck. Hee hee. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Xiao Han chuckled, but did not take the tianzhu that Qinzhan handed over. He smiled and said, "With your current body, the upper limit is 400 points. I still have a lot of luck power, so you don't have to be too polite to me. First absorb the luck power in the tianzhu. Your situation is a little different from Felix's. You won't become a useless person. So, you have a way?" Qinzhan's eyes lit up, and he asked hurriedly, "The vitality in my body has almost been devoured. There should be no way to replenish it." "Well, there is indeed no way to replenish it." Xiao Han nodded, smiled, and continued, "But there is no way to replenish it, which does not mean that there is no way to stimulate the vitality in your body." Seeing Qinzhan's puzzled face, he had to explain, "In fact, I have encountered your situation before. The vitality in everyone's body will become less and less as time goes by. It is extremely difficult to replenish this vitality. I know that several kinds of elixirs have such effects, but I have never heard of the required materials. And your situation, there are other ways to solve it." "Who?" Qinzhan took a deep breath and asked anxiously, "What is the solution? Tell me quickly." "It's actually very simple." Xiao Han didn't keep him in suspense and said, directly, "As long as you become a level 7 evolver, your life level will be improved. Although there is no way to replenish the lost vitality, it is enough to restore you to normal." "That's right." Qinzhan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "As long as I break through to become a level 7 evolver, my vitality will also surge, and I can return to normal. You should still have the promotion quota now. Hee hee. Now I can finally rest assured." Xiao Han chuckled, and while helping Qinzhan walk towards the teleportation array, he asked, "Don't worry about the promotion quota, even the level 8 ones are available. But what happened to you, and what did the guy Yuing do to you?" "I don't really know." Qinzhan frowned and said, and continued in a low voice, "Yuing gave me a black pill saying that it was used to calculate Yamata no Orochi." As the two chatted like this, they were quickly teleported to Kyoto. Although Yuing also said some information, this information was not important, just asking Qinzhan to cooperate in calculating Yamata no Orochi. And Qinzhan had no other choice, and at the same time this kind of thing was not a bad thing for him or Yanhua. So even though he knew that Yuing's words were unreliable, he still cooperated to plot against Yamata no Orochi. It was also because of his cooperation that Xiao Han was able to successfully kill it. Although he failed to obtain the 100 times agility in Yamata no Orochi. Fortunately, Qinzhan is back now, and his 100 times damage can be plundered at any time. But at this time, Qinzhan's condition is not good. For safety reasons, he will wait until he breaks through to the 7th level of evolution and his physical condition is completely stable before plundering. After watching Chun Wu escort Qinzhan away, Xiao Han turned around and looked at Xiao Mingyuan beside him, smiling bitterly. Now it's good not only you are in, but everyone is in too. It's a pity that I don't know where the ghost has gone, and I guess I can't find the devil helmet either. Alas, who could have thought of this? Xiao Mingyuan sighed and smiled bitterly. But fortunately, the god's helmet was taken back. Even if we encounter the ghost in the future, we still have the means to counter it. It's just that I don't understand this world more and more. But it's useless to say this now. No matter what the world becomes, staying alive is the most important thing. Next, do you have any plans? Hey, what else can I plan? Xiao Han said with a cold smile, and continued, with a murderous look on his face. Since this god's helmet has been used, let's maximize its use. After Qinzhan breaks through to level 7, I will immediately enter the abyss. First dig out the spiritual source in the lair of the Lord of the Dead so that you can break through to level 9. Then go find the Lord of the Abyss and kill them one by one. I want to see how the demonic disaster will come again. Well, that's fine. Xiao Mingyuan nodded and said solemnly, it's definitely not okay to keep passively defending. We must also fight back. And I think this demonic disaster should be different from every previous one. The book you copied last time has probably been translated. Says that the abyss is not 9 layers. 9 is the highest number. Maybe this is the last demonic disaster. Well, Xiao Han nodded and said solemnly, and the formation that pulls us into the game also has a 9 on it. This should not be a coincidence. Not good. As the two were talking, someone on the teleportation formation suddenly teleported over and shouted loudly, the sun in the game world has disappeared. It seems to have turned into an abyss. Abyss? Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he immediately stepped into the
téléportation formation.
At this time, somewhere on the seabed more than 10,000 kilometers away, the diamond-shaped crystal on the teleportation array suddenly lit up, and then a figure appeared out of thin air. As soon as the figure was teleported over, his face suddenly changed, and he said with a puzzled look, what happened? Why did the Yamada no Orochi die? Although the devouring power is very overbearing, it should not be able to kill it. Hashtag C1557 The Disappearing Sun. 2. Yunshao City. Just after teleporting from Kyoto, Xiao Han suddenly appeared in the sky above the Yunshao auction house. At this time, I looked up at the dim sky and saw that the sun had not completely disappeared, because the sky of Yunshao City is the same as that of Ice City. A phantom of land appears at an altitude of 10,000 meters, so the light has been blocked by the phantom. But this time it was a little different from the one in Ice City. After all, there was only one city there at that time. Although it occupied a large area, it could not block all the sunlight. And the sky in Yunshao City is a whole piece of land that can't be seen at a glance. Even in the 10,000-meter high altitude, the phantom of the land was still slowly becoming solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Maybe it won't be long before the land can completely block the sun. By then, this place will completely turn into an abyss. This made Xiao Han frown deeply, and he couldn't help but regretted. I didn't expect that killing Yamada no Orochi would lead to such a change. If I had known this outcome earlier, I should not have robbed the power of luck in its body at that time. It has nothing to do with you. Don't regret it here. Xiao Mingyuan persuaded, and continued in a deep voice. Even if you don't kill Yamada no Orochi, it will happen sooner or later. It's just a little bit ahead of schedule, and the result won't change in any way. I think the most important thing now is to find a way to transfer the people in Jing'an City to Kyoto, Wuchuan, and Liangzhou as much as possible. Well, you are right. Xiao Han quickly put away his emotions and continued, with a solemn face. If this place becomes an abyss, demonic energy will soon breed. If ordinary people cannot transfer quickly, they will soon be transformed. into monsters. At that time, our opponents will not only be the abyss demons. I have to carve more hollow pillars as soon as possible. As he said this, a yuan magnetic crystal pillar appeared in Xiao Han's hand, and then he flashed back to the Yunxiao auction house. At this time, many players also saw the changes happening above their heads. At this time, they didn't know what this meant. They gathered together in twos and threes, pointing to the sky above their heads and talking. The sky is covered by land. Could it be that something big happened? Hey, isn't it because monsters are attacking the city and giving benefits to ordinary players like us? Don't be so optimistic. I always feel like something is wrong. A floating city appeared over Ice City before. It looks a lot like Kyoto in reality. This situation is not normal, so for the sake of safety you should inform your relatives and friends to come back as soon as possible. No, my friend was killed by a wild monster and there is no way to resurrect him. The sudden exclamation from the crowd made everyone's faces look ugly. Instantly, and many people immediately wanted to log off. But suddenly I found that there was no way to go offline. This made all the players panic immediately. After all, they had never encountered such a thing before. Faced with this sudden situation, Qiu Mingyuan certainly did not dare to take it lightly, and immediately arranged manpower to maintain order, and at the same time opened a teleportation array to Kyoto. And Xiao Han didn't know any of this. Although yuan magnetic crystal pillars have been collected with all their strength and the materials are not scarce, those reaching level 5 quality have always been relatively rare. Therefore, there is no room for failure when carving each piece. Sand, sand, sand. Blocking all sounds, Xiao Han's expression became extremely focused, and soon, a hollow pillar was carved out. Ding! You successfully created a hollow pillar, level 5, triggering 235 times. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Xiao Han didn't even take a second look and immediately put the newly made hollow pillar into the space. Ring. At the same time, another metamagnetic crystal pillar appeared in his hand. Sand, sand, sand. Thinking that by creating one more teleportation array with cracked hollow pillars, many people could be teleported to Kyoto, Wuchuan, Jing'an, and Liangzhou. Xiao Han moved faster. As time passed slowly, the ground was soon covered with a thick layer of crystal powder. Seeing that the 6 hollow pillars had been carved out, Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately rushed out. Seeing Qiu Mingyuan guarding the door, he immediately said, 6 have been carved, all of which are 7th-level hollow pillars. Where are you going to place them? Let's go to Ice City, Qiu Mingyuan said immediately and explained with a solemn face. Ice City has the most players trapped in the game. In order to avoid causing greater trouble, we must first arrange for them to go to Kyoto. Okay, just look at the arrangements. Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, and continued, but there are not many level 5 magnetic crystal pillars left. Now, the most I can do is come up with one. It's up to you to figure it out. Well, I know that. Qiu Mingyuan nodded slightly and continued in a deep voice. I have already given the order, and a batch of level 5 metamagnetic crystal pillars will be delivered soon. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was talking, a rapid ringtone suddenly rang in his ears. He stretched out his hand to signal to Xiao Han and answered the call directly. And the voice that sounded in the receiver made him stunned. Then looking at the figure who had turned around and walked towards the forging room, Qiu Mingyuan shouted loudly, Wait a minute, something happened. To your master in Stormwind City. My master, he whispered in confusion, but Xiao Han reacted immediately and hurriedly asked, What's wrong with my master? What's wrong with Stormwind City? I don't know what happened, but he went to overthrow the palace alone. Just as he was talking, the voice from the receiver came again. Qiu Mingyuan hurriedly said, Oh no, there is an abyss passage over there in the palace. There are abyssal demons coming out of Stormwind City, and the city, protecting Beast Stormwing Dragon, has taken action. Damn it, the Lord of Plague and the Lord of Greed are here too. Your master has really kicked the bucket now. The Stormwing Dragon is no match for the Lord of Greed. The Lord of Plague and the Lord of Greed? Xiao Han said something in astonishment and immediately said urgently, I don't have time to make the sky split pillar. I have to go to Stormwind City now. There are 6 cracked hollow pillars on the Fuso side, and there are also 6 cracked hollow pillars on the North Pole side, but the cracked hollow pillars, there cannot be moved yet. Make a note of the coordinates, minus 2654, 54698, 31557. This is the teleportation array on the bottom of the sea. There are also 6 hollow pillars over there. You can use several sets of hollow pillars to transfer people to Kyoto first. After saying that, Xiao Han's figure flashed instantly, appeared directly in the teleportation hall, and immediately stood on the teleportation array. When the diamond-shaped crystal on the teleportation array flashed, he also disappeared. Hashtag C1558, destroy the Demon Lord again 1. Boom! As soon as I teleported to Stormwind City, I heard a loud explosion, and countless players kept rushing to the teleportation array. Waves of panic shouts also came from the crowd. Some people even waved their weapons directly, chopped the figures in front of them, and rushed to the teleportation array with all their strength. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's face flashed with dissatisfaction, but he didn't have time to maintain the order that had collapsed here. His figure flashed and appeared outside the teleportation hall. At this time, the entire Stormwind City was ravaged by monsters. Even in the sky thousands of meters away, several golden unicorns were cooperating with the storm pterosaurs to besiege an abyss monster with 4 arms. But although their numbers occupied an absolute advantage, they were still no match for that monster. If it weren't for the extremely strong healing ability of the golden unicorns, there might have been casualties. On the other side, there was a disgusting monster covered with pustules, and waves of black gas were still escaping from it. Xiao Han saw from afar that Tan Yuntian, with a dozen figures wearing golden armor, was besieging the disgusting monster, but their bodies were already stained with black gas. One after another, blood-colored damage values exceeding 10 billion were continuously emerging from their heads. Even if the monster did not attack them, blood-colored damage values continued to float out. Even within a radius of 10,000 meters, it had completely become a dead zone, and it was almost impossible to see a living person. Is that guy the Lord of Plague? Xiao Han muttered softly, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his face, and a gleam of light immediately emerged from his eyes. After the game and the real body were synchronized, he could already use the detection technique, and a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Plague Lord Dilson, Demon Lord level? Health value? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Seeing a string of question marks appearing in the corners of his eyes, a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly appeared behind Xiao Han. Then, with just a light pat, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Lord of Plague. Puff! At this time, the Lord of Plague, who was like a spider, pierced a figure, wearing golden armor with a sharp claw, killing him instantly. Even the abdomen full of pustules was lifted, and a mass of black stuff was sprayed out, and then it instantly turned into a large black net, wrapping up Tan Yuntian on the side. Squeak! 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 A triumphant cry came out of the mouth of the Lord of Plague, and his 8 claws waved quickly. Almost just a flash, he came to Tan Yuntian, who was already like a zongzi. Then a sharp claw flashing with cold light stabbed down fiercely, but stopped at Tan Yuntian's brow and said with disdain, I heard that you have an apprentice who seems to be very powerful. If he catches you, he should come to save you. Don't even think about it. Tan Yuntian knew that the Lord of Plague had been playing tricks on him, otherwise with its strength it would have been killed. Long ago. The reason why he didn't kill him was just to attract Xiao Han. After all, even the Lord of the Abyss was extremely afraid of the chosen son. Originally, he just wanted to find out the person who framed Liu Yan, but he didn't expect that Prince Gong's mansion actually hid such a secret. At this time, Tan Yuntian still regretted it very much. Because of the appearance of the Lord of Plague, hundreds of thousands of people have died from its plague, and even this plague can be contagious. Even if the whole city is dead, it is not surprising. Thinking of this consequence, the regret and self-blame in his heart can no longer be expressed in words. If Xiao Han died in the hands of the Lord of Plague in order to save him, he would never be able to atone for his sins. Fortunately, Xiao Han is no longer in Stormwind City. Thinking with some relief in his heart, a hint of madness flashed across Tan Yuntian's face, and then a violent breath instantly rose from his body. This made the Lord of Plague's face change, and then a sharp claw went straight to his dantian, and he said coldly, "Self-destruction, don't even think about it." Ding! At this moment, a flash of blood suddenly passed by, and the black claws were cut into two pieces in an instant. At the same time, a voice slowly said, "Master, don't think too much. It's just two abyss demon lords. I will kill them in a minute." "Han Xiao, why are you here?" Seeing a familiar figure appear in front of him, Tan Yuntian's face became anxious, and he shouted angrily, "Go away! Don't worry about me, you are not their opponent. The sun is about to disappear, and the demon disaster will come with it. They have all recovered to their peak state. Even if the iron blood charge can borrow power, this time is different from the last time. Even if all the golden unicorns are transformed into holy light unicorns, you can't be their opponent." "Hee, that's not necessarily true," Xiao Han said with a chuckle and took a step forward while stabbing the long sword in his hand lightly forward. The Lord of Plague, who had broken a claw, quickly dodged to the side. But Xiao Han is now different from before. After absorbing and digesting Yuan's swordsmanship experience, his swordsmanship level has also been greatly improved. Seeing the Lord of Plague dodge to the side, his wrist just trembled slightly, and then he chopped on another claw. Ding! A crisp sound came, and the sky-splitting blood sword, which was at the level of a divine weapon, did not cut off the leg again, but more than 10 blood-colored damage values appeared from its head. -215.7 billion, -216.8 billion, -215.3 billion. Just one strike reduced the Lord of Plague's health by more than 2 trillion, and the blood bar on his head could also be seen to have obviously decreased a little. This made Tan Yuntian stunned, and he shouted in disbelief, You, fuck, am I dazzled? Have you become a god of war? But how long has it been? Even if you go to the 10,000 Demons Mountain range, you can't have such a training speed." Surprise, confusion, excitement, all kinds of emotions lingered in Tan Yuntian's heart. At this time, some figures wearing golden armor also looked over with surprise and shouted in shock, "Old Tan, when did you accept such a disciple? Could it be the other way around? This strength is your disciple." The Lord of Plague was chopped back with one sword. "When did such a monster appear in our human race? No. Look at his head. What is that helmet on his head? #C1559 destroy the demon lord again, too." With a surprised cry, all the nearby golden armored warriors all looked at Xiao Han's head. A white helmet was firmly covering his head. At this time, someone immediately whispered thoughtfully, "I seem to have heard of this style of helmet somewhere before. Well, I have some impression of this, but I can't remember it for a while. Maybe old Tan may know what kind of helmet it is. After all, although his collection is not as good as the Royal Library, there should be records in the ancient books of the Demon Sealer's inheritance." Amid the discussion, everyone also looked at Tan Yuntian with a questioning look on their faces, obviously wanting to know what the helmet is. At this time, even though Tan Yuntian couldn't move, he could see Xiao Han's whole body. His eyes suddenly glared and he shouted in disbelief, "Oh my God!" But just after saying 3 words, his lips closed tightly again. Xiao Han looked back at the figure on the ground who was still unable to move, and a hint of a hidden smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he swung the sky-splitting blood sword in his hand and the black spider web was cut open. Seeing that Tan Yuntian had broken free, Xiao Han smiled and said, "You should know what this helmet of mine is. With it, the guy on the opposite side is no match for me." "Yeah." Tan Yuntian nodded gently, but still reminded with a worried look on his face. "Quick battle, the consumption of using this thing is very high." At this time, the Lord of Plague was not far away, and he didn't care that it was too obvious. Xiao Han found the god armor, which he had never expected. But the consumption of using this thing is also very terrifying. The Son of Luck is slightly better and can be used continuously for more than 10 minutes. A warrior like him can only use it for 2 or 3 minutes at most, otherwise there is a risk of being sucked dry. Even a master at the level of God of War can only use it for 3 to 5 minutes at most. And in this short 3 to 5 minutes it is impossible to kill an abyss lord. Thinking of this, Tan Yuntian could only say in a deep voice, "If they really can't be killed, then try to force them back to the abyss." "Hey, that won't work." Xiao Han shook his head gently and continued in a cold voice, "Since they have come here, it is impossible to let them go back." He said that he did not continue to explain anything, and his mind just moved slightly and a click sound came. The white helmet on his head also quickly split into white armor pieces. In just one breath, it completely covered his whole body. "Fuck!" At this time, a cry of surprise also sounded. This kind of white armor isn't it the sky recorded in ancient books? However, as soon as the voice rose, it was swallowed by force like Tan Yuntian before. This made the Lord of Plague, who was already afraid, even more fearful, and hurriedly shouted to the distance, "Heart, stop playing. This guy is weird. Roar." Hearing Dilson's call, the Lord of Greed immediately roared, "What's so strange? It's nothing but the god's armor. That thing is very powerful, but the consumption is also extremely abnormal. Even if Han Xiao is the chosen son of this generation, he can only last for more than 10 minutes at most. At most, he will only seriously injure you. Tangle him, give me 3 minutes, I will kill this stupid dragon and these unicorns." As he said, the Lord of Greed's offensive became fierce in an instant, and the storm pterosaur standing in front of it instantly lost 2/3 of its health bar and was almost killed instantly. Chiu! 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 Almost at the same time, 4 or 5 white lights fell on the storm pterosaur. At the same time, barely pulling back the life value it had just lost. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han showed a sneer of disdain at the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "It can be solved in 3 minutes, you are probably thinking too much." As his voice fell, his mind moved with it, and a purple thunder dragon with a length of more than 100 meters and a unicorn with starlight on its body were summoned. At this time there was no need to say more. The purple flame thunder dragon and the holy light unicorn rushed towards the Lord of Greed. And Xiao Han looked at the monsters that were ravaging everywhere, and then looked at the figures around him and continued in a deep voice, "Leave this to me. You go and clean up those abyss monsters." "Well, then you be careful," Tan Yuntian said with a solemn face. Although his face was full of worry, he still moved his body and killed a demon beast of the emperor level directly. At this time, the surrounding golden armored warriors looked at each other and also rushed towards the demon beasts that were ravaging in Stormwind City. In just 1 minute, only Xiao Han and the Lord of Plague were left nearby. Hiss! and waves of low roars continued to come out of the mouth of the Lord of Plague, and it was obvious that he was very afraid of Xiao Han wearing the god armor. At this time, it did not even launch an attack but was intentionally or unintentionally delaying time. It seemed to expect the Lord of Greed on the other side to deal with the storm, pterosaur and the unicorns as soon as possible, and come to help it share the pressure of this chosen son. But at this time, Xiao Han had no intention of delaying. Seeing that the Lord of Plague had no desire to attack, he flashed and landed under its abdomen, and the blood sword in his hand stabbed the black abdomen above his head fiercely. Minus 1,354.2 billion. Minus 1,353.2 billion. Minus 1,353.6 billion. The 4-hit combo was triggered, and 4 blood-colored damage values exceeding 1 trillion immediately appeared above the head of the Lord of Greed. At this time, Xiao Han backhanded another 3-hit combo, although the number of combos triggered was not as many as the 5-hit combo. A fiery flame, 11 blood-colored damage values still appeared in succession, instantly reducing the Lord of Plague's health by another 15 trillion. At this time, it can even be clearly seen that the blood bar above his head has been reduced by a little, about 1%. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he actually suffered such terrible damage. This made the Lord of Plague's heart click, and he realized something was wrong in an instant, and he shouted loudly, "Fuck! You lied to me! The damage of the god armor is so terrible, let alone more than 10 minutes. I can't even bear it for a few minutes." Before the voice fell, the Lord of Plague turned around and ran towards the abyss passage on the side of Prince Gong's mansion without hesitation. "Hee, you still want to run? Don't you think it's a bit late?" At this time, Xiao Han grinned and sneered, stretched out his hand to grab the air, and a dark blue spear appeared in his palm. At the same time, Blood Rage, Beast King Power, Dark Blue Power and other status skills were also used. Together, when the attributes were raised to the extreme, he immediately lowered his waist and threw the blue ice spear in his hand. #C1560 Destroy the Demon Lord again 3. Swish! A sharp whistle sounded, and the Lord of Plague quickly dodged to the left. But at this time, for more ice blue spears shot over almost in order. Even though the Lord of Plague was very fast, he was still hit in the abdomen by the spears. Crack! With a crisp sound, the hard black carapace on his abdomen was instantly pierced by the ice blue spears, and at the same time a blood-colored damage value of more than 10 trillion also immediately emerged from the top of his head. Even after the spear penetrated the body of the Lord of Plague, a thick blue ice block condensed on his body surface, directly freezing him. Crack! 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 But the next second, these blue ice blocks instantly cracked, and the Lord of Plague also forcibly broke free from them. But before he could make any move, Xiao Han had already flashed and appeared beside him, and at the same time the sky-splitting blood sword in his hand had already pierced into the bloody wound. With a slight flick of his wrist, several more blood-red damage values exceeding 1 trillion appeared. Roar! Such damage immediately made the Lord of Plague roar in anger, but the moment he broke free, the fear in his pupils became even stronger. 8 long claws waved like a whirlwind, and his figure instantly turned into a phantom, and he appeared beside the abyss passage of Prince Gong's mansion in almost a flash. "Humph, you still want to run?" Seeing that the Lord of the Abyss was so cowardly, Xiao Han couldn't help but snorted coldly, and a touch of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he also glanced at the god armor on his body. If there was no such equipment, even if he was a body of godly artifacts, he would probably not be the opponent of the Lord of Plague. And the maximum damage value he could cause at this time would not exceed 100 billion at most. But now it's completely different. Let alone an Abyss Lord, even if there is a Lord of Greed beside him, Xiao Han is confident that he can kill them all here. Unfortunately, This consumes too much luck. Feeling that his damage had decreased, he couldn't help but mutter softly, and a blood-colored bead appeared in his hand instantly. Ding, absorb a little luck power and the 100-fold critical strike will be increased to 235 times. Listening to the system prompt sounding in his ears, Xiao Han just calculated in his mind, and his face couldn't help but change slightly. After just a few attacks, the luck power was lost by 8 points. And if the luck power in his body was only 100 points, it is estimated that he could only last for 1 or 2 minutes at most. Relying solely on the recovery speed of the god armor, it is far from enough to support this kind of battle. But fortunately, he still has the sky-stealing bead. Although the consumption of luck power is very large, it can be replenished anytime and anywhere. Ding! Listening to the system prompt sounding in his ears, Xiao Han continued to look at the Lord of Plague over there. Roar! As the roars continued to come, the figure who rushed to the side of the abyss passage had also begun to slaughter the demons rushing out of the passage, because those demons had blocked his way, and in order to escape Stormwind City quickly, it didn't care that those being slaughtered were all its own kind in the abyss. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash with cold light, and he flashed in an instant, blocking the Lord of Plague. Roar! Then an angry roar came out of his mouth, and his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in just a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant ape over 10 meters tall, and the sky-splitting blood sword in his hand, like his body, expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a blood-colored giant sword over 10 meters long. Hey! Feeling that the beast ability in reality could actually be used, Xiao Han chuckled with excitement, then held the blood-colored giant sword tightly with both hands and slashed at the black figure in front of him. And such an attack also made the Lord of Plague's soul tremble. Squeak! It roared with fear on its face and dodged to the left quickly. But the blood-red giant sword changed from slashing to sweeping immediately as the giant ape's wrist moved slightly. The sudden change of tactics did not allow the Lord of Plague to dodge effectively. In a hurry, it could only exert its 8 claws hard and jumped up high like lightning. Hey! At this time, the corner of the giant ape's mouth showed a smile of success. Not only did it not continue to attack the figure that had jumped into the air, but its strong and powerful right foot was raised high. At the moment when the Lord of Plague landed, his raised right foot also fell hard. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the Lord of Plague's body stiffened instantly, and he stood there motionless. At this time, Xiao Han, who had transformed into a giant ape, took a step, directly, rushed to its side like lightning, and swept the blood-red giant sword in his hand. Crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the several legs on the right side of the Plague Lord were instantly cut off. At the same time, the blood-colored damage value on his head also soared to more than 50 trillion. The Plague Lord, who lost half of his legs, suddenly lost his support and fell heavily to the ground with a boom. Xiao Han would certainly not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He rushed to the other side of the Plague Lord in an instant, waving the blood-colored giant sword in his hand, and cut off the remaining legs. Boom! 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 Then the bloody giant sword in his hand turned into red phantoms, slashing at the Plague Lord continuously. One after another, bloody damage values exceeding 50 trillion also continuously emerged from his head. Roar! Being attacked like this, the Plague Lord, who was determined to escape, was also completely aroused by the ferocity in his heart. A black thread immediately shot out from the tail, tightly wrapped around the giant ape's arm, causing the bloody giant sword that kept falling to pause. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the legs that had just been cut off not only grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye, but also shot out thousands of black spheres from its abdomen like a machine gun. Puff! 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 As soon as these black spheres flew into the air, they exploded one after another, and small black spiders immediately appeared. When they landed on the nearby monsters, the black mouthparts pierced into the monsters' bodies. The next second, blood-red damage values exceeding 100 billion immediately appeared on the heads of the abyss monsters. At the same time, green numbers exceeding 100 billion also appeared on the forehead of the Lord of Plague, and the total number was as many as thousands. Instantly, all the health points that had just been lost were replenished. C1561, destroy the Demon Lord again. 4. Hundreds of billions of health points were replenished in this way in less than 3 seconds, which made Xiao Han's face change. At this time, he also understood that it might not be so easy to kill the Lord of Plague. But if there is no way to kill it here today, there will be no way to kill other Abyss Lords in the future. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly condensed, squinting and whispering, "Humph. The recovery speed is very fast. I want to see how tenacious the vitality of these little spiders is." Since the health points restored by the Lord of Plague were absorbed by these little spiders, Xiao Han would certainly not let them go on like this. The pair of blood-colored wings behind him immediately began to shake rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the blood-colored wings shook violently, blood-colored feathers immediately shot out from the blood-colored wings, and at the same time they turned into drops of blood rain at the moment of leaving the wings. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters was immediately dyed bloody by the blood rain, and bloody damage values exceeding 1 trillion immediately emerged from the monsters that touched the bloody raindrops. Those spiders as big as heads were killed instantly. Even the monsters at the level of emperors and emperors were killed instantly by the bloody rain. Only the existences at the level of emperors could barely hold on for a while. But it was only that they could only hold on for a while, and they could not avoid the fate of being killed. Only those beast-level existences could rely on thick blood bars to barely break out of the coverage of the bloody rain. Ding, you killed. Listening to the system prompts that kept ringing in his ears, Xiao Han deliberately ignored the humans who were mistakenly killed by the bloody rain, and stared at the Lord of Plague in front of him with murderous intent. And the bloody giant sword in his hand also smashed over again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Faced with such an attack, the Lord of Plague roared and tried to dodge. But, although Xiao Han's swordsmanship at this time was not as good as Duan Yuan, thousands of years ago it was not so easy to dodge. One chop, one pick, one sweep. Although the Lord of Plague blocked the first 2 attacks, he was still hit by the third sweep, and a damage value of more than 50 trillion appeared on his head instantly. At the same time, his body could not withstand the powerful force of the blood-colored giant sword, and he was swept away in an instant. At this time, Xiao Han also followed up in the first time and stepped on the Lord of Plague. Boom! With a dull explosion, the hard bluestone ground could not withstand the force of tens of thousands of pounds, and collapsed with the Lord of Plague. Hiss! 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 A panicked hissing sound followed, and the Lord of Plague immediately struggled violently, but Xiao Han stepped on it with one foot, not only suppressing it tightly, but also making it impossible for it to break free. At this time, the 5 consecutive slashes of flaming flames had also cooled down. The giant ape holding the blood-colored giant sword suddenly slashed down with a sword, and 5 blood-colored sword shadows immediately fell on the body of the Lord of Plague. Bang! 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 In a series of dull explosions, more than 10 blood-colored damage values of more than 50 trillion immediately floated out from the head of the Lord of Plague, and the blood bar above his head suddenly decreased by about 1/10. Humph! No green numbers appeared from the head of the Lord of Plague. Xiao Han couldn't help but snorted coldly, raised his hand and made another 3 consecutive slashes. Bang! 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 In a series of explosions, more than 10 blood-colored damage values appeared, and this also made the Lord of Plague shout out in fear, and thick black-green gas emerged from its body surface, but it could not hurt Xiao Han hiding in the god armor at all. After transforming into a giant ape, even if the Lord of Plague struggled hard, he couldn't get out, because Xiao Han's strength at this time has been raised to an extremely terrifying level, and he can step on it with one foot. Hey! Feeling that the power under his feet is not too strong, Xiao Han can't help but grin and chuckle, and the blood-colored giant sword in his hand falls as fast as raindrops. Boom! 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 In the dull explosion, more than 50 trillion damage values also appear continuously. In just a dozen seconds, the blood bar above his head has reduced by 2/3. At this time, the Lord of Plague struggled with all his strength and shouted loudly with fear on his face, "Heart, help! I can't bear it anymore. If you don't come again, I'm going to die. Fuck! Can't you hold it for 2 or 3 minutes?" The Lord of Greed in the distance cursed angrily and immediately turned his head to look over here. Then his eyes suddenly froze, his face full of disbelief. Although the Lord of Plague was the weakest among all the lords of the abyss, he never expected to be suppressed by a human being. And just 2 months ago, this human being was someone he could easily kill. Even with the assistance of the god armor, his strength should not be so abnormal. With many puzzles in his mind, the Lord of Greed flashed and instantly threw away the Storm Pterosaur and the Holy Light Unicorn, and rushed straight to the figure wearing the god armor. Heh! At this time, Xiao Han turned his head and chuckled. A look of disdain flashed across his face, and he said with murderous intent, "Don't you think it's a bit late to save it now?" As he said this, 5 blood-colored sword shadows appeared on the blood-colored giant sword in his hand. Boom! 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 Amid a series of dull heavy blows, the remaining blood bar on the head of the Lord of Plague was reduced by 1/10 again in an instant. At this time, if he used the 5 consecutive slashes of flaming flames again, he could even kill him instantly. Xiao Han's thoughts also moved, and the special skill Deep Blue Star was immediately used, and all skills instantly entered the no cooldown state. As the more than 10-meter-long blood-colored giant sword shook lightly again, 5 more blood-colored sword shadows appeared. Boom! 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 The next second, the dull heavy blow sounded again, and then more than 10 blood-colored damage values of more than 50 trillion appeared immediately. The Lord of Greed, who had been struggling violently, also froze and calmed down in an instant. At this time, a series of system prompts immediately rang in Xiao Han's ears. Ding, you killed a Plague Lord, Demon Lord, and gained 250 million experience points, triggering a 215-fold reward, and you gained 53.75 billion experience points. Ding, you killed a Plague Lord, Demon Lord, and gained the Holy Weapon Equipment Shura wristband, triggering a 215-fold reward, and you gained #C1562 the obstruction of the Black Tortoise. 1. The system prompt sound of the equipment bursting out made Xiao Han happy. However, this happiness only lasted less than 2 seconds, and a ghost-like creature appeared on the corpse of the Plague Lord. Then in a flash he also got into the ground. Although he had expected this for a long time, Xiao Han's face suddenly turned ugly. Roar! At this time, the Lord of Greed was still full of disbelief. While roaring angrily, he flew away into the distance without any hesitation. Even the abyss passage that was very close at hand, it pretended not to see. The figure just flashed, and like a black stream of light it had already flown thousands of meters away. At this moment, not only Han Feng, Jiangzhe, Qiu Mingyuan and others were all stunned, but even Tan Yuntian and Storm Wing Dragon were also stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It wasn't until Xiao Han's wings suddenly flapped behind his back, turning into a stream of light and chasing after him, that someone exclaimed, "Fuck! The Lord of the Abyss was killed like this." The Lord of the Undead was killed before Xiao Han could say anything. At this time, the Plague Lord was dying. Everyone couldn't believe that this was true, and they all started talking with shock on their faces. The demon lord of the abyss was killed like this? This shouldn't be true. If they can be killed so easily, why did our ancestors in ancient times waste so much resources and energy on sealing them? Yes, it has only been a few thousand years, and all the abyss demon lords have broken out of the seal. Wouldn't it be better to kill them? The legend is not that the abyss demon lord cannot be killed, but that he cannot be killed for some reason. Amidst the many discussions, a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the storm-winged dragon, and he continued in a deep voice. It seems that these abyss demon lords cannot be completely killed, and they will be resurrected in 1 or 200 years. You must have seen the white ball of light that flew out from the plague lord's corpse just now. It is said that if that thing cannot be completely destroyed, the abyss demon lord will not be truly killed, so in ancient times they chose to seal it. What exactly is that thing? Tan Yuntian glanced at the storm-winged dragon beside him and asked solemnly. The demonic disaster has happened more than once. Is there no way to completely kill it? It's hard. The storm-winged dragon replied in a low voice and said helplessly, if we could find a way, it wouldn't be like this now. Roar. While the two were talking, a dull roar suddenly came from the distance, and then they said in a muffled voice, Han Xiao, come back. This sudden sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. At this time, a black turtle over 1,000 feet long suddenly appeared in the sky 10,000 meters away, blocking the figure who was chasing the Lord of Greed. Xuanwu. Seeing the creature with the dragon's head, turtle's back, and snake's tail come into view, the storm-winged dragon said excitedly, and at the same time, couldn't help shouting, it's Xuanwu. Master Xuanwu is here to save us. But what does it mean to block Han Xiao? Why do you want to let the Lord of Greed leave? No one could give an answer to such doubts. Tan Yuntian, who was about to rush over, couldn't help but pause in his steps, and his face instantly turned ugly. Looking at Han Xiao, who was blocked, he couldn't help but whisper softly, is it possible that the 4 holy beasts are really the same as those recorded in the ancient books? But this isn't right either. If they were really together with the Abyss Demon clan, it would have been impossible for humans to stop the Abyss Demon Lord's attack, and they would have been exterminated long ago. The ancient books passed down by the sect contain a lot of incredible information, but these information are all guesses. Seeing such a scene, Tan Yuntian's face suddenly showed a deep look of confusion. At this time, Xiao Han, who was 10,000 meters away, his face suddenly sank. Seeing the Lord of Greed quickly disappearing from sight, he said with an unhappy face, what do you mean? As he said that, he raised the sky-splitting blood sword in his hand slightly, and said with a murderous look on his face, it's not enough to release the Lord of Netherworld under Chenchi Island. Now we have to release the Lord of Greed. Have you been to Chenchi Island? Xuanwu said in a low voice, glanced at the god's armor on Xiao Han and said, in a deep voice, it seems that you should have some understanding of this world. The Lord of the Netherworld broke free from the seal, and it does have something to do with me. But it's not what you think. I didn't release it on my own initiative, but the Devouring Lord also went to Chenchi Island. As for preventing you from pursuing the Lord of Greed, Xuanwu paused for a moment and continued with a solemn face. You have killed a plague lord. How much luck power is left in your body? If you use this kind of power excessively, the energy in your body will be completely exhausted. If you don't have the power of luck to control the armor of the gods, when you encounter the stronger Lord of Netherworld, Lord of Darkness, and Lord of Devouring, what will you use to deal with them? So, you're still doing it for my own good? At this time, with the armor of the gods, Xiao Han was no longer so afraid of Xuanwu. He squinted his eyes and sneered. If you were worried that my power of luck would be exhausted, you should have stopped the Lord of Greed just now. Presumably with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. It's not difficult, but it's not necessary, Xuanwu whispered and explained, in a deep voice. In the distant ancient times we also killed the Lord of the Abyss. But haven't you noticed that there are still 9 demon lords in the Abyss? I know you may not believe this statement, but it will not take more than a month at most before the Plague Lord will be resurrected again, but his strength will be slightly reduced. Hey, why don't you believe it? Xiao Han chuckled and said directly, Isn't it just that the evil spirits in their bodies have fled back to the Abyss? As long as we find a suitable carrier again, we can return to its peak condition within 100 years. But that will be 100 years later. Wouldn't it be better to kill them now? It can also buy humanity 100 years. No, you are thinking simply. Xuanwu shook his head with a solemn expression and continued in a low voice. Killing a few Abyss Demon Lords is not too difficult for me. But every time you kill an Abyss Demon Lord, the Devouring Lord will become stronger. If you kill all the other 8 Abyss Demon Lords, do you know what the consequences will be? Every time you kill one, the Devouring Lord will become stronger?
Xiao Han's
expression froze, and his face suddenly turned ugly. At the same time, he asked in a low voice, Is there no way to completely kill those evil spirits? C1563 The Obstruction of the Black Tortoise. 2.
No.
Xuanwu shook his head solemnly and continued in a deep voice. At least so far, no effective method has been found. So there is no other way to let the Lord of Greed go. And this world will soon become the 10th layer of the Abyss. Even if I stopped the Lord of Greed just now, I can't seal it here. Otherwise, in no more than 300 years, the seal will be eroded by the devil's energy, and the Lord of the Abyss will break out of the seal. What do you mean? Xiao Han paused for a moment, looked at the Stormwind city that was already shrouded in devil's energy with a gloomy face, and continued in a cold voice. This Lord of the Abyss, now it can't be sealed, nor can it be killed. Only when they enter a world without magic can they be sealed again? Yes. Xuanwu nodded helplessly, smiled bitterly and continued. This world is about to evolve into the 10th layer of the Abyss, and we don't have much time. The most important thing now is not to kill the Lord of Greed, but to build the ancient teleportation array as soon as possible while this world has not been completely swallowed by the magic, and send the people of this world. Speaking of this, Xuanwu paused for a moment, pointed to the sky above his head, and continued. Send the people of this world. Send it to that world. White Tiger and Vermilion Bird have already set off, and the spatial coordinates of that world should be brought back soon. As he said this, an ancient blueprint appeared in front of Xuanwu, and he explained with a serious face. This is the blueprint of the ancient teleportation array. You have to ask people to collect materials as soon as possible. Only when the Lord of the Abyss enters the world above can we seal it again. Heh! Seal it again? Xiao Han smiled speechlessly, pointing to the sky above his head and said, Then what? Wait another 7 or 8,000 years? The 10th layer of the Abyss becomes the 11th layer of the Abyss, and the Lord of the Abyss will also increase by 1. This method is nothing but a temporary solution. One day the power of the Abyss Demon Clan will be so strong that humans will be unable to compete. What can we do about it? Xuanwu sighed heavily and continued in a deep voice. At least there is a way now, and we can continue to delay it. If we don't do this, fragile humans can't withstand the demon disaster that happens once every 100 years. And in the thousands of years we have fought for, it is not certain that no one will find a way to completely kill the evil spirit. Kill the evil spirit? Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, thinking of the white light ball that just emerged from the body of the Lord of Plague, and a helpless look flashed across his face. Even with the god armor, he had no way to deal with that thing. According to Xuanwu, they can only try to continue to seal it and even have to wait until the Lord of the Abyss invades Blue Star before they can try to seal it. Fuck, what's this matter? He cursed in a low voice with an unhappy face. At this time, Xiao Han was not sure how much of the information revealed by Xuanwu was worthy of trust. But now he seems to have no other choice. After looking at the blueprint in Xuanwu's hand, Xiao Han reached out and grabbed it and said in a deep voice, "Leave the matter of the teleportation array to me. I will transfer the people here as soon as possible." Ding! As he said, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. However, Xiao Han didn't care about such a system prompt. Anyway, he had already learned the ancient teleportation array, and now he only needed to go back to carve the skybreaking column. A few minutes later, he returned to Yunxiao City alone. Although there were still some monsters in Stormwind City, he didn't need to do it himself. Although Han Feng, Jiangzhe, Tan Yuntian and others wanted to ask for clarification, they also knew that it was not the time, so they could only continue to clear the abyss monsters. Qiu Mingyuan, who coordinated the overall situation, also sent all the collected UNC crystal columns to the Yuanshao auction house as soon as possible. As time passed slowly, the 13 UNC crystal columns soon became 13 skybreaking columns in Xiao Han's hands. After asking Qiu Mingyuan, there were no more level 5 magnetic crystal columns. At this time, Xiao Han finally had time to calm down and think about everything that had happened during this period. In just a few days, many major events happened, even catching him off guard. The only level 9 evolver in the human race had been crushed into minced meat. Fusang, who instigated Nausix to attack Yanhua, had also been completely destroyed by him and even killed Yamada no Orochi, dragging the entire world into the game. No, this should not be a game. It's a world that he didn't know how to describe in words. Thinking about what happened recently, Xiao Han couldn't help but frowned deeply and whispered to himself, "Since it's already like this, there's no need to worry about it anymore. The most important thing now is to improve my strength as soon as possible. Not only to improve my strength, but also to improve the strength of Gua, Huai, Jiangzhe, Han Feng, Qiu Mingyuan and others. Only when everyone becomes stronger can we be able to deal with everything that happens next." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han slowly sorted out the clues, and then whispered, "It's been so long, Nicholas should have found Landon. But Landon is still in the Western Alliance, and he has to go to the Abyss to transfer. Zhan Tian has already gone to the Dead Silence Cave, and he should have completed the breakthrough now. We have to absorb his 100-fold damage first. Then we have to go to the lair of the Lord of the Dead. We left in such a hurry last time that we didn't have time to dig out the dragon veins below. 600 times reward, at least 6 level 9 spiritual sources." After thinking about what to do next, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Han Feng to ask about Landon's situation. Under the pressure of death, Nicholas has used his connections to find Landon, and he can go to the Western Alliance at any time to forcibly absorb the 100-fold intelligence in Landon's body. But before that, he has to go to the Dead Silence Cave. Hey! Thinking of the 400 times reward, which will soon be upgraded to 600 times reward and will also have 100 times intelligence and 100 times damage, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, he immediately stood up. Creak! As the wooden door of the alchemy room was pushed open, his figure flashed and instantly appeared on the teleportation array in the teleportation hall. A soft light immediately rang out from the teleportation array, and Xiao Han's figure disappeared. #C1564 News from the Western Alliance. Ice City, Dead Cave. Rich energy filled the entire ice cave. With the help of the god level spiritual source, Qinzhan also successfully broke through to become a level 7 evolver. His already gray hair also returned to its original black color. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on his face and chuckled and said, "How is it? It feels good now." "Yeah." Qin Zhan responded with some excitement, and immediately said with excitement, "I didn't expect that it would be so easy to break through the 7th level. Now my life is saved. Thank you for this, otherwise I would be dead this time. Hee. Don't be too polite." Xiao Han waved his hand indifferently, and continued with a smile, "It's good for me to save you. There is more than one Lord of the Abyss. I can't deal with it alone. In addition, the demon god helmet was snatched away by Fusong's shadow, so there is still some gap in strength between us and the Abyss Demon Clan. And your 100 times damage seems unusual, very important." "Hey, I know this," Qin Zhan said excitedly, and then immediately said, "My 100 times damage has now increased to 200 times. If I can absorb Landon's 100 times intelligence and Turgenev's 100 times strength, it can be increased to 400 times. At that time, even a single fight with the Abyss Demon Lord will be no problem. I don't know how much your strength can be improved after absorbing 100 times the damage. This is really exciting. Come on, I'm ready." As he spoke, Qin Zhan stretched out his palm and continued with expectation. "Where is the red bead? Take it out quickly." "Hey, you are more anxious than me." Seeing Qin Zhan like this, Xiao Han couldn't help but grin and chuckle. He was not surprised by this result. After all, the power of luck was forcibly deprived, and it was only temporary, and it would be returned later. Moreover, this matter is also beneficial to both parties. Now that he has contributed his own 100 times damage, when Landon's 100 times intelligence is taken away, he will definitely have a share. 200 times damage, it can be increased to 300 times by then. Seeing Qin Zhan's impatient look, Xiao Han certainly would not be polite at all, and a red sky-grabbing bead was immediately taken out. While handing it over, Qin Zhan also immediately grabbed it in his hand. At this time, the colorful dragon not far away suddenly said, "You are finally here. When are we going to the abyss? There is another dragon vein in the lair of the Lord of the Dead. The energy concentration over there has exceeded level 7. It should be an 8-level dragon vein. Once it is dug out, maybe 4 divine veins can be obtained. Even if I only absorb one of them, I should be able to recover completely." "Divine veins? 4? Xiao Han whispered with some intention, and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, wait and go. Wait until I absorb 2 more forces of luck. Maybe I can get 6 divine veins. By then, you can not only recover completely, but you may be able to make further progress with several divine veins." "Make further progress?" the colorful dragon muttered in a low voice, and then both sides smiled brightly. "Hey, this is good. Then wait a little longer." As he said, he turned his attention to Qin Zhan. At this time, the Tianju also deprived him of the power of luck in his body. Seeing that Qin Zhan was not feeling unwell at this time, Xiao Han was relieved and immediately reached out to take the Tianju from his hand. But at this time, the system prompt did not sound, which made him frown slightly, and he whispered in confusion, "What's going on? Why is there no system prompt?" As he said this, he immediately looked at the Tianju in his hand. Tianju, sacred weapon, sees the luck of heaven and earth, make up for the deficiency of oneself, and can store 200/40,000 luck. With only 200 points of luck, Xiao Han's face became completely gloomy, and he couldn't help but whispered, "These luck powers are all given to Zhan Tian by me through Tianju. Now the 100-fold reward is not effective, and the 100-fold damage in it won't be gone too." At the beginning in the Western Alliance, he wanted to use Lawrence to card the bug. However, the luck power returned by Tianju, the 100-fold reward could not take effect again. Now, Zhan Tian's situation is similar to Lawrence's, and both are supplemented by external luck power. Xiao Han can barely accept that the luck power is not increased by 100 times. But if the 200 points of luck power cannot allow him to have 100 times damage, the impact on his strength will be too great. Shouldn't be so unlucky, he said with some uncertainty, and immediately tightly grasped the Tianju that he had just received from Zhan Tian. At this time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding, absorb a little luck power, and the 215 times energy will be increased to 216 times energy. Ding, absorb a little luck power, and the 216 times reward will be increased to 217 times reward. The expected 100 times damage did not appear, and Xiao Han's face completely collapsed. Ah! He sighed heavily, and he couldn't help but said depressedly, the 100 times agility is gone, and now even the 100 times damage is gone. No, maybe the shadow has 100 times more damage, but that guy won't show up easily. It's not easy to find him, and it's even harder to plunder the luck in his body. Damn it! How could it become like this? Xiao Han cursed with dissatisfaction, and he had no choice but to hand the Tianju back and said, you should absorb the luck in it again. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Han like this, Zhan Tian couldn't help asking, could it be that my 100 times damage can't be transferred to your body? Yeah. Xiao Han nodded helplessly, and continued with a wry smile. The power of destiny that originally belonged to you has been forcibly plundered by the Yamata no Orochi. The power of destiny that has just been plundered from your body does not have the characteristic of 100 times damage. What should we do? Zhan Tian was stunned, and couldn't help but asked in a hurry. Could it be that you will never have 100 times damage in the future? The Yamata no Orochi has already self-destructed, and the 100 times damage is completely gone. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. Xiao Han sighed, and continued, helplessly, fortunately, Langdon has been found. Although it is a pity that there is number 100 times damage, there is still 100 times intelligence to absorb. Beep, beep, beep. As he was saying this, a rapid ringtone immediately rang in his ears. Xiao Han smiled and continued, let's go to the Western Alliance and absorb his 100 times intelligence. As he said this, he also summoned the friend list and clicked it lightly. Qiu Mingyuan's voice came over immediately. Xiao Han, something happened. You should go to the Western Alliance as soon as possible. The shadow guy went to the City of Glory and is now threatening the people of the city to hand over Langdon. #C1565 The City of Glory. Hearing such news, Xiao Han certainly did not dare to be negligent. The 100 times agility and 100 times damage were gone, and the 100 times intelligence that was about to be obtained could not pass him by again. He put the colorful dragon in his arms, and before he even had time to say hello to Zhan Tian, his figure rushed towards the teleportation array like a flash of lightning. In less than a minute, he returned to Yunshao City again. Seeing Qiu Mingyuan waiting for him here, Xiao Han walked towards the teleportation array and asked anxiously, what happened? Why did Yuying go to the Western Alliance without making any noise? I don't know much about this. Qiu Mingyuan quickly replied a few words and explained in a deep voice. There is news from Jing'an that the signal of the City of Glory has been completely blocked. But Bishop Chrissy, who stayed behind, happened to be away, so the news was passed on by chance. But Yuying had blocked the signal of the City of Glory an hour ago. Now no one knows whether Langdon has been found. Damn it! This guy is really troublesome. Xiao Han cursed with an unhappy face, thought for a while, and immediately said, immediately contact Nicholas in Jing'an and ask him to provide the spatial coordinates of the City of Glory. It's not too difficult to block the signal, but it's not so easy to block the space. Whether Langdon is found by the shadow or not, I must teleport to the City of Glory immediately. I've already asked. Qiu Mingyuan seemed to have guessed Xiao Han's thoughts, and immediately continued with a serious face. 213, 54681, 95463. These are the spatial coordinates of the Church of St. Faye's. There is a hidden teleportation array over there. Although it is only a 2-level teleportation array, it is enough for you to teleport there by force. That's good, Xiao Han said with a murderous look on his face, and at the same time immediately activated the teleportation array under his feet. When he appeared again, he was already standing on the teleportation array in Kyoto. Because he had the coordinates, he did not hesitate at all and immediately took down the 7th-level cracking stone in the center of the teleportation array. Sha! 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 The next second, the red carving knife immediately flew quickly on the cracking stone and several numbers were quickly carved on it. After pressing the sky-splitting stone back into the groove of the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately activated the teleportation array. Western Alliance City of Glory. A figure in black armor just snapped his fingers lightly, and hundreds of mutant beasts rushed towards the crowd in the square like crazy. At the same time, on the dozen stone pillars around the square, the blood-stained figures were tied tightly with black chains. At this time, red ants were gnawing on their bodies. Painful and desperate roars kept coming out of the mouths of these figures, and at the same time, begging for mercy and cursing kept coming out of their mouths. Who are you, you lunatic? Just a few ants, you want me to give out Landon, haha, it's really cool, is there anything more powerful? I've told you everything I know, I really don't know where Landon is. Please let me go. Let me go. Please let me go, I know where Lawrence is. The constant begging for mercy made the figure in black armor slowly turn his head and said in a cold voice, Lawrence is useless, his 100 times energy has been forcibly deprived. I advise you to be sensible, otherwise even death will become a luxury. Bah, you're dreaming. I won't tell you even if I know. The werewolf warrior, tied to the stone pillar, struggled hard and cursed with disdain. Whatever tricks you have, just use them. If I frown, you are a son of a bitch. Pa! Hearing such curses, the figure in black armor did not get angry, but just fought again. Roar! The next second, roars came from a distance. At the same time, more figures were driven towards this side by mutant beasts. The black-armored warrior continued to say, Landon is hiding in the City of Glory. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Anyway, I kill 100,000 people every 5 minutes. When the city is empty, I can naturally find him. You pervert. Kill me if you dare. The werewolf warrior roared and struggled, but it was all in vain. He had no way to break free from the stone pillar. At this time, on another stone pillar not far away, a white-robed priest shouted with a painful face. The 100-fold energy has not been deprived. Lawrence's 100-fold energy has not been deprived. I saw him 2 days ago, and his magic defense is still ridiculously high. If his 100-fold energy was really forcibly deprived, Lawrence would not have lost less than 10,000 points of life when he was attacked by the evil witch's magic. How is it possible? Although the black-armored warrior's eyes were full of disbelief, he still said hurriedly, If you dare to deceive me, you will not be the ant devourer later. I will make you regret coming to this world. Tell me now, where does Lawrence live? Brook District number 198. The white-robed priest said, hurriedly and explained loudly. He used to live in Brook District, but he should be gone now. He must have hidden himself now, but the whole city is full of mutant beasts. There are not many places where he can hide. He should still be near the Brook District. Hey, I will find him. The black-armored warrior grinned and chuckled, and immediately snapped his fingers. At this time, the red ants that were biting the white-robed priest stopped moving on him. Awoo! At the same time, several black mutant wolves immediately ran over from a distance, roaring, and immediately ran towards the Brook District. After a while, they disappeared from sight. But at this time, the killing in the square did not stop because of this. The strong smell of blood continued to stimulate everyone's sense of smell. Painful and desperate roars continued to come from the mouths of the dying people. After these people were killed, they would not even leave a complete corpse. The mutant beasts would eat them all with skin and bones. Curses, begging for mercy, and crying continued to sound. However, these voices soon died down and then a new group came. Only the werewolf tied to the stone pillar continued to curse with full energy. Ha ha! You are hiding your head and showing your tail. But the curse suddenly paused for a moment, and at the same time his eyes were fixed on the entrance of St. Faye's Cathedral. At this time, a figure wearing white armor slowly walked out from there, and the black-armored warrior standing in front of the square suddenly sensed something at this time, and suddenly turned his head to look behind him. C-1566, the second form. The atmosphere seemed a little solemn at this moment, and the two of them just stared at each other quietly. After a while, Xiao Han, who was wearing white armor, glanced around and said, in a deep voice with a murderous look on his face, I didn't expect that you would dare to show up. Hee. What's there to be afraid of? The shadow slowly turned around and laughed softly without caring. It's just the unlocking of the god armor. Do you think that with this thing, you can easily suppress me? I want to try. Xiao Han raised his foot and walked forward a few steps, and the sky-splitting blood sword in his hand was slowly raised. Since he dared to come alone, he certainly would not be afraid of the shadow. Although he also has a demon armor, using this thing consumes the power of luck, and the power of luck in his body. Although it has not been replenished to the peak state, there are still more than 800 or 900 points at this moment. Even if it is consumed, it can kill this guy. However, seeing the attitude of the shadow at this time, it seems that he is sure of victory. Although Xiao Han doesn't know why, he still has a little more caution in his heart. He had no choice but to be cautious about this guy who had plotted against Nasix, Yanhua, and even Yamada no Orochi. At this time, screams were still coming from the St. Fes square not far away. The mutant beasts did not stop killing because of his appearance, and the shadow on the opposite side also looked relaxed, as if waiting for him to make the first move. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han did not say any more nonsense, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the next second he had appeared behind the shadow. At the same time, the red sky-splitting blood sword in his hand also turned into a blood-colored sword shadow and slashed at the shadow's head fiercely. Dang! But the shadow's arm just swung back lightly, and a round shield with a black body appeared from his arm, accurately blocking the attack of the sky-splitting blood sword. Xiao Han was not surprised by this result. The blood sword in his hand shook slightly, and then it turned into a beautiful arc, piercing the ghost's chest accurately. Dang! Although the ghost also made a dodging action this time, he failed to avoid the attack of the blood sword. His body staggered and retreated several steps. Involuntarily, before he could stand firm, Xiao Han flashed again, chasing him at a high speed, and slashed him with a sword again. The ghost, who was retreating at a high speed, had no time to dodge at this time. Dang! Another sword slashed his chest fiercely, but it only slashed him away again. The demon armor on his chest could not be destroyed by the sky-breaking blood sword. At this time, the ghost also used the power of this attack to instantly open the distance between the 2 to 100 meters. At the same time, the demon armor on his body kept clicking. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of black wings extended from his back. Not only did he dodge Xiao Han's blood sword in an instant, but he also kicked him away with one foot, and his figure turned into a black stream of light, chasing after him as fast as lightning. Boom! A black machete also hit Xiao Han heavily. Fortunately, he was also wearing the god armor. Although this attack looked extremely violent, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. And the figure in the sky flapped its black wings again, slashed again, and said with disdain, "Hey, what's wrong with having the god armor? I wanted to find Langdon and then go to Jingen to settle accounts with you. Since you came to my door today, I can only reluctantly send you to hell." As he said, the black wings behind the shadow flapped again, and the whole person spun quickly like a whirlwind. Woo, woo, woo. The sharp, whistling sound of the wind followed, and the black whirlwind flashed and flew in front of Xiao Han. The black wings that were spinning rapidly in the whirlwind were like two black guillotines weighing more than 10,000 pounds, hitting Xiao Han heavily. Boom! A dull collision sound followed, and an irresistible powerful force also penetrated the protection of the god armor, causing Xiao Han inside the armor to groan. His figure staggered, and he retreated more than 10 steps involuntarily and finally fell heavily to the ground. At this time, the vertical whirlwind suddenly came sideways. The black wings like guillotines continued to hit Xiao Han heavily. At this time, Xiao Han finally understood where the confidence of the shadow came from. The black wings were not an ability given by the equipment but extended directly from the demon god armor. At this time, the shadow had unlocked the second form of the demon god armor. Although the black wings could not break the defense of the god armor, the powerful force generated by the rapid rotation was not something he could easily resist. Fuck! Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in his heart. He didn't know how to unlock the second seal. He thought that after killing the Lord of Plague, the second seal of the god armor should be unlocked. But unfortunately, he didn't hear the system prompt. At this moment, being suppressed by the shadow on the ground and unable to get up, Xiao Han's eyes immediately flashed a red bloodlight, and then he roared. Roar! As the angry roar sounded, his body began to swell instantly. In just a blink of an eye, a giant ape over 10 meters tall appeared, and its palm reached into the black whirlwind fearlessly. "Hey, you dare to compete with me in strength." As the palm reached into the whirlwind, the black wing immediately hit it. Xiao Han cursed angrily, and the blood rage and the power of the Beast King were activated at the same time, and his palm was immediately clenched tightly. The next second, a black wing was tightly grasped in his palm. Although the second form of the demon armor is stronger than the first form of the demon armor, it depends on who uses the armor. After transforming into a giant ape, although the power of luck will be consumed exponentially, his strength will also surge. At this time, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer when he grabbed the black wing in his hand and immediately grabbed it tightly with both arms and then smashed it to the ground fiercely. Boom! A dull crash sound followed. Although the ghost wearing the demon armor struggled hard, he had no way to break free and was smashed heavily to the ground. At this time, Xiao Han stepped on his chest. Then the silver fist that was more than half a person's height also hit the ghost's chest heavily. Once, twice, 3 times, the thunder-like crash sounded continuously, and Xiao Han had no intention of stopping and continued to punch and punch. Boom! 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 In just a dozen seconds, a pit more than 10 meters deep was smashed out of the ground, and the soil at the bottom of the pit became harder than rock. In this state, Xiao Han continued to smash and roared with a violent face. "Let you be crazy. Let you pretend in front of me. Do you think that with the second form of the demon armor I can't do anything to you?" #C1567 Deprive of 100 times the intelligence. 1. Heavy and violent crashes continued, and even the entire St. Faith Church was shaken to the ground. And the Glory City is also constantly shaking. Boom! 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 This violent scene not only did not frighten the figures tied to the stone pillars, but they also commented with excitement. "Damn it! This is too violent. Hey, it's better to be more violent. It's better to beat that guy to death directly. This seems a bit difficult. I've been beating it for so long and the guy underneath is still alive. The defense of the demon god armor is too abnormal. Not only the demon god armor, but the heavenly god armor is also not weak. But does anyone know what this is? Have no idea. The crowd was talking in low voices, but some people still guessed. Perhaps. It is the white helmet of Yanhua that has transformed into something. After all, isn't the reason why Richard and Nicholas went to Kyoto this time? Just to grab their white helmets. The other armor also happened to be black. When we were in Antarctica, didn't Nausicaa snatch a black helmet? Don't mention it. It seems that this is really possible? The werewolf warrior said in a deep voice, with a look of horror on his face. Could it be that all the adults went to Yanhua? It turned out to be because of this. It's a pity that it failed in the end. Otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation. It's just that even if Nausicaa is looking for the chosen one, there's no need to go on a killing spree. Who is that guy wearing the demon armor? Doubtful voices rang out in the crowd. Xiao Han didn't mention the Shadow's name, so no one knew that inside the demon armor was the Fuso people who had already destroyed their country. Boom, boom, boom. The dull and violent bombardment was still ringing continuously. At this time, Xiao Han, who was at the bottom of the pit, looked increasingly ugly. Although the god's armor is still in its first form, he still relied on his absolute power to suppress the shadow. It's just that the defense of the demon god's armor is too abnormal, and there is no way to completely kill it. Once the power of luck in his body is exhausted, he will no longer be able to suppress the shadow. What to do? Muttering secretly in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but slow down the fist in his hand, frowning and thinking. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Ewing got a breather, coughed a few times, and said in a calm voice, "Stop wasting your efforts, you can't kill me. I can still bear this level of shock. If you want to kill me completely, you have to unlock the third seal of the god's armor. Otherwise, unless you can keep looking at me." That's not necessarily the case. Xiao Han grinned and snorted, stepping firmly on Ewing's body with one foot, but a look of hesitation flashed across his face. In fact, it is not impossible to completely kill the shadow. It's just that this method requires taking some risks, and there is no guarantee that it will succeed. But the shadow is right in front of him, and he can use the demon god armor. Even if he doesn't suffer 100 times damage, he should be 100 times more agile, so Xiao Han doesn't want to let go of this opportunity. Forget it, never mind. As he said this, a crazy look suddenly flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and then he strangled the shadow's neck with one hand. On the palm of the other fist, a black word soul has appeared. Snap! The next second, the palm with the word soul slapped Ewing's black forehead heavily. Seeing the black word soul drilling through the demon god's armor, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. But at the same time, the mental power in his mind surged outward like a raging flood. This made his face suddenly turn aside, and his body could not help but shake. Ouch! At this time, a loud howl of a wolf suddenly came from the distance, and the shadow that had been suppressed by the giant ape took this opportunity to break free instantly. Then the wings flapped violently, and suddenly like a black stream of light, it flew out of the pit and flew towards the direction where the wolf howling came from without any hesitation. In just a blink of an eye, he flew 1,000 meters away. And this also made Xiao Han wake up, showing a look of annoyance on his face. Even if the soul-sealing technique was used on level 9 mutated beasts, this situation had never occurred, so he wanted to try it. But I still didn't expect that such a flaw would occur. Seeing that the figure had just flickered and flown 1,000 meters away, Xiao Han knew that there was no way he could catch up with him. The second form of the demon god's armor evolved into a pair of wings, which also had an extremely abnormal increase in speed. Why? With a depressed sigh on his face, Xiao Han could only console himself. Forget it. I can't kill that guy anyway. I have to let him go after all. It's just the third layer of the god's armor. How can I unlock it? He said this, but he had no clue about it. He could only frown and release the giant ape form. After letting all the evolvers tied to the stone pillars down, Xiao Han said, directly without any politeness, "Where is Landon? Bring him to me. Immediately." Landon. The group of people who had just come down from the stone pillars all looked ugly when they heard what Xiao Han said. They didn't expect that just after driving away a wolf, a tiger appeared. Again, everyone was looking for Landon's whereabouts. This made the faces of the few people who knew Landon's whereabouts suddenly become solemn, and they stopped in place. At this time, Xiao Han also sensed something, and the mask covering his face disappeared instantly, and he said in a deep voice, "I am Xiao Han, and Nicola is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, send Landon to me immediately. Those who come to our Yanhua to rob things don't think of coming back intact, without paying a price." After saying that, Xiao Han didn't care about the people in front of him. Although Nicholas was captured, he was not completely imprisoned, so the evolvers from the Western Alliance had already found Langdon. Now, he only needed to reveal his identity and wait for Langdon to be sent over. Seeing several people turn around and leave, Xiao Han couldn't help but look at the god armor on his body again, frowning and whispering, "Let's not talk about the third seal for now. How can the second seal be unlocked?" This, I seem to have some impression. Just when Xiao Han was at a loss, a colorful dragon suddenly emerged from his chest and continued in a low voice, "But I'm not sure whether this method is useful. C1568 deprive of 100 times the intelligence." 2. Colorful Dragon's memory was incomplete. Xiao Han had known it for a long time. Originally he was just complaining, not expecting to get an answer, but since someone knew how to unlock the second seal of the god's armor, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Even if he doesn't know whether this method really works, he is willing to try. Seeing the colorful dragon emerging from his chest, he showed an interested look on his face and then said softly, "Oh, let's talk about it. Whether it works or not, we can give it a try. If I can unlock the second seal of the god's armor, Shadow won't be able to escape from my hands next time." "Oh, that's not necessarily the case." Colorful Dragon shook his head gently and immediately said in a deep voice, "The Shadow now is trying to unlock the third seal of the demon god's armor." Third level seal? Hearing such news, Xiao Han couldn't help being stunned, and quickly asked, "We just met once, how did you judge that Yuing was trying to unlock the third layer of seals? Also, once the seal is released, to what extent will his strength reach?" "I don't know." Chitsai Yulong shook his head solemnly, and continued in a deep voice, "I have lost a lot of memory, and I can't remember many things. But you can tell with your knees that the demon god armor in its ultimate form will definitely be stronger than you. As for how to unlock the third layer of the demon god's armor, I happen to still remember some of it. He needs to kill a large number of creatures and absorb those souls full of resentment, anger, and despair. If nothing else happens, he will also attack humans." "Are you sure?" Xiao Han's face suddenly sank, and he said with a murderous look on his face, "Is it possible that this is the reason why he went on a killing spree in the Glory City? Well, I won't remember this wrong." Colorful Dragon said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, "How to unlock the second layer of seal of the god's armor, I really can't remember clearly. But I still remember most of the memories about the demon god armor clearly." "That's it." A solemn look flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he quickly asked, "Is there any way to restore your memory?" "It should be possible to recover." Colorful Yulong said something uncertain, frowning and said, "But in my current state, I don't know how to restore those lost memories. Perhaps one day it will recover on its own." "Hey, this is so depressing." Xiao Han sighed heavily and continued with a depressed face, "If your memory is not lost, it should be of great help to me. Perhaps you might also know how to completely kill the evil spirit After all, you know how to unlock the seal of the demon god's armor. You know, such a secret thing. I feel like you might be a little uneasy. What's the use if it's not simple? Colorful Yulong said with emotion and continued with a wry smile. Without your protection, even a 4th level evolver can hurt me. Now I just hope that you will get stronger and stronger so that my safety will be more guaranteed. And that shadow doesn't look like an easy guy to deal with. Before he can unlock the 3rd layer of seals on the demon god's armor, your god's armor must also unlock the 2nd layer of seals. Well, I know this. A solemn look flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he immediately asked impatiently, "Then what is the method you just mentioned?" "It seems that you need to absorb something called the demon crystal." Colorful Dragon hesitated for a moment, then continued in a deep voice, "I vaguely remember that the conditions that need to be met to unlock the first 2 layers of seals on the god's armor and the demon god's armor are the same. And if you want to unlock the 2nd seal of the demon god's armor, you need to absorb a demon crystal." "Demon crystal?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, with a wry smile on his face. "I have never heard of this material, so where can I get a demon crystal?" "Hey, I don't know about that." Colorful Dragon sighed heavily and continued in a deep voice. "It's a pity that my memory is incomplete, otherwise I should know where such a thing exists. I know this too, but the key is that you can't remember it anymore,"
Xiao Han
said with a depressed face. But his eyes suddenly turned to the south at this moment, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. At this time, a struggling voice came from a few 100 meters away. "What on earth do you want to do? That guy Xiao Han has no good intentions. Are you just going to send me out like this? Then what can you do? Who makes you weaker than him? One day I will be stronger than him. If you hand me over now, I will never be stronger than him in the future. I don't want to have a future in the future, but that is really too far away. If I don't hand you over today, our Western alliance will have no future." The voices kept coming from far away, but the 2 people were still speaking in Chinese, and Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a smile on his face. After a while, the strong werewolf man who left before ran over, grabbing a thin figure like a chicken. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with impatience. Then he flashed and appeared in front of the werewolf warrior in an instant. While looking at Landon, a blood-red ball appeared in his hand. Then, without any nonsense, he pressed the heaven-stealing pearl on Landon's forehead. "Ah, what are you doing?" At the same time, a voice of shock and anger immediately sounded from Landon's mouth, and he shouted loudly with horror on his face. "He is robbing my 100 times of intelligence. This Xiao Han is forcibly robbing my 100 times of intelligence." As the roar spread around, the werewolf warrior's face suddenly sank, and he wanted to catch Landon back in an instant. But Xiao Han had anticipated this situation, and immediately said in a cold voice, "If I were you, I wouldn't be so reckless. You can't change anything, and you will lose the compensation I was going to give you." "Compensation?" the werewolf warrior said hesitantly, and then immediately said, 100 times the intelligence was plundered. What kind of compensation can make up for such a loss?" "Hee hee." Xiao Han chuckled, looked at the werewolf warrior in front of him with interest, and whispered casually, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be Grant, the werewolf warrior who has been stuck at the peak of level 7 for a long time and still hasn't broken through to level 8. It is definitely impossible to get compensation equivalent to 100 times the intelligence. You are not qualified to bargain with me now. But since you are still cooperative, I can't be too stingy. What do you think? If I can help you successfully advance to level 8, how about this? Compensation? Hashtag C1569 deprive of 100 times the intelligence. 3. Seeing Grant's eyes suddenly widen, Xiao Han showed a hidden smile on his lips. In fact, there is no need for him to give such compensation. Anyway, with his current strength, these people don't have the right to say no. Even if they don't give him any compensation. But just absorbing a person with 100 times intelligence is not his ultimate goal. On Rose's side, there is still 100 times more strength at this time. And for a giant ape beast turner like him who is good at strength, the increase that 100 times of strength can give is far beyond what can be achieved by 100 times of intelligence. Although he could go to Russ and force them to hand over Turgenev like Shadow. But Rose's guys are all a bunch of lunatics, and using such tough tactics has almost zero chance of success. Even 100 years ago, during the defense war that shocked the world, Shang used the lives of millions of young people in his country to block the torrent of steel sweeping across the Western Alliance. If it weren't for a group of pig teammates, even if defeat was inevitable, we would still be able to survive for a few more years. When facing the invaders, the Russians usually have only one word: dry. So for such a group of guys, he actually has no good solution. We can only use some benefits to seduce those guys and ask them to send Turgenev to him personally. After all, the temptation to advance to the 8th level, whether in Nasik's Western League or Ross, is not so easy to resist. If it still doesn't work, then we can only let the mutant beasts in the Arctic go to Ross. Although this idea only came up temporarily, Xiao Han still felt that there was a lot of room for maneuver, and there would be no big loss if he gave it a try. Anyway, an 8th level spiritual source is not too important to him. A trip to the abyss can replenish it in a few hours. Seeing Grant's heartbeat at this time, Xiao Han squinted his eyes and continued, "If you can find another child of destiny, I can even help in 8th level evolver break through to the 9th level. Breakthrough to level 9? Grant's eyes suddenly bulged, and he asked with disbelief. What you said is true. It can really help us break through to level 9. Of course. For fear of not stimulating Rose enough, Xiao Han reached out and pulled out the colorful dragon in his arms, and continued. Have you thought about it now? Who will make the breakthrough? Wait a minute. Don't worry about this. Grant said quickly, and then said, with excitement, Lawrence is in the City of Glory. I will go and capture him. For you now. Saying this, he immediately turned around and ran away without any delay. His figure just flickered and disappeared instantly. At this time, the heaven-seizing pearl on Langdon's forehead finally rolled down, and Xiao Han quickly reached out to catch it. Ding, you get a heaven-seizing pearl, 100/40,000, which triggers a 400 times reward, and you get a ding. The power of luck is not enough. Ding, the power of luck is about to be exhausted. The 400x reward is temporarily closed. The 400x physical strength is temporarily closed. The 400x critical hit is temporarily closed, and the 400x energy is temporarily closed. Please replenish the power of luck in time. Ding, you get a sky bead, 11200/40,000. Amidst a series of system prompts, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. When he was in the Deadly Silence Cave, he originally wanted Zhan Tian to absorb another 400 points of luck power. But at that time, he suddenly heard news from the Western Alliance, so before the heaven-seizing pearl absorbed by Zhan Tian reached Zhan Tian's hands, he had already teleported to the Western Alliance. Now, in order to forcibly deprive him of 100 times his intelligence, he also absorbed these 400 points of luck power into his body again. And this also restored the power of luck in his body to 1,600 points again. Although these 1,600 points of luck power were sucked out in an instant, he still obtained a heaven-seizing pearl with 11,200 points. Having this thing is almost equivalent to having sufficient ammunition reserves. If he encounters the shadow next time, he can attack with all his strength and scrupulously, and no longer has to worry about the power of luck being exhausted. Hey! Thinking with some excitement in his heart, Xiao Han immediately heard a system prompt in his ears. Ding! Absorb a little bit of luck power, and Double the reward will be activated. Ding, absorb a little power of luck and double the intelligence will be activated. Listening to such system prompts, Xiao Han didn't care at all about Langdon in front of him, whose face looked like a dead woman. Even though 100 times the damage was gone, it was still extremely depressing. But fortunately, the 100 times intelligence was finally saved. After almost 2,500 seconds, the 400 times reward could be increased to 500 times. And he should also go to the abyss again to dig out the 8th level spiritual source in the lair of the Lord of the Dead. However, before that, the compensation promised to Grant still needs to be fulfilled. After all, Ross must have a spy in the Glory City, and this news will eventually be sent to Pushkin's desk. He didn't believe that those guys who believed in power would not be tempted by a 9th level promotion quota. With this thought in my mind, time slowly passed by minute, and the repeated system prompts kept ringing in my ears. Ding, absorb a little power of luck, and your intelligence will increase from 70 times to 71 times. Ding, absorb a little luck power, the 71 times reward will be increased to 72 times intelligence. 5 or 6 minutes later, Grant, who had left, flew back empty-handed, and said in a grim voice, Lawrence was captured by the guy who just escaped. Captured? Xiao Han said in a low voice with some surprise, but he was not too worried about it anyway. It would be useless even if he was captured. That guy, like Zhang Tian, had the luck power in his body replenished later. Even if the shadow could forcibly plunder the 100 points of luck power, those luck powers no longer had the attribute of 100 times energy, let alone let him have 100 times energy. At most, he could only have a reserve of 100 points of luck power. Compared with the 10,000 points of reserve he had, the 100 points seemed insignificant. Seeing Grant's annoyed look, Xiao Han also pretended to be helpless and said, Hey, just take him away. That guy is too fast. It's impossible to catch up with him. I still have a lot of important things to deal with. I can't stay here for too long. Have you thought clearly about who to give the quota for promotion to level 8? We need to study this. Grant glanced at Bishop Chrissy beside him. His eyes flickered slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Han certainly understood what this meant. But he didn't say much. While flipping his hand to take out a cracking column, he smiled and said, Then I will go back first. After you have studied it, you can go directly to Jing'an. This compensation can be redeemed at any time. After speaking, he raised his foot and walked into the Cathedral of St. Fei. C1570 reemerge the Divine Vein. Kyoto. After returning from the City of Glory, Xiao Han and Qiu Mingyuan chatted for a while, explained some things, and then set off directly to the abyss. The third seal of the demon god armor requires the absorption of a large number of souls with negative emotions. So on Yanhua's side, Yuing should not dare to take action. But now he has the demon god armor. Once he takes action against Nami, Western Alliance, and several cities of Ross, they will not be able to stop him at all. And once the third seal is unlocked, perhaps he is not a match for Yuing. At that time, Yanhua is estimated to be not immune. In order to avoid this situation, before finding the heavenly demon crystal, Yuing must not be allowed to easily unlock the third seal of the demon god armor. So once he finds something, he will immediately go to stop it. But this passive prevention is not enough after all. He has to find a way to improve his strength as soon as possible. And now, there are only 2 ways to improve strength. One is that Ross hands over Turgenev so that his 100-fold reward will be increased to 600 times, and he can also get 600 times the power. Perhaps with this talent, even if the second seal of the god armor is not unlocked, he can still compete with the demon armor that unlocked the third seal. After all, no matter how strong the equipment is, it depends on the strength of the person who uses it. Even if Qiu Mingyuan has negotiated with Ross, it is not easy to deprive Turgenev of his 100 times power. So now we can only pin our hopes on the lair of the Lord of the Dead. There is an 8th level dragon vein there, and now with the blessing of 500 times the reward, it is theoretically possible to get 5 god-level spiritual sources. And he can also break through to the 9th level beast with this. It's just that too many things happened during this period, so he didn't have time to dig out the spiritual source. Even an hour ago, he was ready to leave for the abyss. But the news of the shadow suddenly came from the Western Alliance. Even though he knew that digging out the 8th level spiritual source would benefit him a lot, he had to put everything aside immediately and go to the Western Alliance without stopping. After all, the spiritual source is there, and it won't be a big loss for him to dig it out a few days later. But once the 100 times intelligence is robbed, it is almost impossible to get it back. Xiao Han still knows what is more important. He wanted to absorb the 100 times power first and then set off to the 4th layer of the abyss, but Qiu Mingyuan and Ross's negotiations were not smooth. Even if the real world has been completely pulled into the game, they still have no intention of handing over Turgenev. Xiao Han has no way to deal with this. He can only put this matter aside and immediately set off to the abyss to dig out the 8th level spiritual source and a 7th level teleportation array with the assistance of the sky splitting column also made his journey much simpler. In just 5 minutes, he has appeared in the lair of the Lord of the Dead. A towering bone mountain appeared in front of him, and the colorful dragon in his arms became excited instantly. He pointed to the distance and shouted, "Over there, the spiritual source is over there." Heh! Xiao Han chuckled. He could understand the mood of the colorful dragon. Although the number of level 7 and level 8 spiritual sources absorbed during this period was not small, it was far from enough to fully recover. If it could absorb a god-level spiritual source, it would not only be able to directly restore it to its peak state, but perhaps even some of its lost memories could be restored. And it was for this reason that Xiao Han couldn't wait to enter the abyss again. At this time, looking at the direction of the colorful dragon's finger, he just flapped his wings behind him lightly and quickly flew to the foot of the bone mountain. At the same time, a golden pickaxe appeared in his hand, and he asked with a smile, "Are you sure that this place is the closest to the spiritual source?" "Yes." The 7-colored dragon nodded quickly and said impatiently, "With your digging speed, you can dig there in about 5 hours. It's a pity that there is no holy weapon or a pickaxe of the heavenly artifact level, otherwise it will take even less time." Hee hee. It's good to be able to dig it in 5 hours. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled and immediately continued. "It took several days to find you in the Dead Silence Cave." Bang! As he said this, the dragon's soul golden shovel in Xiao Han's hand immediately fell heavily and hit the bones at the foot of the mountain. With a click sound, more than a dozen bones were instantly shattered into powder. At this time, the 7-colored dragon had no interest in talking, and his eyes were fixed on the dragon's soul golden shovel that was constantly raised and quickly dropped. Bang! 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 The dull sound of collision also continued to sound. Slowly, a pale and dark cave slowly extended into the depths of the mountain. Bang! 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 Time passed slowly, and the bone cave became deeper and deeper. I don't know how long it took. The colorful dragon suddenly shouted excitedly, "Slow down, it's just ahead." Hearing this reminder, Xiao Han's movements immediately paused. Even if the quality of the spiritual source reaches level 8, its body is still extremely fragile, and it may be smashed directly if you are not careful. So at this moment he had to be careful. Although the dragon's soul golden shovel in his hand was still digging, the force had been reduced by 90%. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded continuously. At this time, even if Xiao Han was anxious, his hand movements became cautious. After 4 or 5 hours of non-stop digging, it was time to harvest, and he didn't want anything to go wrong during the harvest. Click, click, click. As the dragon's sole golden shovel continued to fall gently, a round white sphere slowly appeared in sight. This made Xiao Han's eyes freeze, and his hand movements suddenly became more careful. Although I have seen many 8th-level spiritual sources before, this 8th-level spiritual source is different from the previous ones. This is original, a spiritual source that can increase rewards 100 times. Click. As the layers of bone shells were carefully and slowly peeled off, the bone, white spirit source, which was the size of a fist, finally appeared completely in sight. This made Xiao Han's expectant eyes suddenly light up, and he immediately grabbed it in his hand. Bite! At this time, the system prompts immediately sounded in the ears. Ding, you have obtained a spiritual source level 9, triggering a 500-fold reward, and you have obtained a divine source level 1. The long-awaited system prompt immediately flashed a look of ecstasy on Xiao Han's face, but then a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he whispered with confusion, "Level 9. Isn't it level 8 spiritual source? Also, it's obviously a 500 times reward. Why is there only one divine source?" Roar. Before he could think about this problem clearly, a dragon roar immediately sounded in his ears, and the spiritual source he held in his hand instantly turned into a bone-white dragon. P.S. Some people asked, since the helmet can automatically restore, why should we rush to absorb it and not let the god's helmet automatically restore the power of luck? As I said before, although the recovery speed of the god's armor is very fast, it only takes 10 minutes to recover a little bit. 2,500 points. How long do you think it will take to recover? Hashtag C1571 Devouring the Divine Source. The spiritual source in his hand suddenly changed like this, and Xiao Han certainly had no time to think about the doubts in his heart. Roar. As the dragon roared, the moment the bone-white dragon appeared, it rushed towards the colorful dragon without any hesitation. Even before Xiao Han could react, he bit it hard. Ouch! The scream of pain sounded, and the colorful dragon immediately struggled hard, but the bone-white dragon had no intention of letting go, and even bit harder. As the crack sound continued to come, the colorful scales also broke one after another, and even colorful blood dripped. But before the blood dripped on the ground, it had already evaporated directly in the air, and a strong energy immediately spread in the white bone cave, instantly turning this bone cave into a holy place for cultivation. Roar. The colorful dragon struggled hard, roared, and bit the bone-white dragon. But it was no match for the bone-white dragon. Although its teeth were extremely hard, it could not bite through the dense bone-white scales. Crunch! The harsh friction sound continued to come. After the bone-white dragon bit open the scales of the colorful dragon, it began to swallow the blood flowing from the wound eagerly. Roar! The roars continued to sound. Although the colorful dragon struggled hard, it had no way to break free from the bite of the bone-white dragon. At this time, it immediately opened its mouth and shouted anxiously, "What are you still standing there for? Do you want to watch me being eaten by it?" Ah! Before the voice fell, a painful roar also sounded. It was not until then that Xiao Han woke up from his dream. He had never expected this to happen. The moment the bone-white dragon appeared, it wanted to swallow the colorful dragon without any hesitation. And the colorful dragon was not its opponent at all. But after just a little thought, Xiao Han understood it. The 7-colored dragon had only been enhanced by 100 times the reward, and its body was on the verge of collapse. Even though it had been absorbing spiritual energy continuously during this period of time, it still had not recovered to its peak state. The bone-white dragon was completely different. This was a divine energy that had been enhanced by a 500-fold reward, and the extra 400 times should have been transformed into strength, just like the blood prison poison dragon. So it was normal that they were not opponents between the increase and the decrease. Seeing the 7-colored dragon completely at a disadvantage, Xiao Han certainly did not hesitate at all, and reached out to grab the bone-white dragon. Roar! At this time, a roar also sounded, and a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the bone-white dragon. Not only did it not let go, it even whipped its tail over. Humph! This made Xiao Han's eyes flash with a hint of coldness, and while snorting coldly, he directly grabbed the bone-white tail. Bang! A huge force followed, and Xiao Han even stepped back half a step, involuntarily. But this also made the chill in his eyes even worse. A layer of silver-white armor instantly covered his whole body, and then he grabbed it again with one hand. Woo! The threatening roar sounded again, and at the same time, the bone-white tail whipped over again fiercely. Bang! But this time he failed to pull Xiao Han's palm away, but was firmly grasped in his hand. At this time, the colorful dragon immediately shouted loudly, "It wants to eat me!" Soul sealing technique. Use the soul sealing technique on him quickly. It and I are one. Only one of us can survive. One.
Xiao Han muttered in confusion.
Although he didn't know what this oneness meant, his hand movements were not slow at all. As soon as the thought moved in his mind, the palm covered with silver-white scales slapped it heavily. Snap! With a slight sound, a black soul word was immediately left on the bone-white dragon's body. And the next second, Xiao Han suddenly felt the mental power in his mind like a flood that broke out began to pour out crazily. This made his face suddenly change, and he immediately threw a purple cloud pill into his mouth. At the same time, he sat on the ground without hesitation, and began to practice the skills with all his strength. Roar! At the same time, the bone-white dragon suddenly roared, loosened his tightly clenched mouth, and began to shake his head desperately, as if trying to make himself sober. But the black word soul was still slowly moving towards his forehead. Although the bone-white dragon was still floating in the air, its figure seemed to be drunk, swaying and floating. The seven-colored dragon that had just broken free saw this scene and suddenly showed a touch of ecstasy in its eyes. He bit it without hesitation. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crescent-shaped scale on the chin of the bone-white dragon instantly shattered, and the sharp teeth of the seven-colored dragon also pierced in fiercely. Gulu! Gulu! The next second, bone-white blood flowed out of the wound and a swallowing sound was heard. At this time, the black word soul had slowly moved from the tail of the bone-white dragon to its forehead. At the same time, the struggling body slowly calmed down. At this time, with the loss of a large amount of mental power, Xiao Han's face looked a little pale, but there was an irrepressible excitement in the eyes of the seven-colored dragon, and it was also swallowing the blood in the bone-white dragon. Gulu! Gulu! As time passed, the bone-white dragon whose soul was sealed could not maintain its dragon form because it absorbed too much energy and turned into a round bead again. The moment the bead appeared, it was swallowed directly by it. At this time, Xiao Han still had his legs crossed on the ground, running the technique with all his strength, absorbing the medicinal power of the purple cloud pill to make up for the mental power he had just lost. The seven-colored dragon took a quick look and immediately landed on Xiao Han, and also began to absorb the energy from the source of God. The pale and dark bone cave was completely quiet at this time. This is the belly of the mountain thousands of meters underground. Not only can no sound be heard, but even the passage of time cannot be felt. Ha! 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 Except for a faint breathing sound, almost no other sound can be heard. It was unknown how much time had passed, but Xiao Han, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, finally slowly opened his eyes. And almost at the same time, the seven-colored dragon also opened his eyes. Burp! At this time, an untimely burp sounded, and the seven-colored dragon, who was a little full, said excitedly, "This divine source is really a great tonic, and my memory has actually recovered a part. Now I know where to get the heavenly demon crystal that can unlock the second."
Seal.
Heavenly demon crystal? Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, but at this time there was a deeper doubt in his heart, so he asked directly, "You just said that you are one with the divine source. What exactly do you mean?" Hashtag C1572 No time left. When the seven-color dragon was dug out in the Dead Silence cave, it was an ice-attributed spiritual vein. On the fourth layer of the abyss, the spiritual vein dug out was a bone, attributed spiritual vein, so he couldn't understand how the two could be one. Because of this question in his mind, Xiao Han was no longer so concerned about the whereabouts of the heavenly demon crystal. Seeing Chicai Yolong's bewildered look, he couldn't help but ask again, "You won't tell me that you don't know what's going on, right?" "No, of course I know." Chicai Yolong shook his head gently, frowned and whispered, "It's just that my explanation contains a lot of information. You may not believe it." "A lot of information?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and then immediately said, "You haven't said it yet. How do you know I won't believe it? In just a few days, my worldview has collapsed. So no matter what information you say, it won't have much impact on me. Tell me what's going on." "That's good," Chicai Yulong whispered, squinting his eyes, and said slowly, "I hope that after you know it, your worldview will not collapse again." Thinking about the memory he just absorbed, Chicai Yulong didn't know what to say for a while. But after a slight hesitation, he continued, "I just absorbed a complete divine source, and my memory has also been partially restored. But to be precise, it's not that my memory has been restored. It's that divine source just now, which sealed my lost memories, and now I just found them back." "Seal?" Xiao Han's face flashed with a hint of doubt, and he immediately asked, "What's going on? Why is your memory sealed, and who sealed it?" "I don't know." The seven-colored dragon shook his head solemnly, and continued in a deep voice, "My memory has only been partially restored now. Although my body has recovered to its peak state, it is even stronger than before. But my soul is incomplete. I guess I need to absorb more divine sources to get back the lost memories and those missing souls." "Fuck! How is this possible?" Xiao Han said with a face full of shock, and his face was full of fear. He asked in disbelief, "Your soul is shattered, so how did you survive?" "Hee hee. Isn't it incredible?" The seven-colored dragon chuckled bitterly, grinned, and continued, "But the truth is so outrageous, and I don't know what's going on. And the reason why I didn't say it just now is also because of this reason. Perhaps only by finding more divine sources and absorbing more incomplete souls can I know what's going on. This is really surprising," Xiao Han whispered with emotion, and then immediately said, "It seems that I have to find the nests of other abyss demon lords as soon as possible. The 9th level spiritual vein is not so easy to find." "Yeah." The seven-colored dragon nodded and responded, and continued with a serious face, "Not only do we have to find them, but we also have to kill them all." "Kill them all?" A look of confusion flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he didn't understand what this meant. The abyss demon lords must be killed, but not all of them. The best way is to kill half of them, and then try to seal the other half. After all, it is not so easy to build a magic array to seal the abyss demon lord. Not to mention the various precious materials needed to build the array, it is harder to find 9 dragon veins as the center of the array. So for now, killing half and sealing the other half is the best choice. Because before finding a way to restrain the evil spirit, killing the demon lord is basically the same as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. In just 200 or 300 years, those killed abyss demon lords will quickly recover to their peak state with the help of the evil spirit. And at that time, he should still be alive. With 100 years as a buffer, plus his 500 times reward, the materials needed to build the array should have been collected. Since the abyss demon lord cannot be completely killed, they can only be sealed. But now, the seven-colored dragon wants to kill all the demon lords. This made Xiao Han a little confused. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he asked excitedly, "Do you have a way to completely kill the evil spirits?" "No." The seven-colored dragon shook his head with a bitter face, and continued in a deep voice. "Those evil spirits are the desires, resentment, and obsessions in the hearts of living beings. As long as there are these emotions in the hearts of living beings in the world, the evil spirits are immortal. It's not too difficult to kill them completely. Kill all the living beings in the world, and they will naturally dissipate." Xiao Han's face was a little stiff, and he couldn't help but complain. "What kind of method is this? You and I are both part of the living beings. Don't you have to die to kill those evil spirits?" "I didn't ask you to kill the evil spirits," the seven-colored dragon said in a low voice, and then immediately said in a deep voice, "Those evil spirits can be ignored for the time being. Kill the Abyss Demon Lord first." "But..." A look of hesitation flashed across Xiao Han's face. After thinking for a while, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "But you also heard the words of Holy Spirit Xuanwu. If we kill all the Abyss Demon Lords, the Devouring Lord's strength will also skyrocket. And I also asked you at the time, and you confirmed the authenticity of this news. Why do you want to kill all the Demon Lords now?" "Hey!" Chitsai Yulong sighed heavily and continued with a bitter look on his face. "At that time, I didn't know we had no time." "No time?" Xiao Han repeated with a solemn expression, and immediately asked urgently, What do you mean there is no time? Didn't they all do this before? Resealing the Abyss Demon Lord? Well, there was no problem in doing this in the past." Colorful Dragon paused for a moment, then continued with a wry smile. "But the number of 9 is extremely high, and the 10th abyss should not appear. And this world cannot withstand the weight of the 10-layered abyss. Either we destroy the 9 Abyss Demon Lords and unify the 9 Abyss, or we are killed by the Abyss Demons, and then they unify the 9 Abyss. This time, even if you don't kill the Abyss Demon Lord, the Devouring Lord of the 9th floor will do it himself." #C1573 Demon Crystal. 9 levels of Abyss unified? Xiao Han repeated with a stiff face. He was still shocked by the news. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but ask, "What will the world look like after the 9 levels of Abyss are unified?" "I don't know." Chitsai Yulong shook his head slightly, frowned and thought, "I haven't recovered my memory in this regard yet. But if nothing else happens, the world will become a little different. Perhaps the 4 sacred beasts and the Devouring Lord will break through the current realm and reach a whole new level." "A new level?" Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, and he immediately understood what the colorful dragon meant. The area covered by the 9 Abyss is actually not too large. According to the setting of the world in fantasy novels, this should belong to a small world. After the 9 small worlds merge into one, they will reach the level of a medium-sized world. Just like the world setting of the mortal world, the world of cultivation, and the fairy world, the medium-sized world is almost equivalent to the world of cultivation. In the mortal world, one can generally only cultivate to the golden elixir stage at most, and even in the smallest mortal world, one cannot cultivate. But in the world of cultivation, one can practice to the stage of transcending tribulation and then ascend to the immortal world. Only after entering the immortal world can a cultivator truly cultivate to become an immortal and achieve the goal of living as long as heaven and earth. Xiao Han didn't know what extent their world would reach after the 9 levels of Abyss were unified. But if what Colorful Dragon said is true, then this world will be more suitable for cultivation, and the spiritual energy will become extremely rich. By then, it is estimated that the Holy Spirit will be everywhere and there will be as many divine sources as dogs. But when he thought about the 100-fold reward and the fact that everyone had a health bar on their head, Xiao Han always felt that something was not right. because in the real world such digital things should not appear. Could it be that this world is a world edited by advanced intelligent life? Forms using data. Such thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind, and Xiao Han couldn't help but shook his head vigorously, throwing all these thoughts out of his mind. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately changed the subject, and said, "Then according to your statement I have to unlock the second layer of seal of the god's armor as soon as possible." No, just unlocking the second layer may not be enough. As the Abyss Demon Lord continues to be killed, the Devouring Lord will become stronger and stronger. I must also unlock the third layer of seals as soon as possible. Yes. Colorful Yulong nodded solemnly and continued in a deep voice. Once, the Lord of Devouring gathers 9 evil spirits into one. With your current strength, you will definitely not be its opponent. Even with the god's armor, the possibility of defeating it is not high. So it is necessary to unlock the third layer of seals. Only by opening the third form of the god's armor can you be able to fight it. Hey, third form, Xiao Han said excitedly and then immediately said with expectation. Then what are you waiting for? Tell me where there is a demon crystal.
Abyss passage.
Colorful Dragon's eyes flashed, and he explained in a deep voice. The main passage from the abyss world to the surface world, there is a very small chance of finding the demon crystal. The surface world represents light, which was called heaven in ancient times. The abyss world represents darkness, which was called demon world in ancient times. When the energy of the two intersections collides, there is a very small chance that it will condense into a demon crystal that combines the power of light and darkness. How can this be done if I go? Xiao Han said in a low voice with some surprise, and at the same time he immediately said in a deep voice, so in that case, I will leave for the 10,000 Demons Mountains now. Last time I heard Qinglong Holy Spirit mention that there is an abyss passage deep in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. In order to prevent the abyss demons from coming out, the White Tiger Holy Spirit has been guarding the abyss passage in the 10,000 Demons Mountains. I heard that that passage is the main passage to the surface world. It used to be. Chitsai Yulong replied, and immediately added, in the current ground world, demonic energy has begun to escape. That is the 10th level of the abyss. Isn't there a new world above the 10th level of the abyss? If you want to find the demon crystal, you must find a way to find the abyss passage leading to that world. If you don't have a clue, you can ask Xuanwu, it should know. Oh, that's not necessary. Xiao Han chuckled, his eyes flickered slightly, and he continued with a smile. I know where the abyss passage leading to that world is. As he said this, Xiao Han's figure immediately moved. The confession from Netherworld has been asked, and he also knows that there is an abyss passage leading to reality on the 7th level of the abyss. But let alone entering the 7th layer of the abyss, even if the entrance to the 5th layer of the abyss is, I couldn't ask Nethersmouth. So from the game to reality he has no choice at all. But entering the game from reality is much simpler. Anyway, the North Pole is the exit of the abyss. It is also possible for him to enter the abyss from the North Pole for the 7th time. Even after unlocking the 2nd seal of the god's armor, he could still loot the abyss for the 7th time, and perhaps find the 7th abyss demon lord. Even if you can't find it, there is still no problem in digging out some spiritual sources. Hey! With some excitement in his heart, Xiao Han quickly rushed to the outside of the White Bone Cave and then stood on a teleportation array. 2 minutes later, he appeared in Kyoto. At this time, Qiu Mingyuan, who had been waiting at the teleportation array, immediately stepped forward and said with a gloomy face, You are out, I have something to tell you. What is it? Is it important? Eager to find the heavenly demon crystal, Xiao Han said hurriedly. If it is not something important, wait until I come back. It's not too important, Qiu Mingyuan said immediately, and then hurriedly said, "But you need to know this. There is no living person in Needle City in the Western Alliance. Everyone over there has been tortured to death. It should be the hand of the shadow. When we know the news, it was too late." Fuck. Xiao Han couldn't help but burst out a swear word, and the action of going to the North Pole also stopped immediately. Since the shadow dared to act so recklessly, Kyoto and Jingen would not be too safe. In order to find the heavenly demon crystal, he must go through the abyss passage on the North Pole, and he may even have to stay in the passage for a long time. Once you enter the passage, it will not be easy to get out. "No, we have to add some insurance to Kyoto." Muttering to himself, Xiao Han immediately grabbed the colorful dragon in his arms and asked in a deep voice, "I just swallowed a divine source. Can you help the divine beast become a holy spirit?" #C1574, Howling Moon Wolf. The colorful dragon who was suddenly captured had a confused expression on his face. Although it has successfully absorbed a divine source, the Holy Spirit has broken through the 9th level limit and reached a higher realm. If it weren't for the limitations of the world, their strength would be stronger, and that realm can only successfully break through if it provides the energy needed for a breakthrough. Seeing the expectant look on Xiao Han's face, Chitsai Yulong could only shake his head and said with a wry smile, "The breakthrough to the Holy Spirit is beyond my ability. If we can help break through to the Emperor level, there is still some possibility. I have fully recovered now. Within 1 month, I can help about 10 people break through to the Emperor level. It is also possible to break through into a divine beast or a demigod, but the chance of success is less than 10%. "Emperor," Xiao Han whispered, frowning, and said in a deep voice, "Emperor is only at level 9, so he can't deal with the shadow. His demon god armor has released the 2nd layer of seals. Jingen already has 4 Emperor-level pets. Even if they join forces, they probably won't be Shadow's opponent. Hey, there's nothing we can do about it." Chitsai Yulong sighed and continued, with a helpless expression, "That guy is even more powerful than the demon lord. I understand your worries, but you still have to find the main passage as soon as possible. Only by unlocking the 2nd layer of seals on the god's armor can you transform into the god's wings and have the possibility of killing him completely. If we stay here forever, we won't be able to solve any problems." "I know."
Xiao Han nodded solemnly.
Of course he knew he couldn't linger here any longer, but Kyoto and Jingen have too many people. If Shadow really takes action against these 2 cities, it is estimated that the 3rd layer of seals on the demon god's armor will be released soon, so he cannot just leave like this. At least before heading to the North Pole, these 2 cities must be left with sufficient means of self-protection. What to do? Frowning and muttering softly, Xiao Han saw Qiu Mingyuan in front of him and couldn't help but whisper, "For 9th levels are not enough, then 10 9th levels should be able to protect themselves. With the demon god armor, Shadow's strength is indeed very strong. But even if he has the blessing of 100 times the damage, his damage is not enough to kill a 9th level evolver instantly. If there are enough combat power at the 9th level, it shouldn't be a problem to entangle them." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately pointed at Qiu Mingyuan in front of him and said in a deep voice, "With your ability, how long will it take for him to break through?" "That's not good." Colorful Yulong turned his head and glanced at Qiu Mingyuan, and continued in a deep voice, "But if everything goes well, 3 hours should be enough. But he alone is not enough to block the shadow. Do you have anyone with the same strength as him here? Just let them break through together. Maybe even if the shadow comes, it should be able to delay it for a while." "Yes, please wait a moment," Xiao Han said quickly and immediately looked at Qiu Mingyuan aside. At this time, he had already sent several messages with excitement on his face. However, in just 3 to 5 minutes, Han Feng, Huang Li, Zhang Zhen, Tuoba, Hong Ye, and other 8th-level evolvers walked out of the teleportation array. At this time, all of their faces were filled with excitement, and they obviously knew what was about to happen. Anxious to find the heavenly demon crystal, Xiao Han didn't waste any time. Seeing that all 8 of Yanhua's 8th-level evolvers had arrived, he immediately said, "Everyone is already here. Let's get started." That's not okay." Colorful Yulong was stunned for a moment, pointed at Qiu Mingyuan and Zhang Zhen, and said with a wry smile, "Only these two meet the conditions for a breakthrough. The others have just broken through to level 8, and it will take at least a month before they can break through again." "Only the 2 of them?" Xiao Han's face stiffened, but there was nothing he could do. However, with a thought in his mind, 2 silver-eyed moon wolves were summoned. They are all Emperor-level pets, and they also have level 8 strength. Since there are only 2 human evolvers who meet the conditions, they can only use the previously enslaved pets to make up the number. If they can successfully break through, there are still 3 purple flame thunder dragons and a blood hell poison dragon on Jingan's side, which should be able to contain the shadow. Now that the game and reality are integrated, the Emperor-level golden unicorns can also be transferred to Jingan and Kyoto, plus a sacred beast, level holy light unicorn. Even if he leaves for a while, there is no need to worry too much about the safety of Jingan and Kyoto. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's thoughts moved again, and the holy light unicorn was immediately summoned. At this time, he said in a deep voice, "Let's hurry up and help them break through to the Emperor level together so that we can find the demon crystal as soon as possible." Colorful Yulong responded, and rich colorful spiritual energy immediately began to emerge from his body. At the same time, he continued, "With my ability, I can only help 3 of them break through at the same time. You decide who to let down first, and wait until next time to break through." "There can only be 3? Xiao Han said softly, and immediately looked at the male silver-eyed moon wolf. When he was first enslaved, the female wolf was fine, but the male was not very obedient. So now, of course, it is clearest to whom this breakthrough opportunity will be given." The thought in his mind just moved slightly, and the male silver-eyed howling moon wolf didn't even have time to object, and was taken into the pet space. Again. Woo! 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 At this time, 3 whirlwinds formed by colorful energy were already spinning on Zhang Zhen, Qiu Mingyuan, and the magnetic silver-eyed howling moon wolf. Thinking that it might take a long time, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Zhan Tian. When he left last time, his luck power had not been replenished. At the same time, there are 4 or 5 heavenly artifacts and a complete set of holy artifacts in the space ring. With Zhan Tian's 100 times damage, he can also exert the strength of the 9th level. After a while, the familiar figure appeared on the teleportation array, and Xiao Han immediately took out a blood-colored sphere. After it absorbed 900 points of luck power, he gave him the equipment and took back the sky-grabbing bead with more than 8,000 points of luck power. Then he set his sights on Zhang Zhen, Qiu Mingyuan, and the silver-eyed howling moon wolf again. Woo! 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 As the colorful whirlwind continued to howl, time passed quickly, and more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! And a system prompt suddenly sounded in my ears. "Your pet silver-eyed howling moon wolf, Emperor, has successfully upgraded and evolved into gold-eyed howling moon wolf, Emperor." Ding! You get a gold-eyed howling moon wolf, triggering a 500-fold reward, and you get a howling moon heavenly wolf, divine beast. #C1575 Thunderflame, Holy Dragon, 1. After obtaining a divine beast again, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Ouch! At this moment, Xiaoya Sirius, who had successfully broken through, looked up to the sky with excitement and roared, and at the same time a huge suction force came from his body. Ding! I've lost a little bit of luck. Listening to such system prompts, Xiao Han was extremely calm this time. Anyway, the power of luck in his body is as high as 2,500 points, and there are still more than 8,000 points in the heaven-seizing pearl in his hand. He does not believe that it will be sucked dry this time. Woo! 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 With the appearance of Xiaoya Sirius, its speed of absorbing spiritual energy became faster and faster, and the spiritual energy escaping from the colorful dragon suddenly increased several times. In the blink of an eye, a larger colorful cyclone formed. The howling sound of the wind kept sounding, and as more and more spiritual energy was absorbed, Xiaoya Sirius momentum slowly stabilized. At this time, Zhang Zhen and Qiu Mingyuan, who had also successfully broken through, had already stepped aside early and stared at the scene happening in front of them in stunned silence. After a while, he said with a look of disbelief, "What is going on? He has also broken through to the 9th level. How can this silver-eyed moon wolf move so loudly? Have no idea," Qiu Mingyuan said with the same puzzlement, and looked at Xiao Han with a hint of excitement that could not be concealed. Although he was extremely curious, he would not inquire about this secret. And this situation has happened more than once. As long as Xiao Han successfully enslaves the pet, he can promote it to the 1st level again out of thin air on the basis of the original without any reason. Now it seems that even pet breakthroughs can enjoy this magical effect. Seeing that the vertical pupil on the silver-eyed howling moon wolf's forehead had turned into a silver-white crescent-shaped mark, Qiu Mingyuan couldn't help but whispered, "This kind of ability is really unbelievable. Ouch!" At this time the wolf howled again, and the moon-whispering wolf in the center of the colorful whirlwind slowly opened its vertical pupils in the middle of its forehead. Woo! 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 And in the next second, the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy suddenly increased several times. This made Xiao Han, who was not far away, look more and more happy, and whispered to himself, "The reward of 500 times has been reduced to 400 times. Then the cost of owning a divine beast is only 500 points of luck." Last time in the Sunset Grassland, it seemed that a dozen Emperor-level purple-winged thunder dragons were enslaved. Is it possible to turn them all into divine beasts? Saying this, Xiao Han immediately wanted to send a message to Jiang Zhe, but the movement of his hand suddenly stopped and he couldn't help but whisper, "Dozen divine beasts should not be as good as one Holy Spirit. The divine beast is only at the 9th level and is still no match for Shadow. If the purple flame thunder dragon can become a Holy Spirit level existence, Kyoto and Jing'an will be truly protected." Woo! 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 The howling of the wind kept ringing in his ears. Seeing the momentum of Xiao Sirius getting stronger and stronger, the thoughts in Xiao Han's heart also moved, and the purple flame thunder dragon was immediately summoned. Ouch! After another 10 minutes, as the wolf howled again, the rapidly rotating, colorful whirlwind finally dissipated. Xiaoya Sirius also ran over immediately, wagging his tail with a flattering look on his face. But at this time Xiao Han had no interest in paying attention to it. He looked at the colorful dragon flying over and said directly, "You have released so much spiritual energy at once. Can you continue?" "Fine." Colorful Yulong replied, and immediately said, "What I absorbed is the divine source. This level of consumption can still be tolerated. If there are a few divine beasts sitting in charge, we don't have to worry too much about the shadows. The wolf just now is even stronger. With the blessing of your luck, it should be able to become a divine beast. Let it come out quickly." Ouch! As soon as colorful Yulong finished speaking, the flattering voice of the howling moon wolf sounded beside his legs, but Xiao Han had no intention of letting the male silver-eyed howling moon wolf break through. Ignoring the she-wolf beside its legs, the mythical beast pointed at the purple flame thunder dragon beside it and said in a deep voice, "That guy is disobedient, so we won't let him break through for the time being. I raised this dragon with my own hands. If we can successfully make it break through and become a divine beast with the blessing of the power of luck, it should become a holy spirit." Holy spirit? Chitsai Yulong whispered, his eyes brightened, but then he gently shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The consumption of holy spirit is extremely terrifying. Even if I absorb a divine source, I may not be able to withstand this kind of consumption. And even if I can withstand this kind of consumption, if this thunder dragon wants to break through and become a divine beast, its success rate will not exceed 10%. I know this." A flash of light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he squinted, and continued, "But I want to try. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. If there is a Holy Spirit guarding me, I will have nothing to worry about." "Okay." Colorful Dragon nodded slightly, and after thinking for a few seconds, he continued in a deep voice, "But the 10% chance is really too low. I remember a formation that can increase the success rate to about 30%. Just to set up this formation, more than 100 spiritual sources are needed, and 36 spiritual sources are needed for level 7 or above." 36. Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, then turned to look at Xiao Mingyuan and asked in a deep voice, "How many spiritual veins did I tell you about?" 18 of the 4th level, 9 of the 5th level, and 3 of the 6th level. Xiao Mingyuan accurately said a series of numbers, and continued with excitement, "There is also one of the 7th level. We have dug up all the spiritual sources. You mentioned before that the spiritual source should not be dug out. So there are people watching over there, but the spiritual source deep in the spiritual vein has not been dug out, waiting for you to go over. That's a total of 31. Xiao Han immediately after a quick calculation, he smiled and said with a relaxed look, "After the 500-fold reward, you can get 155 spiritual sources. There are 13 spiritual sources above level 5, and after the 100-fold reward, it will be level 7 spiritual sources. In this way, you can get 35 level 7 spiritual sources, 15 level 8 spiritual sources, and 5 level 9 spiritual sources, which is more than enough." After getting this result, Xiao Han immediately reached out and pulled Xiao Mingyuan, saying in a hurry, "You remember the spatial coordinates, right?" "Of course I remember," Xiao Mingyuan immediately replied, and at the same time took a step forward and stood directly on the teleportation array. As the light on the teleportation array flashed, the two disappeared. #C1576 Thunderflame, Holy Dragon, 2. Ding, you get a spiritual source, level 6. Triggering a 500-fold reward, you get a spiritual source, level 8. As the system prompts continued to sound, Xiao Han kept collecting spiritual sources. In just a few minutes, he returned to Kyoto again. After taking out all 155 spiritual sources, the colorful dragon swallowed them, all without hesitation, and its body began to expand rapidly. After a while, it turned into a colorful dragon with a length of more than a kilometer. At this time, its body also became illusory with its rapid expansion, but in that illusory body, more than 100 black stars were flashing. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the stars on the colorful dragon's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, a dense and extremely colorful mist immediately sprayed out from the mouth of the colorful dragon, instantly raising the concentration of Kyoto's spiritual energy by several levels. At this time, the colorful dragon in the sky suddenly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly." The misted spiritual energy is the easiest to absorb. The more it is wasted, the lower the success rate will be. Roar! Hearing such urging, the purple flame thunder dragon did not need Xiao Han to remind it at all, and it rushed to the front of the colorful dragon like a flash of lightning. At the same time, the rich colorful mist was immediately sprayed on its body. Woo! The moment it came into contact with the colorful mist, the purple flame, Thunder Dragon hummed comfortably, and its body began to expand rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, it has turned into a giant dragon with a length of more than 100 meters. As the contact area with the colorful mist increased, its speed of absorbing the mist also increased several times instantly. In just 2 breaths, the colorful mist within a radius of 1 kilometer was easily sucked up like a whale sucking water. Roar! At this time, another roar sounded, and the star points in the body of the colorful dragon, which was more than a kilometer long, shone again, and then another breath of colorful mist was exhaled. And these colorful mists seemed to have souls at this time. They turned into spirit snakes as thick as fingers, scrambling to drill into the mouth of the purple flame thunder dragon. As time passed, the purple flame thunder dragon, which absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, became more and more powerful. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a touch of excitement in his eyes and whispered with expectation. More than 100 spiritual sources and even 5 level 9. After the purple flame thunder dragon completely absorbs it, it should be able to be promoted to a divine beast. I think it should be promoted successfully, Qiu Mingyuan said with shining eyes and also said excitedly, this time, can the purple flame thunder dragon also be upgraded by 2 grades? In this way, wouldn't it become a holy spirit? Hey! Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, flipped his hand and took out the Tianzhu, holding it in his hand ready at any time. After all, being promoted to a holy spirit is completely different from being promoted to a divine beast, and the amount of luck power consumed will be far more than 500 points. Fortunately, the total amount of luck power he now has exceeded 10,000 points. But the only trouble now is that the replenishment of luck power is extremely slow and it can only be absorbed into the body bit by bit. When being promoted to a divine beast, Xiao Han has already had an experience. Once, the holy light unicorn devoured the 100 points of luck in just 1 breath, and even forcibly extracted a large amount of vitality. The speed was extremely terrifying. Now that he has been promoted to the Holy Spirit, the speed of devouring will definitely be faster. No, I have to be prepared. Xiao Han frowned and whispered, and immediately looked at Qinjian not far away and took out another empty Tianzhu. After thinking for a while, he walked over quickly and said, it may take a lot of luck to cultivate a Holy Spirit level pet. If the luck is not enough, it will forcibly extract vitality, so. Xiao Han didn't finish speaking, but Qinjian already understood what this meant and immediately reached out to take the red Tianzhu. At this time, another one appeared in Xiao Han's hand. Ding, lose a little luck. As the dragon pattern on the Tianzhu began to rotate, the luck was also forcibly extracted. In a short while, 2,500 points of luck were drained. At the same time, the luck power in Qinjian's body was completely drawn out, and the 3 Tianzhu beads had 900 points, 2,500 points, and 7,900 points of luck power respectively. At this time, Xiao Han also grabbed the 3 Tianzhu beads at the same time. Ding! Absorb a little luck power. 3 system prompts sounded in his ears at the same time, and Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. The idea in his mind has been realized, and he absorbed the luck power again, without hesitation, transferring it to the Tianzhu with only 900 points of luck power. Ding! 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 As the system prompts sounded continuously in his ears, soon the luck power in the 3 Tianzhu beads also became 2,900 points. It was not until this time that Xiao Han looked at the purple flame thunder dragon in the sky. At this time, the scales on its body had turned crimson purple and lightning was constantly flashing on a pair of dragon horns. Its body expanded more than doubled from the original 100 meters, turning into a giant purple dragon with a length of more than 300 meters. Ding! At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Your pet purple, Flame Thunder Dragon, Emperor, has successfully upgraded and evolved into a Purple Flame Dragon, Divine Beast. Ding, you get a Purple Flame Dragon, Divine Beast, triggering a 500-fold reward, and you get a Thunder Flame Holy Dragon, Holy Spirit. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's eyes widened, and a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. But the next second, his face suddenly froze again. The 300-meter-long purple flame dragon in the sky also suddenly expanded several times at this time, turning into a thunder flame holy dragon with a length of more than a kilometer. And a huge suction force immediately came from the dragon's body. In just a moment, Xiao Han felt that the power of luck in his body was surging out like a flood. At this time, he did not dare to hesitate at all, and the 3 heaven-grabbing beads with 2,700 points of luck power were immediately grabbed by him. Ding! Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Absorb a little luck power, and the 480-fold reward will be increased to 481-fold reward. The moment the system prompt sounded, Xiao Han calculated the lost luck power. Fuck! 100 points were absorbed in an instant. While cursing in his mouth, he had no time to react, and another system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, absorb a little luck power, and the 460-fold energy will be increased to 461-fold energy. 200 points were forcibly absorbed in just 2 seconds, and he only replenished 6 points, which made Xiao Han's face suddenly change. Hashtag C 1577 Thunderflame, Holy Dragon, 3. After absorbing 100 times the physical strength, 100 times the critical strike, 100 times the energy, and 100 times the intelligence, the 100 times reward has also increased to 500 times. At the same time, the luck power in the body has also soared to 2,500 points. But even so, Xiao Han is still not at ease. After all, just to promote a divine beast, it consumes 500 points of luck power, so to promote a holy spirit, 2,500 points is definitely not enough. And if each loses 100 points, the 2,500 points of luck power can only allow him to last for 25 seconds at most. At the current replenishment rate of 3 points per second, it can't even extend it by 1 second. Damn, I'm a little anxious. Hearing that the 461-fold reward had been reduced to 442 times, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice and said with an ugly face, "If I had known this, I should have waited for a while. If I absorb Turgenev's 100-fold power, the luck power in my body can be increased to 3,600 points. And at that time, even if it is not enough to support the consumption of the Holy Spirit, it will not make me lose too much vitality. Now this situation is troublesome. I won't be sucked dry of all my vitality because of a Holy Spirit and then die." Such a thought came up in his mind. Xiao Han was full of regret, and at the same time he tried his best to quickly absorb the luck power in the Zhongdua Tianzhu. But at this time, the replenishment of the luck power did not change at all. Because of his idea. Roar. But at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. The hundreds of black stars on the colorful dragon that made the sound instantly sparked brilliant starlight. The next second, the colorful mist instantly turned into colorful raindrops, and also transformed into colorful spirit snakes, frantically drilling into the body of the thunder flame holy dragon. Ding! Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded again in Xiao Han's ears. Absorb a little luck power, 431 times the critical strike will be increased to 432 times the critical strike. The system prompt sound that was reduced by 20 times suddenly became a reduction of 10 times, and Xiao Han immediately showed a touch of ecstasy. Now he still has more than 2,100 points of luck power in his body. According to the loss rate of 50 points per second, he can still hold on for About 40 seconds. Although this can't change anything, it can also buy more than 10 seconds. And it takes time for vitality to be forcibly absorbed. It is estimated that, with his level 8 strength, it should be no problem to hold on for 1 or 2 minutes. The slower the absorption speed, the more luck power will be replenished, and the chance of survival will be greater. It would be great if the speed of loss of luck could be reduced a little more. Although he knew it was impossible, Xiao Han still looked at the 2 dragons in the sky and whispered softly, "Roar." At this moment, another dragon roar sounded, and then there was a voice. "Don't suck like this. Control it quickly. The absorption speed is too fast. Han Xiao will be sucked dry." The colorful dragon roared, and the star points on its body were instantly connected together, and a giant dragon formed by the gathering of starlight also appeared in the sky, and the next second the spiritual energy spewed out of its mouth turned from raindrops to starlight. Roar! At this time the thunder flame holy dragon also roared, and immediately increased the speed of absorbing starlight, but the luck power that surged out of Xiao Han's body was reduced a lot at this time. Ding! Absorb a little luck power. 430 times the reward is increased to 431 times the reward. Hearing the system prompt again, Xiao Han was slightly relieved. 432 times was reduced to 430 times, which means that he only lost 10 points of luck power per second. And at this rate of loss, even without replenishment, he can last for 3 minutes. If you count the 3 points replenished per second, in fact only 7 points will be lost per second, which is about 5 minutes. In this case, Xiao Han calculated in his mind and immediately said, "It can provide about 3,500 points of luck power for Thunder Flame Holy Dragon. If you need 10,000 points of luck power to upgrade a Holy Spirit, I guess I will still die. But if the luck power consumed is less than 5,000 points, I should be able to hold on in this situation." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's face calmed down a little, and he continued to work hard to absorb the luck power in the Zhongdua Tianzhu. Ding! And the system prompt sound rang in his ears 3 times every second. As time passed, the 428-fold reward slowly became 330-fold, 230-fold. In the anxious waiting, 5 minutes was not very long, and the luck power in Xiao Han's body finally dropped to less than 10 points. At this time, a different system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The luck power is insufficient. Ding! Forcibly extract the target's vitality and replenish the luck power. Although it was expected, Xiao Han's face couldn't help but change suddenly. But there was no way. He could only continue to absorb the luck power in the Tianzhu with all his strength. Roar! But at this time, the Thunder Flame Holy Dragon in the sky issued a loud dragon roar, and a system prompt sounded immediately in Xiao Han's ears. Ding! Absorb a little luck power and the 1-fold reward will be increased to a double reward. The sudden system prompt made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and he whispered, in surprise, 10 points have dropped to 5 points again, so only 2 points will be lost per second. Combining the little luck power left in his body, he immediately calculated the exact value. At this time, the heart that had been hanging was finally put down. When he was still level 6, he could bear the loss of vitality converted from 400 points of luck power. Now that he has become an 8th level beast, he can at least easily withstand the loss of less than 2,000 points. 2 points per second, it can last for about a quarter of an hour. Even if it takes 10,000 points of luck power to upgrade a Holy Spirit, it can be completely born now, and there is no need to worry about the vitality being sucked out. Ding! After figuring this out, the system prompt sound instantly became pleasant. As time passed by, the speed at which the Thunder Flame Holy Dragon absorbed the luck power became slower and slower. Even in the end, the replenishment rate of 3 points per second was able to keep up with the consumption rate. Roar! After an unknown amount of time, the energy that had been forcibly absorbed finally stopped decreasing, and the thunder flame holy dragon in the sky also let out an excited roar. C1578, go to the North Pole again 1. Ding, absorb a little power of luck, double the energy and double the energy. Listening to the system prompts that kept ringing in his ears, Xiao Han finally showed a look of relief on his face. At this time, the power of luck in the body is no longer decreasing, but is increasing bit by bit. The thunder flame holy dragon in the sky was also shrinking in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a small purple snake only a few dozen centimeters and flew straight towards him. Roar. But even so, its roar was still loud, which made Xiao Han's pupils flash with a touch of uncontrollable excitement. With such a holy spirit guarding you, you don't have to worry too much about the shadow. Although the thunder flame holy dragon may still not be Shadow's opponent, but, coupled with the two divine beasts, the howling moon Sirius and the holy light unicorn, he should be able to tangle with him for a while. In addition, the 13 golden unicorns that were enslaved at the beginning also have emperor-level strength and can be teleported to Kyoto at any time. These are 13 top-notch wet nurses, which can greatly enhance the continuous combat capability of the Thunder Flame Holy Dragon. There are also the 3-day Purple Flame Thunder Dragon and a Blood Prison Poisonous Dragon in Jingon, which should be enough to protect the city of Yanhua. Hey! A Holy Spirit-level pet. How powerful is it? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's face flashed with an impatient look, and he immediately opened the attribute panel. But before he had time to take a look, Qiu Mingyuan ran over and asked, excitedly, "Did it succeed? Has this purple flame thunder dragon become a holy spirit?" Well, luckily it worked. Xiao Han could only look back at the attribute panel and replied with a smile. Now that there is a Holy Spirit-level Thunder Flame Holy Dragon guarding it, there should be no need to be afraid of the shadow in Kyoto. It's just that his demon god armor is already trying to unlock the 3rd layer of seals. So I have to find a way to unlock the 2nd layer of seal of the god's armor before his 3rd layer of seal is unlocked. Yes, I know. Qiu Mingyuan nodded solemnly and continued in a deep voice. Leave it to me in Kyoto, and there won't be any problems. But just in case, you'd better ask Jiang Xiaoyun to come to Kyoto. It's a pity that the cost of promoting a holy spirit is too high, and all the spiritual sources discovered during this period have been used up. Otherwise, the Blood Hell Poison Dragon can also be promoted to a holy spirit. That guy feels more obedient than the Frost Dragon. After he is promoted to the Holy Spirit, he should be easy to control. Don't even think about it. Xiao Han glanced at the heaven-seizing pearl in his hand, shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Promoting the blood prison poison dragon to the Holy Spirit is not as easy as you think. Not only does it require a large amount of spiritual sources, but it also requires other things." You mean the power of luck? Qiu Mingyuan saw Xiao Han's expression and immediately understood, and immediately asked, "The purple flame thunder dragon broke through and became the Holy Spirit. How much power of luck was consumed in total?" "About 5,000 points," Xiao Han said softly, and a look of pain suddenly flashed across his face. At this time, the 3 heaven-seizing pearls in his hand had less than 2,000 points of luck left. To be precise, in addition to the 2,500 points in his body, the power of luck in the 3 heaven-seizing pearls was also consumed by about 2,100 points. Although this added up to less than 5,000 points, hundreds of points of his life force were forcibly absorbed because the power of luck had no time to replenish it. So in total, it should be around 5,000 points. Although there are still a total of 6,000 points of luck power in the heaven seizing pearl. If the Blood Hell Poison Dragon is really promoted to the Holy Spirit, he will not even be able to collect the 2,500 points of luck power in his body. Already, after wearing the god's helmet, even the recovery speed of the power of luck is not slow, but it will take 10 minutes to recover a little bit, and the most you can Recover is 144 points in a day. For 5,000 points, it will take almost a month. So even though I know that if there are two holy spirits, the security of Jing'an and Kyoto will be more secure, there is no way to do it at this moment. Seeing Qiu Mingyuan's shocked look, Xiao Han smiled bitterly and continued. So even if there is still enough spiritual source, there is no way to upgrade the blood prison poison dragon into a holy spirit. Unless I find Turgenev, I will have to wait a month before I can gather enough luck. Turgenev. Qiu Mingyuan frowned and repeated in a low voice, and then said, solemnly, I will find a way to do this, but I may need to use some means. Can you give me command of the 9th level mutant beasts over there in the North Pole? Hey, are you planning to take action against Rose? Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said with a look of surprise, Actually, I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I was just worried that you would object. Why object? Qiu Mingyuan asked in a deep voice, and explained with a wry smile. I have always asked you to keep your hands on the outside world, just because the mutant beasts have an absolute advantage, and I must consider the overall situation. But this doesn't mean that I will continue to be pedantic. Since a Turgenev can produce a holy spirit, there is no need to hesitate to attack Ross. Hey, that's good. Xiao Han chuckled, and immediately turned his attention to the Thunder Flame Holy Dragon, and continued in a deep voice. I need to leave for a while, but you have to stay. This city is very important to me, so you have to help me protect him. Roar. Lei Yen Shenglong immediately roared and nodded. You can rest assured that I am here. Even if the shadow comes, I have the confidence to stop him. It's good to have confidence, but don't fight him to death. Xiao Han touched Lei Yen Shenglong's little head and continued. Once he comes, someone will notify me immediately, and I will rush back as quickly as possible. You must remember that you must not show off at this time. Just delay for a while ensuring your own safety. After instructing Lei Yen Shenglong a few words, Xiao Han continued to say to Qiu Mingyuan, I just happened to pass by the North Pole. You come with me. As he said, he raised his foot and walked towards the teleportation array. At the same time, his thoughts also moved, and he called on Xiaoya Tianlang to follow him. At this time, Qiu Mingyuan's mind was full of finding Turgenev as soon as possible. So of course there was no hesitation. He gave a few instructions to Han Feng beside him and immediately chased after them. A few minutes later, with the flash of light on the teleportation array, the two people and the wolf disappeared. #C1579, go to the North Pole again too. Arctic. Coming out of the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately saw Gao Qiu guarding here. Originally, Ding Zhen and Huang Li were also guarding here, but because of their 8th level strength, they had just been recalled to Kyoto. It's just that they both just broke through, so they couldn't advance to level 9 like Qiu Mingyuan. But this time, Qiu Mingyuan, who was at level 9, came with him, so there was no need for the two of them to come together. Looking at Gao Qiu, who was full of respect, Xiao Han couldn't help but grin. This guy was also smart. When he saw Qing Biao being killed, he drew a clear line with Wang Li without any hesitation. Then he tried his best to help defend Jing'an, so he was qualified to be promoted to level 7. Of the 10 6th-level evolvers who came to Jing'an with him, only Xiugu and Niayen are still alive now, and the others have long since died outside Liangzhou City. But they are still level 6 evolvers. Even though Rog was forced to stay in Jing'an, he failed to get a promotion to the 7th level and was still at the peak of the 6th level. Although he did not deliberately retaliate against them, Xiao Han was still extremely vindictive. So now Niayen, Xiugu, and Rog all felt guilty, but there was nothing they could do. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he thought that Wang Li from Kyoto had sent people to hunt him down for a long time because of 2 treasure-level manifestation talismans. After Wang Lei was killed, Wang Li's backer fell. Before he could even take action himself, the guy was killed by several of his 6th-level evolutionaries because he had offended too many people, and then his head was used to claim credit in Jing'an. Xiao Han was not surprised by this result. After all, being too arrogant in life usually doesn't end well. At this time, looking at a guy like Gao Qiu who is both powerful and knows how to advance and retreat, a smile appeared on his face and he immediately asked, "How about it? There are no abyss demons coming out here."
No.
Gao Qiu shook his head quickly and continued in a deep voice. "There are always 3 groups of people monitoring the abyss passage. To prevent mistakes, they are replaced every hour. Since you left here last time, nothing has happened on the other side of the abyss passage, and no abyss demons have been seen breaking out of the ground. Not one." Xiao Han frowned slightly and couldn't help but murmured softly, "This is wrong. How come there is not one? What's wrong? Is something wrong?" A look of confusion flashed across Qiu Mingyuan's face, and he immediately asked, "No demons appeared. This should be good news. We are not ready yet. If those demons break out of the abyss, it will be the real end." "You misunderstood. I'm not talking about the abyss demon lord."
Xiao Han
frowned and said in a deep voice, "Last time Xuanwu appeared in Stormwind City, didn't you also see it? It says that White Tiger and Suzaku have set off for our world. I just feel that with their speed they are almost there, but there is no movement here, which is really strange. Maybe they didn't take the passage on the North Pole side." Qiu Mingyuan thought for a moment and explained softly, "According to you, the passage here leads to the 7th layer of the abyss. Although the strength of those 2 divine beasts is not weak, they don't have the strength to penetrate the 7th floor. Perhaps there is a passage to the game world in other places on Blue Star, but we just don't know about it." "Well, it is indeed possible." Xiao Han nodded slightly and then immediately said, "But I went to the abyss and I may not be able to come back in a short time. Once the White Tiger and Suzaku appear, you have to be careful." "Don't worry," Qiu Mingyuan replied with a smile, and continued, "Although the for holy spirits have some problems, they will not attack humans directly. Even if the talks fall apart, we still have the Holy Spirit. It's just that after you went to the abyss this time, couldn't the ancient teleportation array with the sky-splitting pillars have a way for you to teleport back?" "I don't know." Xiao Han shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "Although the ancient teleportation array can teleport across borders, it can only cross one realm. From the 1st level of the abyss, there is no way to directly teleport to the 3rd level of the abyss. You have to transfer from the 2nd level of the abyss, and this abyss passage in the North Pole leads directly to the 7th level of the abyss. So if nothing else happens, it cannot be transmitted directly." "Hey, this is troublesome." Qiu Mingyuan sighed heavily and continued with a depressed look on his face. "I was still thinking that after you enter I would arrange for someone to teleport there immediately. That way you can always stay connected. And once a spiritual vein is discovered on the 7th level of the abyss, we can immediately arrange for manpower to dig it out." "Oh, there is nothing we can do about it." Xiao Han chuckled and immediately said, "But after reaching the abyss, I will build an ancient teleportation array. As for whether it can be teleported, I can't say. You don't know when Yuying will take action against Yanhua. You and I will go out and collect those 9th-level mutant beasts. I have to find the demon crystal as soon as possible." With that said, Xiao Han quickly walked out of the igloo, and at a glance he saw several polar bears lying outside as well as the Arctic white falcon and the Arctic owl. After communicating with the soul control technique, he felt a little relieved when he saw that the level 9 mutant beasts did not refute. Although the wildness of these level 9 mutant beasts is very strong, the effect of the soul control technique is even stronger. However, in order to prevent accidents, the level 9 peak howling moon wolf was also brought along. After handing it over to Qiu Mingyuan, Xiao Han immediately said, "If anyone disobeys, just kill them directly. Well, I know, Xiao Mingyuan replied and immediately said, just leave it to me here, you should go find the heavenly demon crystal quickly. The sooner the second seal of the heavenly god armor is unlocked, the sooner the phantom can be completely solved. Well, then I'll leave now. Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense, and directly flashed and landed above the pole, and then his figure disappeared. Instantly. At this time, Xiao Mingyuan's face flashed with worry. The North Pole is different from the South Pole. The South Pole is extremely cold, but with the current technology of human beings they can barely penetrate the South Pole by 1 or 2 kilometers. It is precisely because of this that the black and white helmets were found in the South Pole. But in the dark passage of the North Pole it is just the opposite of the South Pole. At this moment you can see the blue flame burning in the hole at the pole. However, the temperature of the flame at the hole is not high. But less than a kilometer into the hole, the temperature can directly soar to more than 3,000 degrees. No protective gear can withstand such a terrible temperature. Therefore, this Arctic abyss has no value for exploration. At this time, looking at the person who disappeared in the abyss, Xiao Mingyuan could only pray in a low voice, I hope the god armor can withstand this extreme high temperature. #C1580 Planning. The temperature in the abyss passage is still extremely abnormal. Even though Xiao Han had an 8th level strength, he had only entered the passage 3 to 400 meters and he was already a little overwhelmed. Even if you use skills like absolute defense, you can't withstand the crazy consumption of true energy. This made Xiao Han frown, and the thoughts in his heart also moved. The next second, the armor on the helmet immediately began to click, and then a set of silver-white armor quickly covered his whole body, isolating the scorching flames. Until then, he breathed a sigh of relief, frowned and muttered in a low voice, it's only 300 or 400 meters away, and the temperature is already so abnormal. It is said that after 1,000 meters, the temperature can soar to 3,000 degrees. But even if you fly at full speed in the abyss passage, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours. Is it possible that the temperature in this passage will exceed 100 million? After saying a few words with some uncertainty, Xiao Han shook his head heavily and said with certainty, this should be impossible. Even the temperature in the center of the sun will not be so high. Since the abyss black dragon and netherworld can enter and exit from here, with the protection of the god's armor, I should be able to do the same. As he said this, the temperature in the armor also dropped to normal temperature. Although I am still somewhat curious about how the shadow and the abyss black dragon passed through this abyss passage, it is definitely impossible to know the answer at this time. Xiao Han could only put this problem aside, and at the same time his speed immediately began to surge. Woo! 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 In the silent abyss passage, the howling of the wind immediately sounded, and a white figure also galloped towards the depths of the passage. Arctic. Seeing that Xiao Han had disappeared, Xiao Mingyuan's eyes immediately turned, and looked at the white mutant beasts in front of him. If you want to force out Ross's Turgenev, a few level 9 mutant beasts will definitely not be enough. With these mutant beasts it would be easy to capture Petersburg. But his purpose is not to destroy Ross. If these mutated beasts charged in directly, Ross would definitely not be able to resist, and perhaps Turgenev might also be killed in the chaos. And if you want to force Turgenev out, the attack on Petersburg must be measured. Let them not despair, but also let them know that they will definitely not be able to defend Petersburg with their own strength. Therefore, it is necessary to let these 9th-level mutant beasts gather the beast tide. Cough. After clearing his throat, Xiao Mingyuan had a thought in his mind. The few true energy in his body immediately poured into his mind, and the spirit control technique was used instantly. Then he glanced at Xiaoya Sirius beside him, and then said loudly, I believe you all heard clearly what Xiao Han said just now. That Petersburg in the south. I need you to summon a tide of beasts to surround it. Roar. The strongest polar bear immediately roared, looked at Xiao Yu serious with some fear, and immediately roared into the sky. And further away there was an immediate response from the mutated beast, and then ran away into the distance. At this time, the Arctic fox, Arctic thunderbird, and Arctic owl all neighed, asking the 7th level and 6th level mutant beasts in the distance to summon the beast tide. Seeing that they did not resist but carried out the task honestly, Xiao Mingyuan finally felt a little relieved. But just using mutant beasts to force him was not enough to make Ross hand over Turgenev. After thinking for a moment, he immediately took out his phone. He wanted to contact Han Feng in Kyoto, but even though the communication satellite was hanging overhead, there was still no signal here. Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown slightly, and immediately said to Gao Qiu, on the side, "Go back for a while. I have something to report to General Han. Please ask him to come over." "Good," Gao Qiu responded, turned around and ran away without any nonsense. After a while, Gao Qiu, who had been away for less than 2 minutes, walked out of the igloo with the teleportation array together with Han Feng. Xiao Mingyuan also immediately came forward and said without any nonsense, "You find a way to reveal the news that General Zhangzhen and I broke through the 9th level to Pushkin in Ross. This shouldn't be necessary," Han Feng said in a deep voice with some confusion, and then immediately added, "Russ should have spies on our side. The Purple Flame Thunder Dragon's breakthrough has been so loud. Ross should have received the news a long time ago." "I know." Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flickered slightly, then he squinted and continued, "What I mean is, let Pushkin in Ross know. As long as the price paid is high enough like Yanhua, they can have their own 9th level evolvers." "You mean to reveal the information about the divine veins?" Han Feng's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he immediately said in a deep voice, "It shouldn't be a good idea to do this. If we let them know that we, Yanhua, have such a cheating device with incredible effects, those people would go crazy." "Oh, what if you are crazy?" Xiao Mingyuan sneered and continued, "Is it possible that with their strength, they can still snatch it from Xiao Han? Our strength is no longer the same as before. The Turgenev of Ross is too important to Xiao Han. We must find him at all costs." "Okay then." Han Feng nodded and said in a deep voice, "We already have a holy spirit now, so there is really no need to worry too much. If we hadn't been unable to find Turgenev's whereabouts, we could have gone straight to Ross. I'll go back and make arrangements, but those guys in Ross are stubborn. Even if they know such news, they probably won't hand over Turgenev easily." "Hey, that's not up to them." Xiao Mingyuan sneered and continued, "I have summoned the beast tide in the Arctic, and will attack St. Petersburg within 10 hours. But Ross may ask you for help, and you should know what to do then. Attack Ross." Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grinned immediately. "Hey, I like this. But I'm afraid those bears will fight to the death and then we will be blind. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet." Xiao Mingyuan whispered, squinting his eyes, and continued, "No matter what, it won't hurt to try. Anyway, it doesn't matter if all the evolvers of the bears are dead now. But if they can hand over Turgenev, Xiao Han can give Yanhua another holy spirit." "Hey, then I know what to do." Han Feng grinned and chuckled, and his eyes immediately showed a hint of excitement. The two chatted for a few more words, and then he turned and ran towards the teleportation array. #C1581 calling 1.
Abyss Passage.
Unknowingly, I have been flying continuously for more than 10 hours, but I still haven't reached the end of the Abyss Passage. Although Xiao Han was a little anxious, he had to continue flying like this. "Slow down." Suddenly an excited voice sounded in the passage, and then he immediately said, "The energy in the place not far ahead is very violent. We should be there soon." The demon crystal is a special crystal produced by the collision of two energies. Not only is this thing rare, it will only be born at the intersection of the two worlds. Don't go directly into the abyss. There are no demon crystals there. Yes, I know. Xiao Han nodded in response. His speed immediately slowed down, and he carefully felt the movement in the distance. Bang! 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 At this time, bursts of roars immediately came from the depths of the passage. After doing some calculations in his mind, Xiao Han instantly judged that the sound was less than 10,000 meters away from him. With the high temperature in the passage isolated by the god's armor, he didn't have to worry about anything, as his flying speed immediately slowed down. After a while, I felt waves of air coming continuously, and at the same time I could clearly see that black and white gases were constantly colliding. But no one can do anything about the other, they are entangled like yin and yang. Suddenly seeing such a strange scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, "Is that place where the two worlds meet?" Colorful Yulong responded and immediately said, "The heavenly demon crystal that unlocks the second layer of the heavenly god's armor can only be found in that place. And once the demon crystal appears, it won't exist for long. Where these two realms intersect, the energy of yin and yang is also extremely violent. The demon crystals will soon be bombarded into powder, and only a handful can survive." "A very small number?" Xiao Han frowned slightly and whispered with an ugly face. At the same time, his eyes turned to the place where the yin and yang energy collided. The diameter of the abyss passage is about 10 meters. At this moment, you can clearly see at a glance that there is no crystal nearby. I thought that once I arrived at this place, it wouldn't be too difficult to find a demon crystal, but I didn't expect that it would be like this. If there is no shadow, even if we spend a little more time here, there won't be any problem. But in such a big place, it is not easy to wait for the demon crystal to appear. If you're lucky, you might be able to wait 2 or 3 days. But it is possible that even if you wait for 10 days and a half, you will not gain anything. Hold. Cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han continued with an ugly face. "This demon crystal appears randomly. How long do I have to wait? And the intersection between these two realms is only 100 square feet, so the chance of a demon crystal appearing is almost zero." "Ha! Who said there are only 100 square meters?" Colorful Dragon chuckled and continued, "If you fly a little further forward, you will find something different." "No, the same," Xiao Han said softly and immediately approached cautiously. Boom! 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 Amidst the dull roaring sounds, when he got closer to the place where the black and white gases collided, he finally discovered something different. At this time, there seemed to be a fault in the abyss passage, and the surrounding passages turned out to be hollow. It's like the connection between two pipes is disconnected here, and there seems to be a special space in the disconnected place. "What kind of place is this?" Xiao Han said with confusion on his face, and immediately asked in a deep voice, "Why does this place look like a gap between two worlds?" "Haha, it's not a bit similar." Colorful Dragon grinned and continued with a happy face. "This is the gap between the two worlds, and the demon crystal has to be found in it. It's just that there may be some dangers here. The destructive power of the collision of yin and yang energy is also extremely terrifying. But your hearing is extremely keen, so there is no need to look for the demon crystal everywhere. Just pay attention to whether there are any strange sounds within 100 kilometers. "Well, I know that." Xiao Han nodded and replied immediately, "The second seal of the god's armor must be unlocked as soon as possible. Even if you take some risks for it, you have to do it." As he said this, his figure immediately moved, pressing against the side of the white gas and rushed towards the interlayer between the two realms. Boom! 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 Bursts of dull roars kept coming, and Xiao Han quickly avoided the place where the yin and yang energy collided. But just after walking less than 1,000 meters, he stopped again, frowned, and said, It's easy to go in, but what will you do when you come out? There are no obvious markers in this place, and the energy is extremely violent. There is no way to arrange a teleportation array. As he spoke, he turned over his hand and took out a black round compass from the space ring. But the pointer above is like a fan, spinning at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In less than 2 seconds, the compass he had just taken out exploded.
Xiao Han
Frowned again and said in a deep voice, "The surroundings are all black and white. I'm worried that I will get lost if I go in." "Don't worry," Colorful Yulong whispered, but there was a hint of doubt in his pupils. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "I seem to be familiar with this place, as if I have been here before." "There." He pointed to the distance and said, covering his head, "There seems to be something calling me in that place." "Calling you?" Xiao Han said in a deep voice. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. If he went in directly, it would be hard to say whether he could come back. But since the seven-colored dragon felt familiar with this place and even something was calling it in the distance, it was necessary to explore it. Could it be that there is a divine vein in it? Muttering softly, Xiao Han already felt the seven-colored dragon's desire for that place and was struggling violently in his arms. It was just blocked by the god armor, so it couldn't fly out of his arms. Otherwise, it might have flown over by itself. Snap, snap, snap. A soft thumping sound came from the chest, and the colorful dragon shouted anxiously, "What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and go over." "Wait a minute." Xiao Han was still unmoved, and asked in a serious voice, "Are you really familiar with this place? What is there over there that makes you so eager to go over there?" "I don't know," the colorful dragon said in a hurry, and immediately said, "I don't know what's there. Anyway, I feel that thing is very important to me." #C1582 calling, 2. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-splitting explosions kept ringing in his ears. While Xiao Han avoided the black and white air currents, he couldn't help but look deep into the gap between the boundaries. He was actually very curious about what was over there. But there is no sense of direction in the cracks of this realm. It is easy to get in, but it is not that simple to get out. So even though he wanted to go over and have a look, he still couldn't make up his mind for a while. "Xiao Han, hurry up and get there," the colorful dragon, who couldn't wait, shouted, and immediately said, "As long as my memory is completely restored, there will definitely be a way to bring you out. Since I have been to this place before, I should be very familiar with it. And I have a very strong hunch that there may be a shocking secret hidden deep in the cracks between the realms. I believe this." A solemn look flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he continued in a deep voice, "But what if your memory does not recover after we go in? You must know that there is no sense of direction in a place like the gap between the realms. We may get completely lost in it."
No.
Chitsai Yulong said quickly and explained hurriedly, "Even if my memory has not been restored, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a demon crystal here. When the time comes, your god's armor will be able to summon a pair of god's wings. Not only can your speed directly increase several times, it can even easily avoid the violent yin and yang energy around you. As long as the speed is fast enough, you won't get lost in the cracks of this realm." "That's not necessarily true." Xiao Han still hesitated, and continued in a deep voice. "Although I have never been to this gap in the realm, the area should not be smaller than that of Blue Star. Even if my speed is fast enough, the diameter of the passage is only more than 10 centimeters. If there is no accurate direction here, trying to find the passage back is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. It's not that exaggerated." Chitsai Yulong said urgently and immediately explained, "There is not only one exit in the cracks of this realm. It's difficult to find a needle in a haystack, but if there are a lot of needles, it's different. And your hearing is much better than ordinary people. You can even hear sounds hundreds of kilometers away. This is very helpful in finding the exit. Feel carefully to see if the sound on the other side of the passage is different from here. Hey, it's true. Hearing what Colorful Dragon said, Xiao Han immediately listened carefully, and his face suddenly showed a hint of joy. There was a particularly obvious echo from a place thousands of meters behind him, and with his hearing improved to level 8, the range he can hear at this time has actually exceeded 100 kilometers. This is equivalent to having a radar with a detection range of more than 100 kilometers, no longer needing to worry about getting lost in the cracks of the realm. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately flew in the direction pointed by the colorful dragon. Boom! 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 The yin and yang energy in the gap between the realms makes a continuous roar. Through constant collision, the destructive force caused by the collision was not something that even Xiao Han, wearing the god's armor, could withstand. Therefore, he does not fly too fast. Not only must he be alert to the shock wave generated by the explosion, but he must also pay attention to the whereabouts of the demon crystal. If the second seal of the god's armor is unlocked, not only will the strength be greatly enhanced, but the armor's defense will also be stronger. Boom! 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 Listening to the constant roaring in my ears, the echo from the other side of the passage gradually disappeared. He originally thought that the thing that summoned the colorful dragon would not be too far away, but now it is obviously different from what he thought. Xiao Han dodged to avoid the collision of yin and yang energy, and said anxiously, I have traveled hundreds of kilometers, why haven't I arrived yet? How far away is that thing? Your feeling must be correct. That's right. Colorful Dragon said quickly, and immediately pointed forward, with its claws, saying in a deep voice, I can feel that the thing calling me is in that direction. Just trying to get over it. It might take some time. It feels like after running 100 kilometers, the distance doesn't seem to be much closer. That thing should be thousands of kilometers away. Fuck! It's so far. Xiao Han cursed angrily, but he had no choice but to continue dodging the yin and yang energy and running towards the depths of the boundary. Arctic. Tens of thousands of mutated beasts gathered together, driving a tide of more than 10 million beasts to rush towards Petersburg. In the center of the beast tide, there was also a thin figure sitting on the back of a silver wolf. Around this silver wolf there were also several 9th-level Arctic wolves gathered, and even a few young male Arctic wolves who were constantly showing their goodwill to the silver wolf. Roar! Suddenly there was a dull roar in the distance, and Silver Wolf immediately stopped in his tracks and said directly, The forward is already less than 30 kilometers away from Petersburg. What should we do next? As promised before, let's go over to the 5 8th-level mutant beasts first. Qiu Mingyuan said in a deep voice and then continued, But don't kill them too hard. Just give them the maximum pressure. This seems a bit difficult. Howling Moon Wolf looked at the beast tide in the distance and growled in a low voice. Once the beast tide starts to attack the city, it will become uncontrollable. Once those mutant beasts really go crazy, they will no longer listen to me. Well, that's true. Thinking that mutant beasts are different from humans and it is impossible to enforce orders, Qiu Mingyuan frowned immediately. After thinking for a while, he immediately said, In this case, reduce the number of level 8 mutant beasts that attack by 2, and send more level 7 mutant beasts. In order to prevent accidents, let the remaining level 7 mutant beasts come here. Awoo! When Howling Moon Wolf heard such an order, he immediately roared to the sky, and the nearby Arctic wolf also passed the order to the distance. Beep! 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 At this moment, a rapid ringing sound suddenly came from the pocket of his shirt. Realizing that there was a signal here, Qiu Mingyuan immediately took out his mobile phone and swiped it lightly on the screen. Run, Ross has launched a nuclear bomb. Han Feng's voice came over as soon as the phone was connected. There are a total of 20 missiles, including at least 3 high-yield hydrogen bombs. We have already calculated the attack location of the missiles. Damn! They are launching nuclear bombs directly, Zhou Mingyuan exclaimed in shock and immediately took out the tablet in the space ring and slid his fingers on it quickly. Seeing that the landing point of one of the nuclear bombs was less than 1 kilometer away from him, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Run! It's not safe here. Run in that direction." Swoosh! At this time, more than a dozen objects with long tails of flames appeared in the sky in the distance. Hashtag C1583 Acting 1. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion was accompanied by more than a dozen mushroom clouds, rising into the sky, quickly flying high into the sky. The violent explosion even caused the ground to shake violently. In a conference room in Petersburg, there were nearly 100 figures, wearing brown and green military uniforms, but their faces were not very good looking. Through the monitor on the wall, you can clearly see the vicinity of the
explosion.
The mutant beasts approaching Petersburg have not dispersed. Within 10 minutes, they gathered again. The simultaneous explosion of 20 nuclear bombs did not seem to have any serious impact on them. This not only made the conference room extremely silent, but also had a pessimistic mood spreading on everyone's faces. After a while, someone said in a deep voice, "General, the scale of this beast tide is beyond our ability to stop. Although we don't want to give up here, Petersburg may not be able to hold it." "Yes," Pushkin, who was sitting in the first place, replied, and continued, with a gloomy face. This time all the mutated beasts in the Arctic came out, in full force. Last time in Panama, 2 level 9 mutant beasts appeared. Although the number of mutated beasts here in the Arctic is far less than that in the Amazon, their quality is much higher than that over there. If Nami hadn't figured out how to use the black helmet, Panama City might have disappeared long ago. Pity. After a short pause, Pushkin immediately turned to look at Ivanlov and asked, in a deep voice, "Have you contacted Yenhua? What did they say?" "Hey, borrowing a helmet is non-negotiable." Ivanlov sighed heavily and continued with a depressed look on his face. "If we weren't motivated at the beginning, we could at least get one of those 2 helmets. But it doesn't make any sense to say this now. I have communicated with Yenhua. In addition to Zhangzhen, Huangli, and Tuoba Hongye will come to support. Will they also bring 2 dragons? 2 dragons? Pushkin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately said with a happy face, "Those 2 dragons seem to have the strength of level 9. If they can come here, we probably won't have to take that last step." "Yes." Ivanlov nodded slightly and continued in a deep voice. "Not only are those 2 dragons at level 9, Zhangzhen is also at level 9 now." "Zhangzhen? A 9th level evolver?" Pushkin said something in disbelief and immediately asked with confusion on his face, "Didn't he just break through level 8 when he was in Panama last time? How long has it been since he broke through to level 9? When I first heard the news, I felt incredible." Ivanlov smiled bitterly and continued, "But the news from Kyoto is like this. I even asked insiders to verify it, and the news I got was even more unbelievable." "What's wrong?" A look of confusion flashed across Andrei's face, and he immediately asked, "Is there any news that is more shocking than Zhangzhen becoming a 9th level evolver?" Ivanlov slid the tablet in his hand and said solemnly, "When we launched the missile just now, the insider in Kyoto sent a video." As he spoke, 2 giant dragons appeared on the big screen in the conference room. Seeing such a scene, Andrei said with some confusion, "I've never seen that colorful dragon, but isn't that purple dragon the purple flame thunder dragon? There are 3 such giant dragons over there in Jing'an. What's all the fuss about?" "Don't worry. That's not what I'm talking about." Ivan Love explained and immediately added, I'll go forward quickly, and you can continue reading. As he said this, his finger immediately clicked on the mouse. And as time passed slowly, the purple flame thunder dragon in the sky, which was only 100 meters long, suddenly expanded to 1,000 meters in length. Roar. The roar sounded, and even through the screen you could feel a strong sense of oppression. This caused everyone in the conference room to have a flash of shock on their faces, and a look of confusion in their eyes. It wasn't until a while later that someone said in shock, those purple flame thunder dragons in Jingen are said to be at level 9. This purple flame thunder dragon should have made a breakthrough now. But after the breakthrough, what kind of strength will this dragon have? Could it have turned into a mythical beast? No, this is not a giant dragon at the level of a mythical beast. Ivan Love said in a deep voice, and continued with a solemn face. According to the news from Kyoto, it is said that this is a thunder flame holy dragon. A giant dragon with Holy Spirit level strength, comparable to the 4 holy beasts. Holy Spirit? Andre was shocked speechless by the news, but he still stammered. This? How is this possible? Isn't the Emperor above? The divine beast. It shouldn't be wrong. Ivan Love pointed at the giant dragon on the screen and continued in a deep voice. If it were only a giant dragon at the level of a mythical beast, it would only be 300 meters long at most. But if you look at the dragon in the video, it must be at least 1,000 meters long. He's right, Pushkin interjected and immediately added. When Pavel and Turgenev were in the 10,000 Demons Mountains, they not only saw the Suzaku and the White Tiger, but also the Blue Dragon. They are all about 1,000 meters long, while the demons at the divine beast level are only 300 meters at most. But the purple flame thunder dragon is obviously an emperor level. How come? It became a Holy Spirit directly after breaking through. It seems. Ivan Love was silent for a while, frowned and said, it seems to be related to the 7-colored dragon, which can easily make people break through the existing realm. It is said that Zhang Zhen and Xiao Mingyuan were able to successfully break through and become level 9 evolvers because of the 7-colored dragon. Can it be like this? Pushkin said with a confused look on his face, and immediately asked, who sent this message? Why do I feel like it's bragging? Hey, I hope it's bragging too. Ivan Love sighed heavily and continued in a deep voice. But the video of their breakthrough has been sent. How can it be fake? As he said, his finger lightly clicked on the mouse, and a video appeared. And on the big screen in the conference room, you can also see the 7-colored dragon releasing an extremely large amount of 7-colored spiritual energy to help Zhang Zhen and Xiao Mingyuan break through. Such a scene instantly stunned everyone. Although they still didn't want to believe it, the facts were clearly in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Beep, beep, beep. Amid the dull eyes of the crowd, the phone suddenly rang. Ivan Love, who was closest, reached out and grabbed the receiver, then said with a happy face, so soon? Have you arrived? #C1584 Acting 2. The support from Yanhua finally arrived, and the Ross soldiers in the conference room secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A group of Ross executives, represented by Pushkin, walked outside the conference room one after another. After a while, they arrived at the military airport in Petersburg. Less than half an hour later, a silver-white aerial vehicle finally landed. As the hatch was opened, hundreds of Yanhua evolvers came out one after another. However, looking at the somewhat unfamiliar figure, a look of horror flashed across the faces of the Ross executives at this moment. At this time, one can very clearly feel that those people are exuding fluctuations unique to 7th-level evolvers. But there are more than 100 such people. Seeing Zhang Zhen also walking down from above, Andre said with a confused face, this? How is this possible? Are all these people 7th level evolvers? Well, it seems so. Pushkin said with the same confused expression, and continued with a shocked expression. 3-digit 7th level evolver, what on earth is that colorful dragon? Is it possible that these evolvers all rely on this method to break through? All Ross executives no longer knew what words to use to describe their mood at this moment. They were already extremely shocked when they heard that a holy spirit appeared on Yanhua's side. But I didn't expect to see such a scene. This is not 1 or 2, but more than 100 7th level evolvers. Even if all the 7th level evolvers in the world were added together, they would not even be 1/3 of Yanhua's level. And this time, even if the mutant beasts in the Arctic come out in full force, there is no need to worry that Petersburg will be captured. With mixed emotions, seeing Zhang Zhen walking down the gangway, Pushkin immediately took a few steps quickly and led a group of Ross executives to greet him. General Zhang. Reaching out to hold Zhang Zhen's hands, Pushkin continued with excitement on his face. Fortunately you came here in time, otherwise we would all have given up on Petersburg. Oh, that's not the case. Zhang Zhen grinned and complimented with a smile. You are also very strong. Even without our support you can still block the mutant beasts in the Arctic. Everyone loves to hear compliments. He had already received Han Feng's instructions before coming here, so Zhang Zhen certainly wouldn't give Ross's mountain cannons a bad look at this moment. Otherwise, even if you come to help, you may not be able to do anything good. The purpose of this trip is just to use the mutant beast to force Turgenev. It would be fine if they took the initiative to hand it over, then all conditions can be negotiated. Of course, if that guy also comes out to resist the beast tide, they can even directly capture him back to Yanhua. Even if only more than 100 people came to support this time, it would still be enough to crush Ross. Seeing the shock on the faces of Pushkin, Andrei and others, Zhang Zhen continued with a smile. They are just mutant beasts in the Arctic and the common enemy of mankind. Although we, Yanhua, are weak in strength, we cannot let Big Brother bear it alone. Hey, what a big brother! Pushkin sighed heavily. Although he was extremely happy at the moment, he also knew that this was the art of speaking among Yanhua people. 100 years ago they could still afford this title. But now that his strength is obviously inferior to others, there is no need to act like this, and he immediately said with a bitter look on his face, "Stop complimenting us. Let's talk about how to resist the mutant beasts, right?" As he spoke, he raised his head and scanned the sky again, and asked in a deep voice, "When I contacted you before, didn't I say that 2 dragons would be brought here together? There are a lot of 9th level mutant beasts in the Arctic. Didn't we bring the purple flame thunder dragon here?" "Ha, of course I brought it here." Zhang Zhen chuckled, and immediately reached out and patted his chest gently. At this time, 2 small purple snakes emerged from his arms. However, Pushkin was very close to the 2 little snakes at this time, so he instantly saw 2 purple horns on the heads of the 2 little snakes. This made his eyes suddenly light up, and he stretched out his hand to touch. Roar. But at this moment, several roars suddenly came from the north. Beep, 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 and almost at the same time, a rapid ringing sound came from Ivanlov, which suddenly made all the Ross executives' faces suddenly change. Boom, boom, boom. Before Ivanlov's call was connected, violent explosions came from the other side. At this time, Zhang Zhen's eyes also lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but thought to himself, I just arrived here and Qiu Mingyuan already took action. But that's okay. If you finish it earlier, you can call it a day earlier. With such a thought in his mind, he quickly looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go there quickly." Pushkin responded with an ugly expression, and his body moved accordingly, and, immediately like a bolt of lightning, he galloped away to the north. Zhang Zhen, Andrei, Ivanlov and others also immediately chased after them. In just a few minutes, everyone saw a 5-meter-tall white polar bear appearing in the distant sky. And beside it, there is an Arctic thunderbird and an Arctic fox. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they could still feel the powerful pressure from the mutant beasts, which was unique to the 8th level. Mutant beasts. This made Pushkin, who was flying in the front, pause and said in a grim voice, "It's just the beginning and 3 8th level mutant beasts have appeared." Then, he immediately turned his eyes to Zhang Zhen and asked in a negotiating tone, "General Zhang, look at those 8th level mutant beasts." Although he only said half of it, Zhang Zhen instantly understood what he meant. If the beast tide was not led by Qiu Mingyuan, even if he had the ability to deal with the 3 8th level mutant beasts, he would not force himself to come out at this time. But since all this is under control, there is no need to care so much. After a slight hesitation, he looked behind him and said, "Ding Zhan Huang, Li and General Tuoba, there is no problem in leaving those 3 8th level mutant beasts to you." "Hey, of course there is no problem," the three of them said in unison, and their bodies instantly rushed towards the 3 8th level mutant beasts like lightning. At the same time, an 8th level wave also immediately emanated from them. Seeing this scene, Pushkin's eyes widened again, and he couldn't help asking, They are also 8th level evolvers?" "Yeah." Zhang Zhen responded without comment, and continued with a smile. "Lucky is pretty good. I broke through by chance." Speaking of this, Ding Zhen, Huang Li, and Tuoba Hongye, the three of them, have now faced an 8th level mutant beast respectively. It's just that they have just broken through, so they soon fell into a disadvantage. #C1585 Acting 3. Boom! Ding Zhen, who had transformed into a werewolf, swung a 3-meter-long black axe in his hand and fought hard with the polar bear. At this time, he could clearly feel that the recoil force of the axe was not too strong. But even so, he was like a kite with a broken string, flying back more than 100 meters uncontrollably, and hit a concrete building heavily. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the concrete building that was hit instantly. On the other side, the situation of Huang Li was not optimistic at this time. Although the Arctic Thunderbird was not good at strength, his speed was extremely fast. As an evolver of the Earth attribute, Huang Li had no way to hit it with the stone spears he shot. Even if more than 100 stone spears were shot at the same time, covering an entire area, the Arctic Thunderbird could easily dodge. If it weren't for the leather armor on her body, which was an artifact level equipment, she might have been killed long ago. Only Tuoba Hongye was slightly better, but he couldn't beat the Arctic fox in a short time. Seeing that the battle situation was not optimistic, Pushkin hurriedly said, "Not good. They don't seem to be the opponents of those mutant beasts." "I saw it," Zhang Zhen said with a gloomy face, raised his hand and threw the purple flame thunder dragon in his arms out and shouted angrily, kill them as quickly as possible." Roar! At this time, 2 dragon roars also sounded. In just one breath, 2 giant dragons with a length of more than 100 meters have already floated in the sky. Boom! Boom! The 2 purple flame thunder dragons that just appeared have not even flown over, and 2 purple lightnings have already fallen from the sky, hitting the polar bear and the Arctic thunderbird respectively. At this time, Ding Zhen and Huang Li also reacted very quickly, and instantly seized the opportunity to turn defense into offense. Roar! But almost at the same time, several roars suddenly sounded from the depths of the beast tide, and 4 polar bears with a height of 50 meters were already rushing towards Ding Zhen. The terrifying pressure emanating from him also made Pushkin's face suddenly change. How could it be? This is just the beginning. Seeing this scene, Pushkin showed a look of despair on his face, and whispered to himself in disbelief, "For level 9 mutant beasts, for level 9. Mutant beasts appeared at the beginning." Boom! Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the 2 purple flame thunder dragons collided with the 4 polar bears. Fortunately, the purple flame thunder dragon is very strong, and it can gain the upper hand even if it is 1 against 2. However, in this case the situation of Ding Jin, Huang Li and Tuoba Hongya and others is not optimistic. At this time, even though he knew that the fight over there was fake, Zhang Jin still pretended to be anxious. As soon as he moved, he flew over there, without even saying a word, and the more than 100 level 7 evolvers behind him followed without any hesitation. With the strength of level 9, Zhang Jin stretched out his hand and waved it in the air, and nearly 100 black daggers flew out of his space ring. Immediately, whoosh, 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 a sharp whistling sound followed, and the black daggers turned into 3 black whirlwinds like black lightning, rolling towards the Arctic fox, polar bear, and Arctic thunderbird. Puff! The slowest polar bear instantly had dozens of bloody wounds on its body. Although the Arctic fox and Arctic thunderbird were better, their flying speed was still no match for those daggers. Only 1 second later than the polar bear, it was nailed to the ground. Yee! But at this moment, several sharp whistles sounded from a distance. At the same time, a level 9 Arctic fox and 2 level 9 Arctic thunderbirds appeared in the sky in the distance. Seeing that the 3 level 9 mutant beasts actually rushed directly towards Ding Jin, Huang Li, and Tuoba Hongya, Zhang Jin's face also changed. A metal flying board immediately appeared under his feet, carrying him to rush over there. After a while, he faced 3 level 9 mutant beasts, and relying on the control of metal, he forcibly blocked 2 Arctic thunderbirds and an Arctic fox with 1 blow. Kill! Seeing this scene, a group of Yanhua warriors rushed over without hesitation. Hundreds of level 7 evolvers instantly set off a bloody storm. At this moment, the beast tide, which was less than a kilometer away from the city wall, was unexpectedly suppressed by force. Roar! But such a move instantly angered a powerful existence in the depths of the beast tide. As this angry roar sounded, one after another beast roars came from the depths of the beast tide. Only a few minutes later, one by one, the mutant beasts of level 7, level 8, and even level 9 quickly appeared in sight. At this time, the Yanhua evolvers who had just broken through to level 7 immediately suffered considerable casualties. Someone was attacked by a level 8 mutant beast and vomited blood and was seriously injured. Even if there were companions around to help, accidents were everywhere on the chaotic battlefield. Few people could evacuate safely when they were seriously injured. From time to time, someone would fall down forever, and the next second, his body would be dragged deeper into the beast tide by the hungry mutant beast. Kill! Avenge the brothers! The roars echoed outside Petersburg, which made Pushkin unable to believe his eyes. In just over 10 minutes, the number of level 7 evolvers killed exceeded 2 digits. Seeing Zhang Jin alone blocking 3 level 9 mutant beasts, the rampaging dagger storm even gave him the upper hand. On the other side, the purple flame thunder dragon was also fighting very strongly. Although it was 1 against 2, the 4 level 9 polar bears were suppressed and could not raise their heads. But there were not only 7 level 9 mutant beasts that appeared this time. There were 2 level 9 mutant beasts that were not restrained by anyone, and 80% of the level 7 evolvers who died during this period died in their hands. Seeing this scene, a flash of despair flashed in Pushkin's eyes. The mutant beasts in the Arctic came down in droves. They thought that with the support of Yanhua, they should be able to defend St. Petersburg. But unexpectedly, there were as many as 9 level 9 mutant beasts. At this time, it was too late to retreat. Hurrah! With a roar, Pushkin's speed instantly increased to the extreme, and he rushed straight to the level 9 Arctic fox. And the several level 7 evolvers behind him also shouted hurrah and rushed over together. Ah! At this time, a scream came and another level 7 evolver was killed, and then dragged deeper into the beast tide by a level 7 mutant wolf. Even if Pushkin wanted to save him, it was too late. He could only try to make himself faster to stop the level 9 Arctic fox from continuing to slaughter. What he didn't know was that the corpse dragged into the depths of the beast tide, after being out of the sight of the Russians, stood up alive and kicking, in the blink of an eye, and ran wildly to the deeper part of the beast's tide. #C 1586 Acting 4. The battle lasted for more than 10 hours. It was not until 2 more dragons came to support that the beast's tide finally receded. But outside Petersburg, it has turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless mutated beast corpses, mixed with some human corpses, were piled together haphazardly. Seeing that the beast's tide finally receded, the already desperate Ross soldiers all raised their arms and shouted. However, among the deafening shouts, some people's expressions were so gloomy that they were almost dripping with water. There were not many of them, only about 40 or 50 people. There was a strong look of grief on everyone's faces, and when the cheers reached their ears, it seemed extremely harsh at the moment. Someone immediately cursed angrily. So many people have died, they are so happy. Anyway, the people who died were not Russians. Pushkin, Andrei, and Ivanlov are all still alive. Of course they are happy. Fuck, what is this? Why are we here to help these guys who are gloating about their misfortune? I heard that the higher-ups are considering the overall situation, but for this overall situation, our sacrifice must be too great. Discussions continued, and an Oriental man with a bloody face came over and scolded in a deep voice. "Shut up! What are you talking about?" "General." Seeing Zhang Zhen approaching, all the Yanhua evolvers immediately shut their mouths, even if they felt unhappy. At this moment, several people from Ross' side came over. However, Zhang Zhen, whose face was covered with blood, pretended not to see. While looking at Ding Zhan, he asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Have our losses been calculated?" Ding Zhen nodded solemnly and said gloomily, "A total of 43 brothers have not come back, and even their bones cannot be found." And pineapple. After a slight pause, Ding Zhen continued with a sad face, "And General, Huangli has not come back either. If not for the support of 2 more dragons from Jing'an, I might not be able to come back." "In just 10 hours, 1/3 of the soldiers were killed?" Zhang Zhen said, with a face full of self-blame, and immediately added, "How should I explain to their wives and children after I go back?" "General, this is not your fault." Ding Zhen said something quickly and continued in a deep voice. "None of us thought that there would be as many as 9 level 9 mutant beasts here in the North Pole. What we need to consider now is, what should we do next? Although there are still more than 87th level evolvers, their condition is not good at this time. Do we still want to continue to guard here? Now that the battle is over, of course we have to go back," Zhang Zhen said, with a heavy face, and immediately turned to look at Pushkin behind him. Although their expressions instantly turned ugly, he still said in a deep voice, "Now that the beast tide has receded, we should go back." "Go back? Go back?" Pushkin said something with a stiff face, and immediately said urgently, "Although the beast tide has retreated for the time being, the mutant beasts outside the city have not left. If you go back now, Petersburg will definitely not be able to be defended. Once the mutated beasts from the North Pole begin to move south, it will not take more than 10 days at most before they threaten Kyoto." "Well, I understand everything you said." Zhang Zhen nodded slightly and continued, "The reason why we came here this time is also for this reason. But you can see the result now. Even if there are 4 giant dragons with level 9 strength and 126 level 7 evolvers, they are still no match for the Arctic mutant beasts outside the city." With this in his mouth, Zhang Zhen stretched out his hand and pointed at the miserable Yanhua warriors behind him, and continued in a deep voice, "In just a dozen hours, 1/3 of the warriors I brought were killed. Although we have achieved some results, we have not been able to kill any of the 9th level mutant beasts. But the beast tide outside the city has not completely receded. Even if we stay, do you think Petersburg can be defended? Perhaps next time we attack the city, there may be a few more level 9 mutant beasts. No, we can hold it, Pushkin said in a deep voice, and immediately said, eagerly, Yu Yanhua has a holy spirit, just send it here. Let alone 9 level 9 mutant beasts, we can still hold on even if the number doubles again. Holy spirit, what holy spirit? Zhang Jin pretended to be confused and immediately denied. Why haven't I heard that we Yanhua have the holy spirit? Where did you get this news? You must not have been deceived. It's now time, so stop hiding it. Pushkin turned over his hand and took out a tablet, pointed at the screen and said, What is this 1,000-meter giant dragon if it's not the Holy Spirit? And look at the city under the dragon. Isn't it the flaming Kyoto? Ah! A look of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Jin's face. He didn't know how to answer for a moment, but he immediately said, Okay, I admit we have a Holy Spirit-level dragon. But there must be no way to send that giant dragon here? Why? A look of confusion flashed across Pushkin's face, and he asked, urgently, As long as we send it here, the crisis here can be completely solved. We can even kill our way directly into the North Pole and completely eliminate all the mutant beasts there. Alas, it's not that simple. Zhang Jin sighed with a depressed look on his face and continued helplessly, If possible, we certainly want to eliminate the mutant beasts in the North Pole. But the shadow of Fuso is eager for us to do so. What do you mean? Pushkin frowned and said, and immediately asked in a deep voice, What does this have to do with the shadow of Fuso? Could that wretched guy still threaten the safety of Kyoto? Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. Zhang Jin's eyes flashed with a hidden gleam and he continued, You should have heard about the matter of the City of Glory. You mean? Pushkin, a look of disbelief flashed across Heiken's face, and he said in a hurry, The lost demon armor of Nassix was obtained by Fuso's shadow? Yes. Zhang Jin nodded and continued, That guy is now trying to unlock the third seal of the demon armor, and the condition for unlocking it is to absorb a large number of human souls. The population of Kyoto and Jingen has already exceeded 100 million. Once the shadow succeeds, he will be an invincible existence. So even if we have a holy spirit, we can't let it participate in the battle in the Arctic. So what you mean is that Petersburg can only give up? Pushkin's face sank suddenly, and he said unwillingly, Do you have any way to get another holy spirit? #C1587 Acting 5. Creating another holy spirit? Zhang Jin pretended to be surprised and said this, but at this moment, a hidden gleam flashed in his eyes. The preparations were made for such a long time just to make them think this way. The ability of the divine vein is extremely special, and only by using this ability to help them successfully break through can they trick Turgenev out. But these guys actually wanted to create a holy spirit, which was something Zhang Jin had not expected. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, he was only stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately, smiling bitterly, and said, It seems that you have guessed the function of the seven-colored dragon. But it is not so easy to get another holy spirit. I know it is not easy, Pushkin said in a deep voice, and immediately said, But now besides this method, do we have any other choice? I have watched the video of the breakthrough of the Purple Flame Thunder dragon from beginning to end. The time required for the breakthrough is only a few hours. If another holy spirit can be produced, all crises will be solved. Thinking of the red ball in Xiao Han's hand in the video, Pushkin had some guesses in his heart. This kind of incredible thing is impossible to happen normally. But since Yanhua really got a holy spirit, and it is even related to the chosen son, he can't help but think about it. Pushkin narrowed his eyes and continued with a serious face. I know this is difficult, but you have to tell us what to do to get another holy spirit. And getting another Holy Spirit will benefit both of us. Oh, I know. Zhang Zhen sighed heavily and continued pretentiously. But even if I tell you, what can I do? If you want to get another Holy Spirit, the key is the power of destiny. When Xiao Han was in the City of Glory, he absorbed 100 times the intelligence of Langdon and finally combined the power of two destiny so that the purple flame thunder dragon successfully evolved into the Holy Spirit level thunder flame holy dragon. You Ross. Zhang Zhen paused for a moment and continued in a deep voice. Although you, Ross, also have a son of destiny, at most only 3 or 5 people can break through to level 9. A son of destiny can make 3 or 5 people break through to level 9? A look of disbelief flashed across Pushkin's eyes, and then he immediately shook his head and said in a deep voice, "What we, Russia, have to face is not something that can be solved by 3 or 5 level 9 evolvers. Without the Holy Spirit, Petersburg will definitely not be able to be defended." Whispering this, Pushkin looked at Eva, Andrei, and Ivanlov beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. Seeing that they all nodded slightly, he asked solemnly, "If I can provide 2 sons of destiny, can you Yanhua help to get a Holy Spirit?" Two. Zhang Zhen stuttered and whispered, his eyes full of disbelief, and hurriedly asked, "What did you say? 2 sons of destiny? In addition to Turgenev, do you, Russia, have another son of destiny?" "Yeah." Pushkin nodded solemnly and continued in a deep voice. "One has 100 times the power, and the other has 100 times the defense. I know that the Shadow is also looking for the son of destiny. If you withdraw from here today, it is estimated that the guy will soon attack Ross in order to unlock the 3rd seal of the demon armor. Let Xiao Han come and you can't leave. Help us defend Petersburg so that there is a possibility of continuing the discussion." At this time, Zhang Zhen was a little confused. He didn't expect it to be so simple. If it was so easy to force out 2 sons of destiny, Xiao Han would definitely be willing to wait for more than 10 hours. But now, even if he agreed, Xiao Han couldn't come in a short time. "Hey!" Sighing with a depressed face, Zhang Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "We have a white helmet in Yanhua. You should know this." "I know," Pushkin responded. His eyes suddenly lit up, and asked directly, "You can't tell me that the white helmet needs to be unlocked like the black helmet?" And Xiao Han has already unsealed the white helmet to deal with the threat of the Shadow. Since you guessed it, there is no need for me to explain. Zhang Zhen smiled bitterly and continued, "With the ability of the Shadow, the 3rd seal will be unlocked sooner or later. The only difference is the time required, which may be extended by more than 10 days. Fortunately, the God armor does not need to absorb human souls, and Xiao Han must also unlock the seal of the God armor within 10 days. So even if he agrees, he can't come now." Petersburg, Ostankino TV Tower. Above the towering spire, a figure in a black robe can be vaguely seen. Because the mutant beasts attacked the city, everyone's mind was tied up. So, no one noticed that there was a person on the spire. With the appearance of 4 level 9 dragons, the mutant beasts left behind millions of corpses and finally retreated to the north. This made the figure on the spire frown deeply. Roar. Listening to the dull roars of the 4 giant dragons across the sky, the black-robed figure couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "It seems that this 100 times power is destined to be impossible to obtain. But this is also true. Xiao Han is also looking for the chosen son. Now, except Turgenev, the other chosen sons are either dead or deprived of the power of luck in their bodies. Since he knew that there was a chosen son here, how could he miss it?" Thinking of this, the black-robed man's face became gloomier, and he said with murderous intent, "It seems that it is completely impossible to quickly improve strength in this way. Xiao Han didn't show up, he must be hiding somewhere. Although the demon god armor has unlocked the second seal, the beast ability is too strong, and I am still not his opponent. Fortunately, I have found a forbidden sky stone. As he said this, a black stone appeared in the black-robed man's hand, and he squinted his eyes and whispered, "As long as the forbidden sky formation is set up, the teleportation formation cannot be used. Last time, I just blocked the signal and missed Langdon's 100 times. Intelligence. I won't make the same mistake again. Since you have taken away my 100 times power, I can only sacrifice Jing'an to unlock the third seal. #C1588 Wings of the Gods. Realm cracks. The black and white yin and yang energy kept colliding, and bursts of deafening roars continued to sound in the cracks in the realm. Call out. And a silver-white figure, like a bolt of lightning, galloped through the space full of black and white. As time passed by slowly, and no one knew how long it had passed, the figure in the silver armor suddenly paused and couldn't help but asked anxiously, "How long will it take? It shouldn't be far." A hesitant voice sounded, and then he immediately said, "Anyway, our direction is not wrong, but the distance may be a little far. We've already traveled thousands of kilometers, so there's no need to rush. For a while. Hey, can you not be anxious?" The silver-armored warrior sighed heavily and said in a deep voice with worry on his face, "Although I left the thunder, flame holy dragon behind when I left. But you also know that it cannot be Shadow's opponent. Although there are two mythical beasts on the side to help, they can only make it last for a few dozen minutes at most. If I can't go back in time, then Jing'an and Kyoto will be really in danger. It's already this time. There's no point in being anxious." Chitsai Yulong replied in a deep voice and immediately added, "Half of the way has already been climbed. We can't go back now. It's a pity that the demon crystals are too rare, otherwise we could be faster." "Yes," Xiao Han replied with a depressed face, looking at the crack in the boundary that had no other colors except black and white. His eyes were full of helplessness. "I thought it wouldn't be too difficult to obtain the demon crystal. But after driving for thousands of kilometers, not only could I not find what I was thinking of, but I didn't even know how far away the thing that called for the divine veins was." The monotonous colors made him feel a little anxious. But at this time he also knew very clearly that what the divine pulse said was right, and it would be of no use no matter how urgent he was now. Whether you can find the demonic crystal is entirely a matter of luck. However, the feeling of the colorful dragon should be correct. As long as the direction is correct, it can still be found in the end. Why? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han sighed heavily again and continued in a deep voice, "You are right. I am indeed a little anxious. Now that everyone has come in, there is only one way to go. Actually, you don't need to worry too much," Chitsai Yulong advised and immediately said, "Yuing is very strong, and the Thunder Flame Holy Dragon is indeed no match for him. But that guy was beaten by you once, so he probably doesn't have the guts to attack Jing'an and Kyoto. Furthermore, only a few or 5 people know that you have come to the realm. Crack. Is it possible that the shadow guy still comes to ask for a fight even though he knows he is not your opponent?" "Well, you're right." Xiao Han thought for a moment and felt that what the colorful dragon said made sense. In fact, when he was in the Glory City, he could completely keep Shadow. It's just that the demon god's armor's defense is too strong, and he can't kill it completely. If you keep fighting with him, not only will the power of luck be exhausted eventually, but you won't even have time to look for the demon crystal. And the Lord of Devouring cannot help but care about it. It is like the sword of Damocles hanging above the head. Before it becomes powerful, the third layer of seal of the god's armor must be unlocked. So at that time he hastily used the soul sealing technique. Only by completely sealing his soul can it be possible to defeat the shadow hiding in the demon god's armor. And with his strength at that time, coupled with the assistance of the gods, armor, even the divine beast could forcibly seal it. Unexpectedly, the moment he used the soul-sealing technique, the mental power in his mind was like a torrential flood, making his head dizzy. It was only by taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity that the shadow escaped from his hands. Although that guy has escaped, if he is not sure that he is not in Jing'an, he should not dare to take action against Yanhua's city at will. After all, even if the god's armor only unlocked the first layer of seals, he would still be sure to pin it to the ground and beat it violently. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han finally felt a little more relieved. Boom! The yin and yang energy continued to collide, and he carefully avoided the shock wave of the explosion and quickly flew in the direction indicated by the divine veins. Bite! But at this moment, a somewhat different voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This made Xiao Han pause, and he immediately looked to a place less than 30 meters in front of him. And over there, a black and white ball appeared out of thin air. Although it was only the size of a finger, he instantly judged that it should be the demon crystal he had been looking for. This? You found it now? Seeing the sudden appearance of the heavenly demon crystal, Xiao Han said something in disbelief, and immediately grabbed the void with his right hand. Roar! The next second, an illusory dragon head appeared immediately, and then rushed towards the ball. His figure just flashed before he bit him into his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Han pulled back his right hand fiercely and grabbed the black and white bead in his hand. At this time, Colorful Dragon shouted excitedly, "Found it! What do you mean? Have you found the demon crystal?" Xiao Han nodded and said excitedly, "I didn't expect what you said to be true. The collision of yin and yang will really produce a demon crystal." "Really? I actually found it." Chicai Yulong still didn't believe it, but he immediately urged, "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and let the god armor absorb it." Once the second seal is successfully unlocked, the god's wings can be summoned. By then, I dare not say that our speed will increase by more than 10 times, but it will definitely increase by 7 or 8 times. Yeah. Xiao Han nodded and immediately looked at the demon crystal in his hand. But before he could make any move, the silver armor wrapped around his palm began to wriggle quickly, instantly wrapping the demon crystal in it. And when it returned to its original state, the demon crystal had disappeared. Ding! At this moment, Xiao Han didn't even have time to react, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Absorb a demon crystal, the second layer of the god. Armor is unlocked. Hearing such a prompt, his face suddenly flashed with excitement, and his thoughts also moved. Crack, 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 and the next second, the sound of the armor plates wriggling continued to sound. Just 1 or 2 breaths. A pair of wings made entirely of silver-white scales grew directly from his back. Ha! With just a light flap of the wings, Xiao Han was like a silver meteor, rushing towards the depths of the crack between the boundaries.
C1589 tai chi.
The second layer of seal was released, and Xiao Han's speed increased a lot in an instant. Even the defense has been directly upgraded to a higher level, and it can now withstand the explosion caused by the collision of yin and yang energy. There is no need to avoid the shock wave generated by the explosion, and the speed is increased to an extremely abnormal level. At this time, a flash of excitement flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. The second layer of seals on the god's armor was unlocked, which meant that Shadow no longer had the speed advantage in front of him. Although at present, there is no way to completely kill it. But he believed that as long as the third layer of seal was unlocked, even if there was still no way to break through the defense of the demon god's armor, he could still be shocked to death with his strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Han continued to rush deep into the cracks in the realm and asked eagerly, "The second layer of seals has been unlocked. How should the third layer of seals be unlocked?" "Belief," Colorful Dragon said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, "Actually, you should also know that the god's armor and the demon's armor are completely opposite in terms of attributes. The demon god armor needs to absorb enough desire, anger, and obsession to unlock the third layer of seals. The god armor is just the opposite. You need to continue to show kindness to them, so that those intelligent creatures will worship you in their hearts. This kind of worship is actually an alternative kind of faith. As long as enough power of faith is absorbed, the third seal of the god's armor will be unlocked. What the hell? What am I going to do with this? Xiao Han couldn't help but cursed angrily, and in his heart, there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running past. The demon god armor is so simple you just need to kill people. But the god's armor actually needs to absorb the power of faith. Isn't this a joke? The human heart is actually the most complicated thing. Even though he saved Jing'an several times, the number of people who really worship him is definitely not too many. But now the mutated beasts no longer pose a threat to Kyoto and Jing'an. How could he show mercy at this time? Shadow only needs to massacre 1 or 2 cities to gather enough negative emotions to unlock the third seal of the Warcraft armor. But he actually wants to collect the power of faith. Isn't this a joke? The people in the real world are not the ignorant people 100 years ago, and they are not so easy to fool. Regardless of Western Union, Name, Ross, or Yanhua, the popularity of education is actually relatively high compared to other countries. Maybe there are still some stupid people in this world. But due to the emergence of mutant beasts, people in areas with low education levels have almost died out. Where can he collect enough power of faith?
Nimas.
Cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but ask. Besides this method, is there any other way to unlock the third layer of seal?
No.
Colorful Dragon said without hesitation, and immediately added, At least in my memory, there is no other way to unlock the third layer of seal. Actually, the power of faith isn't that difficult to collect, right? Hey, you don't understand. Xiao Han sighed with a depressed face. But he didn't know how to explain to Shinmai. If his eloquence were better, it might be easier to deceive him. But before entering Perfect World, he was actually a wretched otaku, and it would be even harder to get him to deceive others. It seems that we have to think of some off-the-beaten-track moves. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han didn't know what to do for a moment, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said in a deep voice, Fortunately, Yanhua still has 400 million people. My ability to deceive is indeed not good, but there is no need for me to do this myself. I think Han Feng and Qiu Mingyuan should be willing to cooperate. Professional things can be left to professionals. If you can't do it yourself, you can also package it. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han felt a little relieved. Yanhua's population base is too large. Even if it only occupies 1/3 of them, the power of faith in him will surely be able to unlock the third layer of seals of the god's armor. Although the real world has been pulled into the game, television, the internet, and aerospace vehicles are also available. As long as there is a professional team, even a pig can be packaged into a god. What's more, he already has all the conditions to become a god. Hey! After thinking about this, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, flapped his wings fiercely, and flew faster. Boom! The energy of yin and yang is still colliding. Even if the explosion is right next to him, it can only slightly deflect Xiao Han's flight trajectory. After unlocking the second layer of seal, the defense of the god's armor is much stronger than before. A silvery white meteor also rushed into the distance quickly. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening roars, time slowly passed by minute by second. And in this monotonous world composed of black and white, the passage of time could not even be felt. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a voice shouted, We're here. I feel it's almost here. This made the figure flying at high speed suddenly pause, and at the same time his eyes immediately looked into the distance. At this time, Xiao Han also discovered that thousands of meters away he could vaguely see what seemed to be a piece of land over there. A black land. Although he didn't know whether it was land or not, it was good to have a discovery. As long as he figured out what was calling the divine vein, he could start looking for a way out. He had been away for such a long time, and he was still very worried. After he got out, he didn't have to worry about the shadow attacking Yanhua's city, and he could also arrange for people to pack it for him. At this time, looking at the black land that was more than a kilometer in the distance, Xiao Han immediately nodded and agreed. Well, I have seen it. As he said this, the silver-white wings also flapped violently. Whoosh! The next second, he turned into a meteor again and rushed straight to the black land. In just a dozen seconds, a black floating island appeared in front of Xiao Han. But looking at this piece of land, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and muttered in a low voice with a look of astonishment on his face. Fuck! Is this a Tai Chi diagram? The land in front of him, which was like an island, was slightly different from what he imagined. The half facing him was black, and the other half was white. Its shape was exactly 90% similar to the Tai Chi diagram. Both the black and white pieces of land were in the shape of swimming fish, and they were tightly entangled with each other. The only difference was that there were no white fish eyes on the black piece of land, and there were no black fish eyes on the white piece of land. The artistic conception of yin in yang and yang in yin did not appear on this piece of land. #C1590 Spirit of the instrument. Seeing that such a piece of land appeared in the gap of the realm of nothingness, Xiao Han was still very shocked at this moment. At this time, the divine vein in his arms also shouted anxiously, "Let me out! Let me out quickly!" The god armor evolved from the white helmet is a fully enclosed equipment, so even if the colorful dragon is very anxious, there is no way to come out to. Take a look. Boom! 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 And the yin and yang energy around him is still colliding fiercely. So at this time, Xiao Han certainly did not dare to remove the protection of the god armor at will. Although the boundary of yin and yang energy on the land like Tai Chi is not only extremely clear but also no explosion occurs, there is no need to worry about any damage. But in such a strange place, it is always right to be careful. Even if he felt that the divine vein was still struggling in his chest, he did not let it out immediately, but gently comforted it. Don't worry. Let me see. What's going on here? As he said, Xiao Han's ears immediately trembled slightly. However, the land below seemed like a dead zone. Even with the blessing of the god armor, no noise could be heard. With no other choice, Xiao Han could only slowly approach the black and white island and fly around it. At this time, everything on the island could be roughly seen. This is a small island with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters. It was lifted by an invisible force and floated quietly in the air. At the same time, the island was full of cracks. Even when flying around it just now, Xiao Han saw that some places were missing a piece for some reason, making the round island look not so round. And this place seemed to have experienced some kind of tragic war. This made him click in his heart, and he was immediately more curious about this island that looked like a Tai Chi diagram, although he still couldn't be sure whether there was any unpredictable danger. On it, he hesitated for a moment and slowly flew towards the island. A few minutes later, he stood on the white land. Click, click, crack. Without the shock wave generated by the explosion, the armor plates on Xiao Han's body were immediately retracted, and a colorful dragon flew out from his chest. And the moment it came out, it flew straight to the depths of the island like a colorful stream of light. At this time, although Xiao Han wanted to call it back, but seeing the eagerness of the divine vein, he also knew that this might be futile, so he could only chase the colorful dragon and fly to the center of the island together. It took less than a minute for one person and one dragon to fly to the center of the island with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters. And here, the black and white land just happened to be entangled together. At the same time, a broken altar that looked very simple and full of ancient atmosphere also appeared here. In the center of the altar, There is a deep circular pit with a diameter of about 1 meter. At the bottom of the pit you can clearly see that there are many purple fragments like broken glass. At this time, the seven-colored dragon was lying on the edge of the pit, staring at the purple fragments with his eyes, covering his head with a painful face, as if trying to recall something. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han did not dare to speak. Roar! A low and painful roar continued to sound from the seven-colored dragon's mouth, and he could only watch quietly on the side. It was not until a long time later that the painful roar slowly disappeared. At this time, the seven-colored dragon turned his head and said in a deep voice, "This seems to be my home, and now I am finally back. Is this your home?" Xiao Han looked at the broken altar in front of him in a daze, and asked with a puzzled face, "What do you mean? How can this altar be your home?" "I don't know, but I seem to belong here," the seven-colored dragon whispered, and then looked at the purple fragments in the pit. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he jumped directly into the pit. Boom! At the same time, the broken altar actually trembled violently, and the yin and yang energy also quickly rushed here. Even though the altar was broken, it also emitted dazzling black and white light at this time. A palpitating breath rose from the altar, and the stones on the altar actually trembled. Under the illumination of the black and white light, the broken altar was slowly repairing. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar suddenly sounded in the pit, and the purple fragments also quickly rotated around the colorful dragon. During the rotation process, the purple fragments also slowly condensed together. In just a few seconds, a translucent purple crystal ball appeared in the pit, and the colorful dragon was wrapped in the crystal ball. Roar! At this time, the colorful dragon in the crystal ball gave a cheerful low roar, but this made Xiao Han's face look ugly. Looking at the restored altar and the cracked crystal ball, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Can you explain to me what is going on?" "I'm afraid not," the seven-colored dragon said in a deep voice, and immediately said, "My soul is not complete, and part of my memory is missing. If you can find a few more divine veins, maybe I can know the reason. The reason why it's like this now is because of my instinct. I seem to belong here. Then you now." Xiao Han paused for a moment, and continued with a serious face. "Isn't there no other way? Go back with me?" "Yes." The colorful dragon nodded gently, and whispered apologetically, "Although I don't know what's going on, my instinct tells me to quickly restore this." Hong Meng. As he spoke, his brows furrowed again. He thought painfully for a while, and then continued in a deep voice, "I don't know what this crystal ball is, but my instinct clearly tells me to repair it as soon as possible. So I will stay here and absorb the yin and yang energy to repair it. And judging from the information I have now, my body should not be a divine vein, but a spirit of some kind of instrument." Spirit. Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then immediately looked at the cracked crystal ball carefully again, thinking in his heart, "Hong Meng, could it be that its body is the treasure of Hong Meng?" Ga, ga, ga. As he was thinking this, a series of crackling sounds suddenly came from the purple crystal ball. The crystal ball, which was already full of cracks, began to fall off with those purple fragments at this moment. Roar! The roar sounded, and the colorful dragon immediately sucked the fragments back. But those purple fragments were missing a part, and even if they were forcibly absorbed back, they could only last for a short 10 seconds before they began to fall off again. #C1591 Sun Pearl and Moon Pearl. After trying for more than an hour, the colorful dragon still couldn't stabilize the purple crystal ball. Xiao Han looked at it, unwilling to give up, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He could only whisper, "Since it is destined to fail, don't force it anymore. You said it yourself. It is the spirit of this purple crystal ball. Now your soul is not complete, which means that the spirit is also incomplete. In this state, there should be no way to condense it. Ah! The colorful dragon sighed with a depressed face, and continued in a deep voice. It seems that I am too anxious, but it is really important to repair it. I know. Xiao Han replied with a serious face and immediately said, but no matter how important it is, you have no way to repair it now. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well come back with me quickly. As long as I help you find 3 or 5 more divine veins, your soul should be able to recover completely, and then we only need to come here once more. Okay. The 7-colored dragon responded helplessly, and continued with a bitter face. It seems that if you want to condense it, you must first find the lost memory. And there is no need for us to stay in this realm gap now. While whispering, the 7-colored dragon has already flown out of the pit, and skillfully drilled into the collar of Xiao Han's chest. But at this time, its condition is not very good. This more than an hour of forced repair has consumed too much energy.
Xiao Han
didn't say much when he saw this. After all, they were just a cooperative relationship. Feeling that the divine vein had calmed down in his chest, his thoughts also moved with it. Crack, crack, crack. The next second, dense scales extended from the white helmet instantly, wrapping up his entire body. At this time, Xiao Han didn't want to stay here any longer. His mind moved again, and a pair of silver-white wings stretched out from his back. Whoosh! With just a light flap, he flew thousands of meters away. However, at this time, the figure flying in the air suddenly hovered in the air, looking at the pit under his feet with a puzzled look. According to the position of the Tai Chi diagram, this place should be the fish eye of the Tai Chi diagram. Originally, I just thought that this piece of land was a bit like the Tai Chi diagram, but there were no fish eyes on the black and white fish, so Xiao Han didn't think much about it. But now there is a deep pit here. Although this doesn't mean anything, it's a bit far-fetched to say that this is a coincidence. Could it be that there was a fish eye here? After muttering this softly, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and then his wings flapped violently. Whoosh! Less than 5 kilometers away, he instantly flew to the other side of the Tai Chi diagram. And on this black land, where there should be a white fish eye, there is also a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han immediately fell silent. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately patted his chest and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any memory of the pit below?" Pit? The colorful dragon came out of Xiao Han's chest, took a look at the pit below, and immediately continued, "I have an impression of this. There was a sun bead in that pit. And there is also such a pit in the white half of the land. Because the properties between the two are exactly opposite if the things in the white pit have not been lost. There is a tie-in bead." Tie-in bead and sun bead? Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, and immediately frowned and asked, "Then how much do you know about this piece of land below?" "I don't remember this." The colorful dragon sighed softly, and continued helplessly, "If you want to know about this place, you still have to help me find more divine veins as soon as possible. Only when the memory is restored can I know what happened here." "Okay. Then let's go back now," Xiao Han said helplessly, but there was no way. The divine vein became a weapon spirit, which he had not expected. And it is not an easy task to help it recover its lost memories and complete its incomplete soul. But no matter how difficult it is, he must do it. Since the divine vein may be the weapon spirit of the Hongmeng treasure. Once the Hongmeng treasure is condensed, he will become the owner of this treasure. Even if he cannot take it for himself at that time, it should be no problem to have the right to use part of it. "Hey, Hongmeng treasure!" Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han's wings behind him slapped again, and his figure instantly turned into a silver stream of light, rushing towards the depths of the realm gap. Because the second seal of the god armor has been unlocked, his speed at this moment is very fast. Just a few flashes, and he left the land far behind. As the true energy in his body poured into his ears, all the sounds within 100 kilometers were accurately captured by him. Blocking all the noises that he didn't want to hear, his ears instantly became much quieter. The sound he wanted to hear did not appear in his ears, so Xiao Han could only flap his wings again and continue to rush deeper into the gap between the boundaries. Whoosh! Because the speed was too fast, there was even a harsh whistling sound. And Xiao Han's ears were like radars, constantly looking for a way out in this monotonous gap between the boundaries. Boom! 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 As the yin and yang qi continued to collide, bursts of deafening roars also sounded continuously. But now, this level of explosion can no longer cause any harm to Xiao Han. As time passed slowly, it was unknown how long it had passed. Xiao Han, who had rushed thousands of kilometers again, suddenly paused, and his face immediately showed a touch of ecstasy. Then his body turned, and his speed was instantly 3 times faster. A few minutes later, he saw a black hole with a diameter of only about 1 meter on the black boundary wall below. What was strange was that the black hole was not an abyss passage, because there was no hole on the white boundary wall opposite the black hole. This made Xiao Han slightly stunned. While patting his chest, he immediately introduced the situation in front of him and asked, "What is going on? Why is there a hole here? What else can it be?" The 7-colored dragon said unhappily, and immediately said, "This is also a passage, but it can only lead to the abyss." #C1592 Abyssal Blood Sea. After racing for thousands of kilometers in the cracks of the boundary, Xiao Han was still very depressed to find only one passage to the abyss. At this moment, he was still very worried about Jing'an and Kyoto. Although he could give up this place and find another passage to reality, this was the second abyss passage he had found in such a long time. Except for the abyss passage in the Arctic, it is not so easy to find another one. Forget it. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the black boundary wall and whispered, "No matter how many layers of the abyss this passage leads to, it is better than staying here all the time. And there are ancient teleportation arrays above the 4th layer of the abyss. As long as it is not the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, I can teleport back directly. If I am lucky, I may find a spiritual vein above level 8 in the abyss. By then, even if the memory of the 7-colored dragon cannot be fully restored, it should at least be able to remember some information about the Tai Chi Len. That place seems to be very unusual." Thinking that the 7-colored dragon is just a spirit, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly, and at the same time, the wings behind him slapped violently, and he rushed into the black passage in an instant. At this time, the seal of the 2nd layer of the god armor has been unlocked. And the summoned god wings also have a terrifying blessing on speed, which is far from comparable to the blood rain cloak. So it took him less than an hour to rush out of the abyss passage. The scenery here is almost the same as that of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th layers of the abyss, with the ground covered with glowing grass. Roar! Even from tens of kilometers away, there were still bursts of beast roars. This made Xiao Han immediately look in the direction of the sound, and at the same time muttered in a low voice, "This is indeed the abyss, but I don't know which layer it is. I don't know if the monsters in the abyss can be forcibly enslaved. If the monsters can be taken as pets, it will be much easier to find the way back in this abyss world." When the god armor enslaved the mutant beasts, it seemed to have an extra blessing on the mental power. I hope that the enslavement of the abyss monsters can also be successful. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate too much, and his figure instantly flew straight to the direction of the sound like a silver lightning. After a while, a pool of blood-colored lake appeared in front of him. In this blood-colored lake, a blood-colored shark was swimming rapidly in the lake. It seemed that there was something terrifying behind it, so the blood-colored shark didn't even dare to stay in the lake and flew to the shore. This made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and when he looked at the blood, colored shark. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. At this time, a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Abyss blood shark emperor level? Life? Attack? Defense? Seeing that there were still a series of question marks, Xiao Han was not surprised, and his eyes immediately looked at the blood-colored figure behind. The blood shark.
Hualala.
At this time, as the abyss blood shark jumped out of the lake, an abyss monster that looked like an octopus also rushed out. But it had a lot of tentacles, which made Xiao Han feel familiar. While frowning slightly, he couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "Why does this octopus look so similar to the Abyss Blood Emperor? Hey, what's so strange about this?" The colorful dragon wrapped around Xiao Han's arm chuckled and continued, "If I remember correctly, this should be the Abyss Blood Sea. The Abyss Blood Emperor originally came from here. Isn't it normal to be a little similar to it?" "Originally came from here?" Xiao Han said with some surprise and immediately asked in a deep voice, "I heard Xuanwu mention that the Abyss Blood Ancestor has been sleeping in the Abyss Blood Sea. And this Blood Sea, can there really be an Abyss Blood Ancestor in it? I don't know about this, got it." The seven-colored dragon shook his head slightly and continued, "I have no impression of who the Abyss Blood Ancestor is. But that direction." The seven-colored dragon stretched out its tail and pointed, and said, excitedly, "I can feel that there is a very high-quality spiritual vein in that direction. No, to be precise, it is at least a dragon vein. If there is really an Abyss Blood Ancestor in this sea of blood, it must be in that direction. Are you interested in going there to take a look?" "Of course there is," Xiao Han said with murderous eyes, and immediately said, "But before looking for the Abyss Blood Ancestor, you have to get rid of these two little guys first." As he said this, a blue ice spear also appeared. Swish! The next second, Xiao Han just stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly, and the ice spear made a sharp whistle and instantly pierced through the body of the blood-colored octopus. Puff! With a slight sound, a blood-colored damage value of 200 trillion immediately emerged from the top of the blood-colored octopus's head. His body immediately froze and fell heavily on the lake's surface, apparently dead. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in his ears. Ding, kill an Abyss Blood Demon Emperor, gain experience points. Ding, you killed an Abyss Blood Demon Emperor and received the immortal equipment Bloodthirsty Magic Ring, triggering a 496-fold reward, and received the Holy Equipment Soul Devouring Magic Ring times 4, Bloodthirsty Magic Ring times 23. Amidst a series of system upgrades, Xiao Han frowned slightly and couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "Two more holy equipments exploded, but I can't use them all. A lot of materialization talismans also exploded, but this thing is useless. For a few useless equipment, it consumes more than 10 points of luck power, which is really not worth it. Let's try to enslave the Abyss Blood Shark first to see if there is any possibility of success." As he said this, Xiao Han didn't even care about the equipment and materialization talismans that fell on the ground, and his figure disappeared. Instantly, when he appeared again, he was already standing next to the Abyss Blood Shark. At the same time, one hand had already grabbed the tail of the Abyss Blood Shark, and the other palm did not delay at all, and a soul enslavement technique was directly slapped over. Roar! At this time, a roar also sounded, and the Abyss Blood Shark struggled hard. Fortunately, it calmed down slowly after only 2 seconds. However, the system prompt sound still did not sound, which made Xiao Han feel a little confused. Boom! Before he could figure out what was going on, an explosion sounded in his ears. At this time, the head of the Abyss Blood Shark had completely disappeared, leaving only a bloody half of the body and equipment falling all over the ground. Ding! Amid a series of system prompts, Xiao Han couldn't help but frown and said, "Is there really no way to enslave this Abyss Demon Beast?" If we can't get information about the Abyss channel from them, then we can only use other methods. Hashtag C1593 Blood Ancestor of the Abyss. 1. Xiao Han was a little disappointed that he failed to enslave the Abyss blood shark. If he had an Abyss demon as a pet, his movements in the Abyss would be much simpler, and he might even be able to find the Abyss Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's lair would not have a low spiritual vein level. As long as he could dig out another god-level spiritual source, the 7-colored dragon would be able to recover some of his memories. Unfortunately, the enslavement was not successful, so he could only start from other places to see if he could find the Abyss passage on this level. After roughly packing up the equipment that fell into the blood lake, Xiao Han immediately looked deeper into the blood sea, muttering in a low voice, "There is still a lack of a guide, so I have to start with you." As he said this, his wings flapped again. Whoosh! A sharp whistle sounded, and a silver meteor immediately streaked across the sky above the blood sea. Because of the improvement of the strength of the god armor, Xiao Han now does not need to hide his tracks at all, and he is recklessly surging over the blood sea. He even hoped that the Abyss Demon Lord would come to find him. However, when he saw that the entire blood sea had quickly quieted down where he passed, he knew that this idea was doomed to fail. Although there were many Abyss demons along the way, Xiao Han did not intend to waste time on them. Whoosh! Time passed quickly with the piercing sound. I don't know how long it had passed. The 7-colored wandering dragon suddenly shouted, "Slow down, the spirit vein is in that direction. It should be a level 7 dragon vein." Level 7? Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately adjusted the flight direction and flew straight to the direction indicated by the 7-colored wandering dragon. At the same time, his ears were also shaking slightly. It's just that there are many kinds of sounds under the blood sea, and he has no way to accurately judge which sound belongs to the Abyss blood ancestor. Fortunately, the 7-colored wandering dragon has a precise sense of the dragon vein, and the Abyss blood ancestor should also be there. So he didn't need to worry, just listen to the instructions of the 7-colored wandering dragon. Stop, stop. A few minutes later, an excited voice suddenly sounded. The dragon vein is under this blood sea, and the spiritual energy source of the blood sea also comes from here. I lost a lot of spiritual energy when I was in the crack of the boundary before. If I can have a few level 9 spiritual sources as a supplement, I will be able to recover soon. Let's go down and dig it out quickly. Don't worry, Xiao Han said with a chuckle, but there was a hint of doubt on his brow, and whispered to himself, "This place is very quiet. There is no sound under the blood sea. Isn't this Abyss blood ancestor here? No matter whether it is here or not, there is always a spiritual vein below," the colorful dragon said in a hurry, and continued, "Even if you can't find the Abyss blood ancestor, you can still harvest a few spiritual sources. I just feel something is wrong." Xiao Han wanted to be more cautious, but thinking that he was wearing a god armor, it seemed unnecessary to be too cautious. Even if he met the Abyss Demon Lord, he had the ability to kill him. Although he still felt that something was wrong with the sea of blood, he still flapped his wings behind him gently. Puff! The next second, a silver stream of light shot into the purple-black sea water, like an arrow. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, a strong heartbeat suddenly came from the depths of the sea of blood, which surprised Xiao Han, who had just jumped into the sea of blood. Although the heartbeat was almost inaudible, he still heard it clearly. Splash! Before he looked at the place where the heartbeat came from, the calm sea of blood suddenly boiled, and the sea water began to become viscous, and the sea water seemed to have life, squeezing his body hard. "Heh! Interesting." Xiao Han chuckled in surprise, flapped his wings gently, and wanted to fly to the place where the heartbeat came from. But the viscous sea water around him was like quicksand, which made him feel powerful but nowhere to use it. Zizi! 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 At the same time, a strange sound also sounded. The temperature of the bloody seawater and the god armor in contact was rising rapidly, and it seemed to be extremely corrosive. However, the armor plates of the god armor were still bright, without any signs of corrosion. Boom! 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 Listening to the heartbeat coming from afar, although Xiao Han was extremely inconvenient to move, his mind immediately moved. The next second, a blue ice spear appeared in his hand, and then he raised his hand and shot it over there. Whoosh! Amid the piercing sound, a bloody damage value of 720 trillion also immediately floated out from the bloody seawater. This made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and he whispered in surprise, "Could it be that this entire blood sea is the body of the Abyss blood ancestor? Plus 10 million billion. Just as an incredible guess arose in his mind, a green number of 100 trillion actually floated out of the bloody water. This made Xiao Han's face change, and he immediately thought of the abnormal recovery ability of the Abyss Blood Emperor in the Demon Sealing Tower. Now this stronger Abyss Blood ancestor seems to have an even better recovery ability. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly showed a murderous look, and he said gloomily, "I want to see whether your recovery speed is faster or my damage is greater." As he said this, another ice spear appeared in his hand, and at the same time, his mind moved with it, and all the status skills such as Blood Rage and Frenzy were used. Swish! 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 For ice spears were shot out in succession, and for blood-colored damage, values of up to 210 trillion appeared on the sea of blood in an instant. Roar! At this time, a roar of shock and anger came from the depths of the sea of blood. Then the purple-black sea water, which was like quicksand, began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment, and the sea water around him became clear in an instant. The sea water returned to normal, and the binding force disappeared. But at this moment, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a look of doubt, and he whispered with surprise on his face, "This Abyss blood ancestor is really not simple. Even if it has the strength of a fierce beast, these 4 shots can kill it." Instantly, the Abyss blood ancestor, who lost nearly 1 trillion health points, was not killed instantly. This was something Xiao Han had never expected. After all, there are more than one fierce beast that died in its hands. But no fierce beast has ever had a health value of more than 500 trillion points, and even 200 trillion is extremely rare. Swish! Hearing the sound of paddling in the distance, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer in his eyes, and then said in a cold voice, "Hey, you still want to run? I've been watching you. Where can you run to?" As he said this, he flapped his wings behind him fiercely, and instantly he was like a silver stream of light, chasing the direction where the Abyss blood ancestor escaped. #C1594 Blood Ancestor of the Abyss. 2. With the blessing of the god armor, Xiao Han's speed was extremely fast even underwater. In just a few minutes, a blood-colored figure was seen from afar. It was a creature that looked like a swordfish with dense purple-red scales all over its body and a streamlined body which made it extremely fast underwater. But this speed was still far inferior to the figure chasing behind it. Roar! At this moment, the blood-colored figure seemed to sense the approach of danger, and while roaring, its body swelled up instantly. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-colored sphere and then exploded into a bloody rain with a boom. As the blood rain shot out in all directions, purple-red miniature swordfish also appeared, scrambling to escape into the distance. Such a scene made Xiao Han, who was chasing behind, stunned. He had never expected that the Abyss blood ancestor would escape by such means, and could not help but mutter in a low voice, "Fuck, am I so scary?" The Abyss blood ancestor, who had transformed into millions of incarnations, made Xiao Han not know how to chase him for a while. The flowing light phantom body technique can summon clones, but at most it can only summon 9, which is not enough to deal with the current situation. Seeing that the miniature swordfish was getting farther and farther away, his brows slightly frowned, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, he heard that some of the swordfish that had fled far away had gathered together again. His eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, "I thought you were trying to survive by cutting off your tail. It turns out that although you have separated, you will eventually gather together." With this discovery, Xiao Han was no longer anxious. As the true essence poured into his ears, he suddenly asked, "Where is the dragon vein?" "It's over there." The seven-colored dragon stretched out its tail and pointed, and the direction indicated was exactly the direction where the heartbeat sound came from. Before seeing this, Xiao Han moved his body and immediately flew over there. In just 2 minutes, he saw a purple-red mountain range on the seabed. After just a little sensing, he found that the concentration of spiritual energy here was more than 1 level higher than other places. Now, even if the seven-colored dragon didn't say it, Xiao Han knew that there was a complete dragon vein below. Hualala! At this time, more than 10 kilometers away, thousands of miniature swordfish also gathered together in pairs and turned into the abyss blood ancestor again. So even though he knew the dragon vein was right in front of him, he had no time to dig it. But at this moment, Xiao Han had no intention of giving up. As he flipped his palm, the dark domain dragon scorpion blade was taken out, and his body quickly expanded. Kaka, kaka, kaka. Because of the rapid expansion of his body, the god armor also expanded, and a giant ape over 10 meters tall appeared. The next second, he just waved the dark domain dragon scorpion blade in his hand lightly, and a 100-meter-long light blade appeared. Then, with just a flash, it landed on the mountain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the purple mountain range emitting rich spiritual energy was instantly cut in two, and even richer spiritual energy immediately dissipated from the depths of the mountain range. This made the seven-colored dragon wrapped around the neck of the giant ape. Startled, and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? This will chop the spiritual source inside into pieces." "Hey, it's broken," Xiao Han said nonchalantly, and immediately said, "I don't have time now to spend hours digging out the spiritual source. So next, you have to tell me the exact location of the spiritual source. The abyss blood ancestor just now hasn't run far. If it can be dug out within 10 minutes, I should be able to catch up with it." 10 minutes, the seven-colored dragon repeated in a low voice, and immediately nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. The spiritual source is in the mountains on the left." Bang! As the seven-colored dragon finished speaking, Xiao Han raised his hand and chopped it again. Amid the deafening roar, the mountain on the left was cut into two again, revealing the blood-red energy crystal inside. Seeing this, Xiao Han flashed directly. Dang! The dragon's soul golden shovel in his hand also smashed down heavily. When a crystal was dug out, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding! You get an energy crystal level 5, triggering a 500-fold reward, and you get 5 energy crystals, level 7. Finding that it was only a level 5 crystal, Xiao Han raised his hand and chopped it down again. Boom! 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 With just a dozen slashes, he had already penetrated hundreds of meters into the mountains and also dug out a level 7 energy crystal. At this time, Xiao Han was more careful when he fell with his knife and even asked the seven-colored dragon every time. And under its instructions, a familiar spiritual source soon appeared in front of him. The moment he gently took the spiritual source off the crystal wall, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding! You get a spiritual source level 7, triggering a 500-fold reward, and you get 5 spiritual sources, level 9. The moment the spiritual source was dug out, a head immediately stretched out. Heh! Xiao Han smiled slightly when he saw this, and immediately handed over the spiritual source in his hand. At the same time, he flapped his wings behind him and flew towards the Abyss Blood Ancestor in an instant. At this time, it had already left the Blood Sea, and the thousands of clones that had been separated had also gathered together and fled farther away at a very fast speed. This made Xiao Han's eyes light up slightly, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Will this guy go find other helpers?" Thinking so in his heart, he soon saw the bloody figure again. But at this time, the bloody swordfish had disappeared, and in the distant sky, there was actually a bloody bat. If he hadn't been monitoring the movements here, Xiao Han might even think that he might have seen it wrong, and couldn't help but sneered, "Humph, do you think that I won't recognize you if you change your skin?" As he said this, his speed immediately began to soar. Gee! At this time, the bloody bat looked back and screamed in panic, and its speed also began to soar. However, compared with Xiao Han who was chasing him, there was still a very obvious gap. The distance between the two was shortened to less than 100 meters in a blink of an eye, and an ice-blue spear also pierced the air and shot at the bloody bat. Puff! A sound of a sharp weapon hitting flesh was heard, and a blood-colored damage value of more than 100 trillion immediately appeared on the head of the blood-colored bat. At this time, Xiao Han could already see clearly. Even though his damage was so terrifying, it only reduced the blood bar on the head of the blood-colored bat by a little, not even 1%. Humph! After confirming that he was the blood ancestor of the Abyss, Xiao Han no longer had any politeness, and shot one spear after another, plus 1,000,000 billion. At the same time, one green number after another continued to appear on the head of the blood-colored bat. The two sides flew across the sea of blood and over the mountains one after another. Roar! After an unknown amount of time, the blood-colored bat suddenly roared, and there was a roar in response hundreds of kilometers away. #C1595 Demon Lord's Lair 1. Listening to the roar coming from afar, Xiao Han had already guessed this, but he still showed an irrepressible smile on his face. Roar! At this time, the Abyss Blood Ancestor also became excited immediately, and his speed instantly increased by 2 points. A few minutes later, a giant dragon with a foul smell flew over, and Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Dark Dragon Lich Ferocious Beast Level? Life? Attack? Defense? A series of question marks appeared in front of him, and Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly. Another fierce beast appeared, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Hey, I didn't expect this guy to be so obedient, and he actually found a helper. But such a helper is just delivering food to me." As he said this, Xiao Han once again had an ice spear in his hand, and at the same time, Blood Rage, Rage, and other status skills were immediately used. Together, the moment the attack attribute soared to the extreme, the ice spear in his hand was immediately thrown out. Swoosh! An ice-blue light flashed, and even though the Dark Dragon Lich made a dodging action, the speed of the ice spear was too fast, and his chest was instantly pierced. Crack! With a crisp sound, a blood-colored damage value of 210 trillion immediately emerged from the head of the Dark Dragon Lich. At the same time, a layer of blue frost also spread from its body. While making its body stiff, the Dark Dragon Lich had no time to make any moves, and 2 more ice spears shot at it. And the mighty and domineering figure instantly lost all his spirit in his eyes, and after the frost melted, it fell straight to the ground. Boom! A fierce beast boss was killed instantly before he even had time to attack. This made the Abyss Blood Ancestor, who was flying towards the Dark Dragon Lich, stunned, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, and his body shook unconsciously. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't want to pay attention to it. The blood bar of the Abyss Blood Ancestor was too thick. Even if the God Armor unlocked the second seal, he had no way to kill it. The Dark Dragon Lich that was just killed had a lot of good things. There were 8 God artifacts alone. Although 6 of them were duplicated, 2 wristbands could be used. As long as the 5th level condensed lightstone was inlaid, his attributes would increase again. In a flash, Xiao Han landed directly on the pile of gold coins, stretched out his hand and pulled out a corner of the black helmet, and looked at its attributes. Helmet of the Witch God, Heavenly Artifact level 230, HP limit plus 100%, Magic. Attack plus 66 million, Strength plus 33 million, Stamina plus 33 million, Intelligence plus 33 million, Agility plus 33 million, Defense plus 33 million, Energy plus 33 million. Special skill, Guardian of the Witch God. When using skills, gain a HP x10. Shield, lasting 300 seconds, consuming 500 million energy points, cooling down 60 seconds. Special skill, Redemption of the Witch God. When using skills, can be immune to one-cut physical damage, and in this state, energy recovery speed times 500%. Magic attack limit plus 1000%. Consume 800 million energy points, cooldown for 300 seconds. Special skill, Witch God Whisper. When using skills, the damage of any magic skill can be increased by 2000%, consume 1 billion energy points, cooldown for 600 seconds. Special skill, Witch God Descends, consumes 1 billion energy points, summons Witch God to possess, all attributes increased by 3000%, lasts for 2 seconds, consumes 500 million energy per second, cooldown for 12 hours. Special effect, Toughness, reduces the time of being controlled by 100%. Special effect, Explosion free. When attacked, reduces the probability of being critically hit by 1000%. Special effect, Anti-armor. When attacked by melee, 50% of the damage value is rebounded in the form of spells. Special effect, Hard armor, immune to all attacks from weapons below the level of artifacts, and the damage from attacks from weapons above the level of artifacts is attenuated by 50%. Special effect, Calmness, reduces the cooling time by 80. Special effect, 5 elements, resistance to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth is increased by 200%, and the 5 elements resistance increases by 500 million points. The abnormal attributes and awesome skills made Xiao Han's eyes light up immediately, and he couldn't help whispering, "Although this is a mage equipment, I should be able to use it as well. I can't use the Witch God's secret language, but the Witch God's arrival should not be affected. It's a pity that this is a level 230 equipment. I can't equip it directly. Now, all attributes are increased by 30 times. Even the Abyss Demon Lord can't bear it." Thinking so in his heart, he quickly searched in the pile of gold coins. After a while, the remaining 3 Witch God helmets and 4 Witch God bracelets were all found by him. After taking a rough look at the attributes of the bracelets, Xiao Han's face showed a touch of joy again. After putting all the equipment into the space ring, he also found out several local skill books that the Dark Dragon Lich exploded. It's a pity that they are all magic books, and he has no way to learn them. Well, at this time, the Abyss Blood Ancestor took advantage of this time and fled madly to a place 100 kilometers away. Xiao Han was not too anxious about this. He just flapped his wings lightly and instantly rushed towards the Abyss Blood Ancestor like a silver stream of light. But at this moment, the 7-colored dragon suddenly shouted loudly, "Xiao Han, wait a minute, there is a level 6 spiritual vein over there." Level 6. Hearing the reminder from the 7-colored dragon, Xiao Han paused for a moment, but he immediately said, "Forget about the level 6. It will take at least 10 minutes to dig it out. We don't have time. Although it can be dug violently, it also takes time. Compared to digging out a level 6 spiritual source, Xiao Han still prefers to follow the Abyss Blood Ancestor. This guy has already led him to find a fierce beast, and there is no guarantee that he will not lead him to find a demon lord. So at this time, even if he knew that there was a level 6 spiritual source nearby, Xiao Han had no intention of staying again, and the wings behind him slapped again. Swish! In just over 10 minutes, he caught up with the Abyss Blood Ancestor. This time, he also attacked from time to time like before, making the Abyss Blood Ancestor faster. And the two figures, one red and one silver, rushed in the abyss one after another. Every once in a while, one or two fierce beasts would appear, and then they would be killed in one hit, exploding a ground of equipment and skill books. It was unknown how long it had been, but the seven-colored dragon, which had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Spiritual vein! There is a level 9 spiritual vein over there." Hearing this voice, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Since it is a level 9 spiritual vein, that should be the Demon Lord's lair." With this guess in mind, his speed instantly increased to the extreme. #C1596 Demon Lord's Lair 2. Dead. Hey! The Lord of Darkness is actually dead? In the slightly dim abyss, the Abyss Blood Ancestor looked at the headless corpse at the foot of the mountain, his eyes full of disbelief. "Call out." At this time, a silver-white figure fell beside it like lightning. Looking at the body that was over a kilometer long on the ground, Xiao Han was a little confused at the moment. He frowned and said, "Is this guy the Lord of Darkness? If nothing else happens, that should be it." Colorful Dragon said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, "There is a 9th-level spiritual source in the mountains next to this corpse. The only ones who can occupy this geomantic treasure land are Demon Lord level beings. And didn't the Blood Ancestor of the Abyss just say that the headless corpse below belongs to the Lord of Darkness?" "So?" Xiao Han paused for a moment and asked in a deep voice with an ugly face. "In order to unify the 9 layers, the Lord of Devouring has already taken action?" "Hey, it's already obvious." Colorful Wandering Dragon looked at the headless corpse and continued with a confident face. "The 9 demon lords of the Abyss, the Lord of Darkness, is only second in strength to the Lord of Greed and the Lord of Devouring. However, although the Lord of Greed is stronger than it, it is also extremely strong. And the only one who has the strength to kill it is the Devouring Lord. But I didn't expect it to be more decisive than I thought. I just don't know how many of the demon lords in the Abyss are still alive." What do you mean?" Seeing that the Lord of Darkness had been killed, the Abyss Blood Ancestor did not continue to flee. But when it heard such news, it couldn't believe its ears. "It's just that Lord Mannix's strength is indeed what the colorful dragon said, only slightly weaker than Lord Bernhard. If the two adults fought desperately, Bernhard might indeed kill them. But the premise is that Lord Mannix will not run away. Although it is not as powerful as Bernhard, if it wants to escape, Bernhard cannot stop it. Therefore, in this abyss, the only one who has the ability to kill him is the 9th-level Abraham. Only, even though he knew that this was the most reasonable explanation, the Abyss Blood Ancestor still had a strong doubt, and then he looked at the figure wearing the god's armor. After running away for such a long time, it actually knew clearly that the guy didn't have a strong murderous intention towards it. Otherwise, no matter how strong its recovery ability is, it will not be able to withstand that level of attack. At this time, looking at the guy who regarded him as the leader, the Abyss Blood Ancestor's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by the 9 levels being unified? And how do you know that the person who killed Lord Mannix was Lord Abraham? From the 9th floor. Oh, you're not running away?" Seeing the Abyss Blood Ancestor speak, Xiao Han did not answer its question directly, but asked instead, "You said this corpse belongs to the Lord of Darkness?" The Blood Ancestor of the Abyss nodded solemnly and continued in a deep voice, "It is Mannix, the Lord of Darkness, in charge of the 7th layer of the Abyss. You kept refusing to kill me, and yet you forced me here. Now let me see such a scene again. Could it be you who killed Master Mannix? Haha. This imagination is really rich. Xiao Han chuckled and was too lazy to pay attention to this guy anymore. At the same time, his body size instantly expanded, and the next second the netherworld dragon scorpion blade in his hand suddenly slashed at the mountains below. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the black mountain peak several thousand meters high was cut in half in an instant. Seeing that black crystals had appeared on the exposed mountain, Xiao Han appeared at the break of the mountain in a flash. Bite! As a level 6 energy crystal was dug out, he raised his hand and slashed at it again. At this time, the blood ancestor of the abyss not only did not run away, but followed up and asked, "You have come in such a big circle, don't you just want me to betray the abyss? Actually, as long as the price is right, it's not non-negotiable." As he said this, a look of greed flashed in the eyes of the abyss blood ancestor, and he licked his lips and continued, "The quality of the dragon vein that Manix has occupied has reached level 9. As long as you give me this spiritual source, I can not only take you to find Bernhard, but also take you to the lair of every abyss demon lord." "Heh? For you?" Xiao Han chuckled with disdain, then struck back with a knife. Puff! A flash of black light flashed, and the abyss blood ancestor was split in half. In an instant. But even so, it didn't die, just a bloody damage value of more than 100 trillion floated above its head. Grumble! A shrill scream immediately sounded, and the abyss blood ancestor, which had been split into two halves, merged into one again. At the same time, it did not dare to stay here any longer. It flapped its blood-red wings fiercely, and its body instantly turned into a streak of blood-red lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ha, croak!" Xiao Han snorted coldly, raised his hand and slashed with the knife again. He was actually somewhat moved by Abyss Blood Ancestor's proposal. After all, in the Abyss, if there is such a guide, whether it is going back or finding other Abyss Demon Lords, it will become much easier. After failing to enslave the Abyss Blood Shark, he thought for a long time and roughly understood what was going on. The demon beasts in the Abyss, as long as they are above the Emperor, have evil spirits in their bodies. Even if they are willing to betray the Abyss, those evil spirits will not agree. Therefore, there is no possibility of recruiting the Abyss Blood Ancestor. Instead of wasting time on it, it is better to dig out the 9th level spiritual source as soon as possible. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han raised his hand and slashed again. Boom! As the mountain was constantly split, the 6th level energy crystal slowly turned into a 7th level or even 8th level crystal. Be careful, don't be so violent. There is a 9th level spiritual source in it. At this time, the colorful dragon had already lost its composure. While indicating the location of the spiritual source, it said anxiously, "Don't worry. Can't we dig slowly?" Boom! It was just its reminder. Xiao Han ignored it, and the Netherland dragon scorpion blade in his hand continued to fall. After the 8th level crystal became the 9th level, his movements became cautious. Soon, as the 9th level energy crystals were peeled off, a black round sphere appeared in sight. It was not the first time that Xiao Han had dug up this quality of spiritual source. He was also very much looking forward to such a spiritual source, so the moment the black sphere appeared, he reached out and grabbed it without any hesitation.
C1597 Hongmeng Creation Pearl.
As the black ball was caught in his hand, the system prompt sounded. Immediately, ding, you get a spiritual source, level 9, triggering a 500-fold reward, and you get a divine source, level 1. After the 100-fold reward, the level 9 spiritual source successfully turned into a divine source, and a miniature black dragon immediately opened its eyes. Inside the divine source, roar! Because he had such an experience before, Xiao Han was prepared. The moment the spiritual source in his hand turned into a black dragon, he had already grasped its neck tightly with one hand, and at the same time a black soul word appeared in the palm of the other hand. Snap! With a slight sound, the black dragon that was struggling to pounce on the colorful dragon suddenly became quiet. The colorful dragon shouted excitedly and immediately opened its mouth to swallow it. Then his figure flashed and got into Xiao Han's arms again. A complete divine spiritual source contains extremely huge energy, so it takes at least several hours to absorb it completely. At this time, even if he was eager to know that this spiritual source would restore that part of the memory for the seven-colored dragon, he could only wait quietly. And 100 kilometers away, the sound of flapping wings could still be heard. This made Xiao Han smile, squinting his eyes and whispering, "Since you can't run away during this time, then continue to lead the way for me." The moment the voice fell, his speed suddenly began to soar. After a while, he caught up with the Abyss Blood Ancestor again and drove it to find other Abyss Demon Lords. If it didn't cooperate at all, Xiao Han would suppress its bloodline to a very low level. In order to save his life, the Abyss Blood Ancestor could only find a fierce beast to extend his life every once in a while. Otherwise, he would be beaten up and even die. As time passed slowly, two figures, one silver and one red, rushed through the abyss. "I don't know how long it has been," and suddenly a voice came from the chest. "Don't waste time. Go and kill it. This guy has been wandering around on the 7th floor, obviously he is fearless. There is no need to keep him." "Hey, have you absorbed it?" Xiao Han said excitedly, and immediately said, "What did you gain this time? Do you remember what your body is?" "Let's talk about this later." The seven-colored dragon did not answer immediately, but said solemnly, "If the Devouring Lord kills other Abyss Demon Lords, even if you unlock the third seal of the God Armor, you are still not its opponent. So you can't delay here. Just solve the Abyss Blood Ancestor. It's not a problem to solve it," Xiao Han said as his speed suddenly increased and he caught up with the Abyss Blood Ancestor in an instant. Puff! While chopping it in half with one knife, he continued in a deep voice, "It only takes a few minutes for me to kill it completely. You'd better tell me quickly, what exactly did you remember?" It's better not to remember it." The seven-colored dragon sighed heavily and said bitterly, "Didn't I say before that I should be a weapon spirit? What's wrong?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "After absorbing the divine source this time, have you remembered your original body?" "Yes." The seven-colored dragon nodded lightly and continued in a deep voice, "The piece of land in the crack of the realm is actually a treasure. It's just that I can't remember what it is called for the time being. But after absorbing the divine source this time, most of the information about myself has been almost remembered." "Then what are you?" Xiao Han chopped the Abyss Blood Ancestor with a knife, again, causing a damage value of more than 100 trillion to appear on his head. Plus 1 million billion. Even if the recovery speed of the Abyss Blood Ancestor is very abnormal, it can't keep up with the speed of losing health at this time. While Xiao Han continued to attack, he asked anxiously, "Also, isn't your body broken? If you replenish all your lost souls, can you condense them again? It's very difficult." The seven-colored wandering dragon said in a deep voice and immediately said, "My body is called Hongmeng Creation Pearl, which was shattered when suppressing a certain terrifying existence. It's just that I haven't remembered who shattered it. But according to the information I can get now, there is a 70% chance that it may be Abraham on the 9th floor of the abyss." Speaking of this, the seven-colored wandering dragon paused for a moment, and then continued, "In fact, even if I don't say it, you also noticed that this world is abnormal. It's just that you may be afraid of something and have kept it in your heart." "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded gently and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Do you want to explain it to me now?" "Actually, there is nothing to explain," the seven-colored dragon said softly, and continued with a bitter face. "Although this world is nonsense, it is real. But the real existence is only Blue Star and the 9th layer of the Abyss. What do you mean? Xiao Han chopped the Abyss blood ancestor again and asked, with a puzzled look, could it be that the 7th layer of the Abyss is illusory? Yeah. Colorful Yulong nodded slightly and continued, actually, I don't know how to explain to you that this world is actually the inner space of a treasure. Inner space. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Although it was a bit difficult to accept, he still asked in a deep voice, do you mean that this is the inner space of the Hongmeng fortune bead? Hey, what makes you think that? Colorful Yulong smiled bitterly, shook his head and continued, my body has been broken. How can there be internal space? I have just told you that the piece of land in the gap between the realms is also a treasure. This world was born of it, but at the beginning there were only heaven and demon world, which are actually the current Blue Star and the 9th layer of the Abyss. Blue Star and the 9th layer of the Abyss? Xiao Han frowned and repeated, and immediately asked with a puzzled face, what about the other 8 layers of the Abyss? To get out of trouble. Colorful Yulong frowned and thought for a while, then said with some uncertainty, although my body was shattered, the terrifying existence that I once suppressed is not doing well either. Although he managed to escape, he was unable to escape from this world. So he forcibly occupied the Abyss, and then once his strength returned to the limit that this world could bear, he would create another world. The reason why there have been several mass extinctions of life in the history of Blue Star is because it was forcibly pulled into its world. Hashtag C1598 Swallowing Lord 1. All kinds of unbelievable news came from the mouth of Chitsai Yulong, and Xiao Han was actually very confused at this time, although he had already had various speculations in his mind. But they never thought that the Blue Star on which human beings depended for survival was actually bred from a treasure. At this time, even though he was still skeptical about the news, it was an indisputable fact that Blue Star had been pulled into the game and he couldn't tolerate disbelief. Roar. The Abyss blood ancestor in front of him was still roaring anxiously.
Xiao Han
No longer showed any mercy at this time, raised his hand and slashed at him with a few more knives. After a while, the familiar system prompts sounded in my ears. Ding, you kill an Abyss blood ancestor, ferocious beast, and gain 74.3 million experience points. If the 500 times reward is triggered, you gain 37.15 billion experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of your level. Ding, you killed an Abyss blood ancestor, ferocious beast, and obtained the artifact equipment blood pact hand, triggering a 500 times reward. You obtained the celestial artifact equipment netherworld blood hand times 5, and obtained the artifact equipment blood pact hand times 23. Hearing that another divine weapon was revealed, there was no smile on Xiao Han's face at this time. While collecting the fallen equipment, he asked in a deep voice, according to what you said, that terrifying existence should be the devouring lord. Then what should we do next? Before it kills the other 8 Abyss demon lords, should we find the devouring lord first and then kill it immediately? Yes. Colorful Dragon nodded slightly and continued with a solemn face. The more demon lords the devouring lord kills, the stronger it will be. Once all 8 demon lords are killed, you will no longer be its opponent. So we can't continue to delay here. Even if we can't find the devouring lord, we still have to find other Abyss demon lords. If it can be sealed, then try to seal 1 or 2 of them. But if you can't even seal it, then you must find a way to prevent the Lord of Devouring from killing other Abyss demon ancestors. Okay, I understand what you mean. Xiao Han nodded quickly in response and immediately said in a deep voice, but this is the 7th floor of the Abyss, and I don't know where the passage out of the 7th floor is. In that direction. The colorful dragon stretched out its tail and pointed, and explained, hurriedly, I have recovered part of my memory and I also have some understanding of the abyss. The passage leading to the 6th time is in that direction. We have to go to the 6th floor as soon as possible to find the Lord of the Netherworld and see if it has also been killed by the Lord of Devouring. Are you sure? Xiao Han asked softly, but without any hesitation in his movements. As soon as his wings flapped, he flew in the direction pointed by the colorful dragon. Call out, and a silver stream of light also flashed away like lightning, leaving only gold coins and a dozen pieces of equipment scattered everywhere. More than an hour later, I really saw the abyss passage. After confirming that the information told by Chitsai Yulong was correct, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up and he rushed in without any hesitation. Because he unlocked the 2nd layer of seal, his speed directly increased by 7 or 8 times. In less than an hour, he rushed out of the abyss passage. There. At this time, the colorful dragon didn't say anything nonsense, and stretched out its tail to point into the distance. Xiao Han understood that the direction it was pointing was the lair of the Lord of the Netherworld, so he just paused for a moment before flying towards that direction at high speed. But while flying, I asked curiously, how much of your memory has been restored now? How many more divine sources need to be absorbed before all the memories can be restored? 1 or 2 more should be enough. Colorful Dragon whispered uncertainly, and then immediately added, but the more of this thing the better. If I can absorb a few more pills, it will be more beneficial to me. During the extremely fast flight, Xiao Han and Chitsai Yulong chatted wordlessly, and time passed very quickly. It wasn't until he saw a black mountain peak that a confused voice sounded. Again, hey, something seems wrong. The Lord of the Netherworld's lair is not far from here. Why can't he sense the spiritual source? Didn't sense the spiritual source? Xiao Han also said something strange, and then the wings behind his back immediately flapped fiercely, which instantly increased his speed by another 30%. Call out. After a while, another headless corpse appeared in front of him. This corpse is also 1,000 meters long. One look at it shows that the owner of the corpse was extremely powerful during his lifetime. It's just that the way it looks at this time is much worse than the Lord of Darkness. Not only were all the bones in the body broken, but the body was also broken into several sections, as if it had been torn apart by some brute force. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han could clearly feel it. If the existence that killed the 2 demon lords is the devouring lord of the 9th level, then its strength has obviously increased significantly. Call out. At this time, the colorful dragon suddenly flew up and landed on a broken peak, with extremely strong demonic energy. After sensing it for a while, he said with an ugly face, the spiritual source in this spiritual vein was shattered. It should not take more than 3 hours. Shattered. Xiao Han looked around and saw that the Netherlord's lair had been ravaged beyond recognition. Not only did all the mountains collapse, but the ground veins were also broken. The spiritual source hidden deep in the spiritual veins was not spared even, though it was protected by layers of crystal stones. Seeing a hint of disappointment on the face of the 7-colored wandering dragon, Xiao Han hurriedly said, since it has been shattered, don't worry about it anymore. Let's go to the 5th floor quickly to see what happened to the Lord of Lava.
No.
The 7-colored wandering dragon shook his head solemnly, and continued in a deep voice. This spiritual source was shattered 3 hours ago, which means that the Lord of Devouring was still here 3 hours ago. If we go to the 5th floor now, the Lord of Lava should be dead too. Let's go directly to the 3rd floor of the abyss. The Lord of the Dead on. The 4th floor was killed by you, which may buy us some time. Okay. Xiao Han nodded lightly, squinting his eyes and said, Once you enter the fourth floor of the abyss, you can still travel through the teleportation array. This can also save some time. We should be able to find the Lord of Nothingness on the third floor before the Lord of Devouring. As he said this, Xiao Han's wings flapped again, and his figure instantly turned into a silver meteor, flying in the direction indicated by the 7-colored wandering dragon. #C1599 Swallowing Lord. 2. Abyss, 3rd floor. Entering the 5th floor from the 6th floor, Xiao Han did not go to the lava Lord's nest, but rushed directly to the entrance to the 4th floor of the abyss. Then he passed through the ancient teleportation array on the 4th floor and teleported directly to the 3rd floor of the abyss. In fact, he was already very familiar with the 3rd floor of the abyss, but he had no guide from the demon clan, so he had never been able to find the lair of the Lord of Nothingness over there. But now it is different from before. Seeing the colorful dragon stretch out its tail and point, Xiao Han immediately flapped his wings behind him. But as soon as his body moved, he immediately stopped again. After hovering in the air and thinking for a few seconds, he asked in a deep voice, "How far is the lair of the Lord of Nothingness from here?" "I really can't say for sure." The 7-colored dragon frowned and replied, and immediately explained, "Although my memory has recovered a little, I only know the approximate location of the demon lord's lair. As for how far it is, I don't know. But at your current speed, it will take 2 or 3 hours to get to the lair of the Lord of Nothingness." 2 or 3 hours? Xiao Han frowned slightly and continued in a low voice, "The lair of the Lord of Nothingness is quite far from here. I remember there is also a teleportation array in that direction. I wonder if the distance between the Lord of Nothingness and the lair will be a little closer after teleporting directly there." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately flipped through the coordinates he had recorded, and then without thinking too much, he immediately returned to the teleportation array. And as the crystal stone on the teleportation array flashed, his figure immediately disappeared. Roar! But when he appeared again, a sudden roar of anger came from a place 100 kilometers away. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but look over there. But after all, that place was still far away from here. Although he could hear the sound, he couldn't see what was happening over there. "You idiot! Why don't you run?" And just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. Morpheus, Kavala, and Mannix all died in its hands. "Do you want to be like them? I just came here to inform you, but I'm not interested in dying with you." Suddenly, such a voice drilled into his ears, and Xiao Han's face instantly became serious. He had heard this voice more than once. It was this voice that threatened him in the Dead Silence Cave, and he also encountered it once in Stormwind City. And his hearing was different from that of ordinary people, and he could remember the characteristics of each voice. So even if he was 100 kilometers away, Xiao Han instantly judged who the owner of this voice was. Fuck! Is Abraham crazy? At this time, the angry curses from the distance came again. "Kill us all! Is it going to deal with the 4 sacred beasts and the chosen son of this generation alone? You know shit, it will only become stronger if it kills us." The roar came from a distance, and Xiao Han also heard 3 sharp whistles of wind rushing towards him. Boom! Not long after, there was a bang, and at the same time a terrified voice shouted, "Heart! Save me! Abraham is going to kill me! Fuck! Save your grandma's leg!" The angry curses came, and at the same time he shouted angrily, "I said it a long time ago, but you didn't believe it. In this case, then you go to hell." Even though it was more than 100 kilometers away, Xiao Han could feel Bunhart's determination. Not only did it not turn back to rescue, but it was getting faster and faster. Boom! At this time, there was another silent roar, accompanied by the shrill scream of the Lord of Nothingness. This made Xiao Han's face change, and he immediately flapped his wings behind him. Whoosh! As the piercing sound rang out, his speed instantly soared to the extreme, and he rushed in the direction of the sound. In just a few minutes, he saw the Lord of Greed fleeing madly. Bunhart's face instantly turned ugly when he saw the god armor. In Stormwind City, the Lord of Plague died at the hands of this guy, and even only lasted less than 10 minutes. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit, he might have died in Stormwind City. Can't run away? Seeing that the man's speed was even faster than Abraham, Bernhard whispered, in despair. Whoosh! At this time, the figure in silver-white armor did not stop at all, and instantly passed by him and disappeared from sight. This made Bernhard stunned, and he whispered in surprise, "What's going on? Didn't he see me? But I have already seen him. There is no reason why he can't see me." Turning back to look at the direction where Han Xiao disappeared, Bernhard thought for a few seconds and shouted in shock. "He is going to save Walson. Yes, he must be going to save Walson. Last time in Stormwind City, Xuanwu let me go for this reason. Now Abraham has begun to take the initiative. Since that guy just happened to meet him, of course he will not sit idly by. Only by saving Walson can they have the possibility of winning, but—" Bernhard paused for a moment, then frowned and continued. "But Abraham has already devoured the evil spirits in Morpheus, Kavala, and Mannix. Even the evil spirits of Xur and Dilson may have been devoured by it. Although it is not the first time that Abraham has devoured evil spirits, the most he has devoured is only 3. And that time, he beat the 4 sacred beasts to a pulp. But the god armor just now is completely different from the god armor that has appeared before. How can it have a pair of silver wings?" With such doubts in his heart, Bernhard's face flashed a hint of hesitation, but it was soon covered by curiosity. Then he turned around and chased after it. At this time, Xiao Han knew it at the first time, but he had no intention of stopping and waiting, and his speed was even 3 points faster than before. Ah! The dull blows accompanied by screams of pain continued to come from a distance and even mixed with bursts of begging for mercy. Although the Lord of Nothingness was no match for the Lord of Devouring, he was not so easy to kill. When Xiao Han arrived, he saw a black figure pressing the Lord of Nothingness to the ground, and his head was already bitten in the mouth of the black figure. #C1600 Swallowing Lord 3. In just a few minutes, the Lord of Nothingness was at an absolute disadvantage, and was even in danger of death. Even though he knew that the Devouring Lord was very strong, Xiao Han did not expect that it would be so strong. Seeing that Watson's somewhat illusory and huge head had quickly solidified in Abraham's mouth, his expression suddenly changed. "I thought that even if the Lord of Nothingness was no match for the Lord of Devouring, with his ability to be immune to physical attacks, there should be no problem in delaying for an hour or two. But the scene that happened in front of him made his heart skip a beat. The Devouring Lord's strength was more terrifying than he imagined. The god's armor has already unlocked the second layer of seals, and only 3 people were killed by Abraham. Xiao Han originally thought that he should be stronger, but now he is not so sure. No! Seeing that the Lord of Nothingness was still struggling, Xiao Han said in a solemn voice, "Wolson can't be swallowed by him anymore, otherwise Abraham's strength will be even stronger. If this nihilistic ability is inherited by it, I will be no match for it." As he said this, Xiao Han's figure suddenly swelled. Roar! As an angry roar sounded, a silver giant ape over 10 meters tall also appeared. At the same time, the black netherworld dragon scorpion blade in his hand was instantly replaced by the sky-splitting blood sword. As he took a step forward, his figure seemed to flash and he appeared behind the Devouring Lord in an instant. At the same time, the 10-meter-long sky-splitting blood sword in his hand also transformed into 5 bloody afterimages at this moment, slashing fiercely at the Devouring Lord's neck. Boom! 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 As a series of dull explosions sounded, more than 10 billions of bloody Damage values appeared from the top of its head immediately. But the devouring lord who was hit didn't seem to feel it, and still bit the Lord of Nothingness's head with no intention of letting go. Click. At the same time, a crisp sound came from its mouth. The somewhat illusory body of the Lord of Nothingness has now completely turned into reality, and Abraham's sharp black teeth have penetrated deeply into the body of the Lord of Nothingness. Oh! At this moment, a disdainful sneer sounded, and then Xiao Han saw a familiar power escaping from the sharp black teeth. Just after thinking for a moment, he remembered that this was the power of devouring, and with the emergence of this power, the skin that touched the devouring power instantly lost its luster. Ah! At this time, panicked roars also sounded. Watson struggled hard, trying to break free from the devouring lord's mouth, but the sharp black teeth had penetrated deeply into its skull, leaving it completely unable to free itself. It could only shout in a panic, "Save me! Hurry up and save me!" Seeing such a scene, Xiao Han raised his hand and struck with his sword again. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of dull roars, more than 10 more bloody damage values, exceeding 100 billion, emerged from the head of the devouring lord. At this time, not only did it have no intention of evading, but its chest even bulged slightly. Then it sucked hard, and a green number of more than 200 trillion immediately appeared from the top of its head, replenishing all the health points it had just lost. Ah! The Lord of Nothingness, whose head was bitten, immediately let out a shrill scream. At this moment, Xiao Han felt like his claws were numb. Even if he continues to attack, the Lord of Devouring will not let go. He has obviously made up his mind to devour the Lord of Nothingness first. But if he just gave up like that, he would be really unwilling to do so. And once Abraham absorbs the evil spirit in Watson's body, it will not only become stronger but also more difficult to deal with. Give up. When I was struggling in my heart, a voice suddenly sounded from behind me. That evil pen is what you asked for. It deserves to be swallowed. It seems that you are no match for it. I'd better run for my life. The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han also heard the Lord of Greed leaving at a high speed, but he still shouted loudly, "If you have the ability, try to delay it for me for a while. I'm going to find Haveda on the 2nd floor now and take it to find a place to hide." At this moment, Bernhard and Xiao Han did not have any communication, but they instantly reached an agreement on this matter. Since the Lord of Nothingness was killed, it was inevitable. Then it would buy time for Bernhard so that they would not all be killed by Abraham. Once the 9 evil spirits gather into one, perhaps that terrifying existence will be reborn, and then no one will be its opponent. Thinking of this, Xiao Han could no longer calm down. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he immediately used the sky-splitting skill on the sky-splitting blood sword. As a trace of blood appeared on the tip of the sword, the god's wings immediately flapped fiercely. While flying hundreds of meters in the air, he struck hard with the sword again. The next second, the sky-splitting blood sword immediately grew into the wind. Without even taking a breath, it expanded to 100 meters in size and slashed towards the neck of the devouring lord. Roar! At this moment, the devouring lord instantly sensed the difficulty of this blow and immediately let out a dull roar. But it still didn't let go, but shook its neck fiercely. The bitten Lord of Nothingness was immediately thrown high up and hit the blood-colored giant sword falling from the sky. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and the blood-colored giant sword immediately chopped heavily on the body of the Lord of Nothingness, exploding a damage value of up to 1 trillion. Even the Lord of Nothingness's already solid body was instantly chopped into a 100-meter-long wound, and a stream of bright green blood immediately gushed out of the wound. Ah! At this time, a cry of pain also sounded immediately. But before it could say anything, the devouring lord took advantage of the situation and bit hard, biting off half of the head, and the Lord of Nothingness's voice stopped abruptly. Gulp. As a swallowing sound sounded, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Originally, he just wanted to rescue the Lord of Nothingness, but he didn't expect that it would accelerate its death. This made Xiao Han's face turn ugly instantly. But things had already turned out like this, and he had no other choice but to look at the corpse of the Lord of Nothingness and the ghost-like creature emerging from the corpse. Whoosh! At this moment, a black hand suddenly appeared, and before Xiao Han could react, it had already grabbed the ghost as fast as lightning. #C1601 Swallowing Lord. For evil spirits are the source of power for all abyss demon lords. The reason why the Lord of Nothingness was forcibly killed was because the Lord of Devouring wanted to absorb the evil spirit in his body to make himself stronger. When he killed the Lord of the Undead, Xiao Han also wanted to capture this evil spirit. But that thing had no entity at all, it was just a condensed form of evil energy. He had no way to catch it and could only watch it sink into the ground. At this time, when he saw the evil spirit being caught in the hands of the Lord of Devouring, his face suddenly sank. The Devouring Lord in front of him has not yet absorbed the evil spirit of the Lord of Nothingness, but he can already resist his attacks without changing his expression. Once it absorbs this evil spirit, to what extent will its strength increase? So no matter what, be sure to stop it from absorbing it. Hold! While cursing angrily, Xiao Han's thoughts also moved in his mind, and he appeared next to the Lord of Devouring, aiming his knife at the palm holding the evil spirit and slashing at it. But at this time, a disdainful smile appeared in the corner of the Devouring Lord's eyes. However, it still had no intention of evading. The palm holding the evil spirit just turned slightly and then took the sword forcefully. When a deafening roar sounded, and Abraham said with disdain, "Is this the only strength of this generation of chosen ones? If that's all, you can't stop me." As it spoke, it raised its palm slightly and threw the evil spirit held in its palm into its mouth. Even though this blow caused $1 trillion bloody damage value to appear on its head, it didn't care at all. Instead, it said calmly, "Stop struggling, it's useless. The unification of the 9 realms is destiny, and neither you nor I can stop it. And you, the chosen one, haven't even figured out what your mission is yet. So what can you do to stop me?" The moment the words fell, a pair of wings immediately appeared behind the Lord of Devouring. Without saying anything more, he immediately flew towards the place where the Lord of Greed disappeared. It seems that the guy who left is more important to it. But this made Xiao Han's face suddenly darken, and while flapping his wings hard, he immediately chased after him as fast as lightning. With the wings of the gods, his speed is more than a step faster than the Devouring Lord. So in less than 2 breaths, he had already caught up with the Devouring Lord, who had left first, and struck him with another sword without any hesitation. Boom! A dull explosion followed, and the Lord of Devouring still had no intention of evading. He just flapped his wings fiercely, and his speed instantly increased by 20%. But even so, he still didn't get rid of the chasing figure. Xiao Han had another thought in his mind. As the sky-splitting blood sword struck down, a 100-meter-long blood-colored energy giant sword flew towards the Devouring Lord again. Call out! Amidst the ear-piercing whistle, the Devouring Lord suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding the bloody giant sword, and an impatient look flashed across his face. Immediately, a flash of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but when he saw the silver-white armor, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The defensive power of the second form of the god's armor is extremely abnormal. With its current strength, it may be easy to defeat it, but if you want to kill it completely, it will not be that easy. It certainly didn't want to waste time on such an effortless and thankless thing. For it, absorbing the remaining evil spirits is the first priority. Seeing the blood-colored energy giant sword split open again, Abraham could only flap his wings and dodge aside, even though he was very impatient. Boom! But this time, the bloody giant sword suddenly changed its direction in the air and struck it heavily. Not only did a bloody damage value exceeding 1 trillion appear immediately, there was even a black wound more than 10 meters long on his back. This made Abraham pause, and his face suddenly turned ugly. But Xiao Han's attack did not stop at all. As the energy in the body rushed towards the sky-splitting blood sword, crazily, another 100-meter-long energy giant sword whizzed towards the devouring lord. Boom! Another dull sound sounded, and the Lord of Devouring did not try to dodge such an attack. He just flapped his wings harder and chased towards the place where the Lord of Greed disappeared. At this time, Xiao Han could only attack harder. Boom! 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 Bursts of dull roars sounded continuously, but the blood bar above the devouring lord's head could not be seen to decrease. But the distance between them and the Lord of Greed has become closer and closer. This made Xiao Han immediately alert, and the look in his eyes towards the devouring lord immediately changed. After a moment's hesitation, he understood the cause and effect. Obviously, for the Lord of Devouring, killing the Lord of Greed is the most important thing, and other matters can only be put aside. No, we can't let him catch up with Bernhard. Seeing that the Lord of Devouring had been ignoring his provocation, Xiao Han whispered with an ugly face, and immediately slapped the wings of the god behind his back. In an instant, he surpassed the Lord of Devouring and galloped towards the Lord of Greed. Since there is no way to delay it, we can only wait for it to escape from the abyss as soon as possible. Woo! The sound of whistling sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han's speed became faster and faster, gradually widening the distance between him and the devourer and, finally leaving him far behind. A few minutes later, he caught up with the figure who had escaped first. Then he didn't say any more nonsense, and shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, follow me." As he said that, his speed soared instantly. Bernhard's face flashed a hint of hesitation, but he immediately thought of the devourer who was chasing behind, and immediately followed him at full speed. After a while, he saw that Han Xiao was already standing on a teleportation array. This made Bernhard's face flash a hint of ecstasy, and he immediately stood on it without any hesitation. With a flash of light, the two disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already standing on an ancient teleportation array, and Xiao Han immediately picked up the sky-splitting stone. Then a carving knife appeared at his fingertips and quickly carved on the sky-splitting stone. At this time, Bernhard didn't say anything nonsense, just watched quietly. In just a few minutes, the sky-splitting stone was carved with dense and complex lines. "All right." At this time, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and immediately pressed the sky-splitting stone in his hand back into the groove in the center of the ancient teleportation array. As the crystal light on the teleportation array flashed again, they disappeared again. Snap! After the two disappeared, the sky-splitting stone, which was full of complex and desolate lines, instantly exploded into more than a dozen petals, completing its final mission. #C1602 Whereabouts of Lu Yen. Abyss 2nd level. As soon as the two figures appeared from the teleportation array, they immediately rushed towards the Lord of Corruption's lair like lightning. Woo! 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 Because the speed was so fast, it even made a gust of wind whistle. After flying in the abyss for a while, the black figure slightly behind couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "You are really not simple, you can escape from Abraham's hands. And what's going on with this god's armor you're wearing? Every time a demonic disaster strikes, this thing will appear with it. But there has never been that time when the god armor can summon wings." "Oh, that's just you being ignorant." Xiao Han didn't want to explain this, but he asked curiously, "But what's the matter with you? You seem to know Abraham very well." "I also saw the body of the Lord of Darkness on the 7th floor of the abyss." And Abraham's lair is on the 9th level of the abyss. According to normal logic, it should kill you first. Ha! I'm not stupid, Bernhard said in a deep voice, and immediately added, it is the first demon lord born, and I am the second demon lord born. In the past tens of thousands of years, I have witnessed 5 demon lords die in its hands. So since I escaped from the trap, I have never gone back. Even if Abraham wants to kill me, he has to find me first. But it feels like it's a little different this time. Of course it's different. Xiao Han glanced sideways at the Lord of Greed, and an imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, he continued in a deep voice. You seem to be very curious about my god's armor. But you don't want to know why I happened to appear in the lair of the Lord of Nothingness at this time. Why? Bernhard asked with confusion on his face, and immediately added, by the way, you just said that you went to the 7th level of the abyss and saw the body of the Lord of Darkness. Then can I understand that you also know that Abraham wants to kill us? Haha, you're not stupid. Xiao Han chuckled and said nonsensically, the reason why my god armor has wings is because the 2nd layer of seal of this armor has been unlocked. And when this seal was unlocked, I also learned a lot of exciting information from this god's armor. Breaking news, Bernhard repeated in a deep voice, and immediately asked, what is going on? Why is Abraham chasing us? I have always been very puzzled. We are both members of the Abyss Demon Clan. Why would it do this? It has started every demonic disaster, and other demon lords have always obeyed its orders. So why does it still kill us? Because it can only go one step further by killing you. Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly and he continued. According to the information recorded in the God's armor, it may want to break the void. Shattered void. Bernhard muttered something, and then said with disbelief in his eyes, is it possible that after the void is broken it can enter a higher level of fairyland? I don't know about that. A hidden smile flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he continued to talk seriously. But this god's armor does not seem to be an item from this world. Even if there really is a higher level world, it wouldn't be too strange. Yes, Bernhard said with emotion, then seemed to remember something and immediately said with a longing expression. Maybe the legendary fairyland is the place where Lu Yen was sucked away last time. Suck away the willow smoke? Hearing this familiar name again, Xiao Han's face immediately stiffened, and he also instantly remembered that it was the guy next to him who took Lu Yen to the abyss with him. But now, not only was Lu Yen nowhere to be seen, she was even sucked away. This made his heart skip a beat, and he immediately asked eagerly, what do you mean Lu Yen was sucked away? What on earth is going on? I don't know what's going on, Bernhard said with a depressed face, and explained with a donkey face. Because I have long been worried about Abraham attacking me, so I want to leave a way out for myself. You are the chosen one, and you are the strongest chosen one in this generation. Lu Yen and Tan Yuntian have the same love as father and daughter, and your relationship with them is also extraordinary. So I took her with me. Originally I just wanted to cultivate it, but who would have thought that we would encounter such a thing? What's going on? Xiao Han interrupted with an eager face, and immediately asked impatiently, stop talking nonsense. Tell me quickly what's going on. Why? Bernhard sighed heavily and explained in a low voice. Last time I went to Stormwind City, you must have seen it. The demonic energy in the abyss has begun to assimilate your world. It won't take more than 100 years at most. All traces of humanity will be erased, and that world will become the 10th level of the abyss. At the same time, the demon lord level evil spirits on the 10th level of the abyss should have been conceived. I prepared this for Lu Yen, so I took her to the gap between the realms to look for the demon lord level evil spirit on the 10th level of the abyss. What happened next? Xiao Han interrupted again and immediately said, "Could it be that she was sucked into an unknown world on the other side of the boundary crack?" "Yes." Bernhard nodded slightly and continued in a deep voice. "It was just the two of us, and we had just entered the boundary crack not long ago, and a space crack suddenly appeared next to Lu Yen. Without any sign, she was sucked in. And at the moment she was sucked in by the space crack, I sensed an extremely strong demonic energy, even stronger than the demonic energy emitted by the divine veins on the 9th floor of the abyss."
No.
It shouldn't be described like this. It should be said that the quality of this kind of energy is more than one level higher than the demonic energy. Originally, I wanted to go in together, but I was bounced back by a force in an instant. Demonic energy? Xiao Han's face flashed with disbelief, and he muttered in a daze, "The energy is higher than the demonic energy, so the world outside this treasure should be a higher world. But I have also been to the boundary crack. Why was Lu Yen sucked in?" Unable to figure out why this happened, he quickly patted his chest lightly, and wanted to ask the colorful dragon, "We're here." But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and Bernhard pointed to a swamp in front and said, "Serial is over there, but she doesn't seem to be there."